Chapter 2862. It took a while before everyone regained their composure. The bull slithered closer to Li Chia, ready to earn some points. "Sir, hee, what do you think about me?" Not bad at all." Li Chia took a gander before replying. "See, that's a big shot for you, such keen eyesight, knowing that I'm special right away." The bull stood up straight, raised its hoof forward, acting as if it was giving Li Chia a thumbs up. This appearance looked so bizarre and hilarious, so the students nearly exploded in laughter. "I'm talking about how strong and muscular your body is. I'm sure you will be very tasty, whether it be a meat dish or hot soup." Li Chia added. That's too cruel and wasteful. I'm an immortal species." The bull's shoulders drooped down, seemingly defeated. The students were so amused by the sudden change in the bull every time when Li Chia got the best of him. Of course, they restrained themselves, still intimidated by the bull. The bull's eyes rolled around for a bit. It took one step back and told Du Wenrui, "Brat, I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Wenrui remained cautious towards this bull because he suffered greatly because of it in the past, the same for many other geniuses. "That brat Gold Taifa has some tricks up his sleeve, probably taught by a real master. Some shackles have been opened, but who knows what he wants." The bull laughed and said. "Really?" Du Wenrui didn't expect this and remained skeptical. "He has been tricked too many times before. As I said, I'm always honest, but feel free not believing me." The bull shrugged. "Young noble Li, please take care of the students, I'll be back right away." Du Wenrui put on a serious expression and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. "Don't worry, who dares to touch them when I'm around? If anyone touches a hair of theirs, I'll crush them to a pulp," the bull declared while stomping on the ground. "Let's go." Li Chia smiled and nodded. Wenrui couldn't rely on this eccentric bull, but Li Chia was a different story. He turned and disappeared into the horizon, seemingly in a hurry. This brat is very capable and talented, especially back then." The bull laughed and revealed, "It's a shame that he's wasting his life and skills away in that crappy city. Truly regrettable. Everyone has their own ambition." Li Chia said, "Why are you here in the garden still? You can come and go as you please." It's obviously because of that bastard, desolate saint." The bull spoke with indignation. "What did our progenitor do to you?" one student asked. "He stole an item from us and I want to take it back." The bull scowled. "Slanderous liar. Our progenitor is invincible and righteous with the light, why would he steal something from you?" This student didn't believe it. The rest started glaring at the bull. Only naive brats like yourselves would think so highly of desolate saint." "Saint? Only an act." The bull laughed in response. "If he was really one, he wouldn't have abandoned your city and its inhabitants for generations. All it was, is a place for him to wash away his own sin by moving it into other people." It increased its volume the longer it went on. The students became speechless. They have always respected desolate saint, but the abandonment was an irrefutable truth, a sore spot for all of them. This sacred mountain used to be an immortal land, look at what he had done to it. The bull spewed out its annoyance, "It belonged to my home yet the hypocrite stole it. The bastard is more of a devil than a saint. Completely baseless." One student barked back. "Who knows? Just one thought can change someone from a Buddha to a devil, and who to say that a devil didn't used to be good? A saint could have walked on the path of evil too. Good and evil can shift so quickly. Plus, who has the right to set the criteria for either side?" Li Chia joined in. "While standing at the apex, everything else is simply ephemeral and insignificant," he concluded with a profound gaze. The students lacked proper information for further conjectures. However, the bull figured out something and felt its hair standing on end. It shuddered and staggered backward. "That has nothing to do with me. It shrugged, all I want to do is to bring this mountain back one day. What are you waiting for then? Li Qie smiled. The students became startled after the instigation. This mountain was a sacred ground of their system. It being taken away would be a huge loss. I gotta wait until that old tree demon is dead. The bull looked dejected and helpless. I'm a bit interested in that demon. Li Qie chuckled. The bull has brought this demon up several times. Moreover, it seemed to be afraid of this person too. Oh. Do you want to go see him right now? Haha, that guy always acts invincible as if he's number one. You should go take him down a notch and let him know that there is always a higher mountain. The bull's eyes flashed with excitement. No point in trying to use me as a borrowed knife. I'm not interested in that. Li Qie gave it the side eye. The bull became sad again for a bit before coming up with something else. Where are you going then? Got any plans here? Hee, I can't be more familiar with this place, so let me know so I can give you my opinion. Everyone could tell that it was up to no good, looking like a local bandit. Just doing whatever since this place is pretty neat. Li Qie chuckled. That's fine too. The bull agreed, I know of a very interesting and remote place here. Others can't find it, but I know that there are many treasures there. Easy to grab too. A place full of easy treasures. Really? The youths were skeptical. Why should an immortal such as myself lie to you bunch? The bull stared haughtily at them. The youths felt their heart beating faster. Only a saint would be freed from desire, and they weren't saints. All eyes were on Li Qie now, waiting for his answer. Do you want to go take a look, great sir? The bull urged. Very well, let's take a look then. Li Qie glanced at the bull. Yes. The students cheered, excited to see this treasure-filled place. The bull accepted his task and led the way. They traveled quite far since their guide was very familiar with the ancient courtyard. It even told cool stories to the students. For example, the peak nearby was the horn of which beast, that lake was only the eye of an alligator. It knew everything like the back of its hand and enlightened the students. The young ones were confused too, thinking that maybe the bull was telling the truth. Maybe this mountain really belonged to its home. That's why it knew so much. Rumble. Loud explosions suddenly interrupted their journey. Chapter 2863, Rumble. Violent quakes rocked the entire ancient courtyard. Everyone looked over and saw mountains crumbling down. Numerous lakes and rivers have been either severed or penetrated completely in a shocking manner. This was due to a battle between man and beast. The stars in the sky fell victim and exploded into smithereens, a scene of the apocalypse. The first combatant was Spirit Heart True Emperor. Her imperial aura was in full swing and majestically swept through the 8 realms. People have forgotten about her fairy-like beauty at this moment. This was her true appearance, an emperor. This 7-palace emperor was going all out with enough might to effortlessly blow away everything nearby. Her 7 palaces floated above as she unleashed true flames outward. Her vitality was as vast as an ocean and her imperial domain exerted its pressure. The flaps of her golden wings carried enough force to sweep through the 9 firmaments. They were insanely strong. When converged at the front, they acted like golden armor that could stop any offense, virtually impenetrable. When spread, they served as 2 divine sabers crossing through the air in an unstoppable manner. She darted through the air and attacked with her wings, not holding anything back and rending the earth. Her opponent was a divine bird with 5 colors and a blazing trail in its path looking just like a shooting star. It had unusual agility, darting back and forth across the entire sky. This was indeed a mighty bird. Being slightly skirted by its wings alone would result in destruction. It shot out multiple rays looking just like Supreme Grand Tao from its tail in order to resist the Emperor. The apocalyptic fight sent out blinding sparks. Each one could crush a mountain and melt a large area. Due to the high intensity of the fight, the frightened spectators needed to stay far away. Both the emperor and the bird were too strong. Their battle woke up many gigantic beasts nearby. They chose to retreat instead of joining the fray. Rumble. Because of this, many mountains were shattered from their steps. This girl has good eyes, not bad at all. The bull praised, this five-colored hawk is very suitable as a mount, fast and capable in battle. The young ones were in awe of the sheer destruction, thinking that an emperor could really destroy their academy with a single wave. Sir, are you still missing a companion? Do you want me to hook you up? It put on a wretched smile. Not too bad, a pure bloodline too. Li Qie looked at the emperor and said. The bull took advantage of this, its eyes shifted deviously, let me help you, a pure bloodline will be very useful for the next generation. You're overthinking it, that bloodline is only suitable to be a maid to help me change clothes, that's all. Li Qie said. The young ones were astounded. Remember, Spirit Heart True Emperor had 7 palaces, a Celeste, and was the successor of Garden of God. Li Qie's statement seemed too unreasonable while keeping all of this in mind. Young noble, she's Metalkin War God's fiancée. One student quietly reminded the two. So what? It's her honor to be viewed highly by him. If that war god dares to utter a word, I'll crush him right away. The bull said. Li Qie was overbearing enough, yet this bull was exactly the same as him. No one was around the vicinity to hear this, but Spirit Heart True Emperor did due to her heightened senses. She instantly gave a murderous glare towards the group. This glare looked like it came from a death god. The young ones lost control of their legs and nearly kneeled. She heard us, one of them turned pale. Good, we won't have to repeat ourselves then. The bull leisurely said. Drop your rotten idea. Li Qie chuckled and didn't care either. He was only casually commenting on her bloodline. Taking her in or not depended on his mood. The young ones didn't know what to do. This was their first time seeing people teasing an emperor, one with 7 palaces too. These two seemed to not put her in their sight at all, quite domineering. Rumble. Who knows if it was the flow of the battle or if she was enraged by the disrespectful comments, but she raised her wings. Golden feathers shot out and turned into a world-rending sword formation, aiming at the hawk. The hawk didn't relent either. It spread its wings wide enough to encompass the sun and moon before flapping them together for an attack aiming at the formation. The battle reached the next level, an unfortunate development for the land. Spirit Heart True Emperor is so strong. Many spectators gasped after seeing her power. Even the Eternals present were intimidated. She was far stronger than Stone Carver and Gold Python True Emperor. Miss Spirit Heart, do you require my assistance? A voice sounded during the fight, still carrying a hint of childishness. A youth appeared on the horizon. With just one step, he emerged near the Emperor, seemingly ready to offer his assistance. He was around 15 years of age, dressed in an embroidered robe and looked like a young noble from a rich clan. Moreover, his domineering expression showed blatant disdain towards everyone else. There was a third eye on his forehead. It was closed now, but golden strands of light seemed to be oozing from the slightest opening. He didn't exude his aura just yet, but his pose in the sky said that he was the number one in the world. Of course, the guy was strong enough to demand attention. The hawk noticed him and kept a good distance. Three-eyed prodigy. Everyone shouted. He's here too. Even the proudest students nearby were afraid of him. A half-step everlasting, a senior praised. So young yet already a half-step, that's terrifying. Someone who saw him for the first time added. Don't you know that he's the most amazing genius from Academy of Light? He's the world's youngest half-step. Someone next to him elaborated. Chapter 2864, this youth hailed from the three-eyed tribe of God-Eye system. This tribe was relatively large in 3 immortals. Members of this tribe were born with an eye positioned vertically on their forehead. If one could cultivate this eye into a golden form, they would gain great powers. Normally, just training this eye a bit would allow them to read incredibly fast on top of remembering the entire content. With the golden form, they could easily see openings and destroy all illusions, turning complexity into simplicity. All in all, they would gain many heaven-defying abilities. This prodigy was even more exceptional since he cultivated the golden eye successfully at a very young age. Because of this, he became the youngest half-step in immortal lineage. Even Flying Sword Marvel, who came from a noble background, took 6 months longer before reaching this level. In the eyes of many true gods, a half-step everlasting was an apex existence. They tried for a lifetime in order to reach this level but failed. On the other hand, the prodigy only needed 15 years to become a half-step, an amazing achievement. According to their records, he was also the youngest half-step and the youngest to have a golden eye in his tribe. His impeccable talents earned these peerless achievements. No wonder why people considered him to be the top genius of this generation. He floated in the sky like a deity, looking spirited with a bright pair of eyes. His gestures and movements seemed to be full of pride. His presence stabilized the universe itself and suppressed the firmaments. Even the 5-colored hawk was wary of him. He stood there like a god with his wings spread open to protect Spirit Heart True Emperor. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, but I am fine right now. Please move back so I can fight my heart out." The Emperor accepted the gesture but refused. Good, the prodigy forced a smile and recalled his techniques, looking a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, the crowd was still impressed by him. "Three-eyed prodigy is really strong, look, that divine bird is afraid of him. Emperors like Gold Python can't compare to him," one student said with admiration. They could see that his aura successfully intimidated that hawk earlier. With the prodigy backing off, the hawk screeched to gather more battle spirit. It spread its wings and launched a second offensive towards the Emperor. "This brat is quite strong, his potential is boundless if he keeps on improving," even the arrogant bull praised. "Are you here to watch or to find treasures?" Li Chia interrupted the amused bull. "Oh right, I almost forgot, let's keep moving to the border area." The bull slapped its head and stopped being distracted. This scene was hilarious, but the young ones didn't dare to laugh. They struggled to hold it in while following behind the bull. The group traveled deeper into the ancient courtyard. The scenery around them changed rapidly as well. At the start, mountain ranges reigned this area with towering peaks. But now, the place became a wild plain untouched by men. Calling this place a border was truly apartment. The sky gradually turned dark as well as if it was dusk. All in all, this strange feeling could only be described as the light wanting to leave them. The young ones naturally became afraid, unlike the calm Li Chia. Are you taking us to a remote area to sell us?" a student eventually murmured the deeper they got in. "Brat, you think too highly of yourself. How much do you think I can get selling you brats? In fact, I don't even know if I can find any buyers. Even the beasts here don't want to eat you since you're not enough to fill the gap of their teeth." The bull looked with contempt. This student turned red with embarrassment but still felt better. The bull was right. They were weak and had no treasures to speak of. No one would covet anything of theirs, so the bull didn't need to trick them. Plus, Li Chia was around too. After going far enough, the bull looked around and stomped on the ground while chanting, "Open." Creak dash, a wall quickly emerged before them, made from unpainted rhombus blocks. Strangely enough, it seemed capable of blocking everything possible, separating an entire domain. "You knew this thing was here?" one student asked curiously. "Humph, I already told you, I'm an immortal species and this belonged to my families, later stolen by Desolate Saint." The bull became smug. This student stopped speaking right away because this bull would always insult their progenitor. It was better not to talk from now on. Go in. Li Qiye smiled and entered first. Don't be scared now. The bull laughed at the young ones, seemingly gloating. It entered next. The young ones became afraid after seeing the bull's devious smile. They didn't know what terror loomed behind this wall. They exchanged glances and decided to bite the bullet and walked right in. After the last one came in, the wall disappeared as if it was never around in the first place. The scene changed again. They have entered a new world. They saw numerous stars up in the massive night sky. Unfortunately, these stars seemed dispirited and didn't shine brightly, almost like a candle on the verge of extinguishing. They thought they were standing on a different planet. Once they stopped looking at the sky and scanned their surroundings, they felt trepidation with their hair standing on end, goosebumps popped up on their body. What the hell is this place? One shouted with his knees shaking. The place was a massive cemetery. Well, no, it was just that there were skeletons all over. They emitted a white glow from being illuminated by the moonlight, a very creepy scene. These skeletal remains were unimaginably gigantic. One of them looked like a mountain spanning for thousands of meters, piercing into the sky vault like a skeletal spear. This was only the one in front of them. Upon closer inspection, there were numerous more in this land. The bones of a serpent spanned like a mountain range. These delicate pieces were also tall and sharp enough to pierce the sky. The skull of an ape looked like a citadel that can accommodate 1,000,000 people. Its palm looked like several mountains in one place. Moreover, there were types of creatures here that they have never seen before. Chapter 2865, A World of Bones, Skeletons as far as the eye can see and nothing else. The skeletons here were massive in size. Any single piece was already the size of a peak. They scattered across millions of miles. One could easily imagine how large they used to be when they were still alive. They have seen the giants in the ancient courtyard prior to this. However, these ones seemed smaller compared to these skeletons. Just one skeleton alone was shocking enough, but there were thousands of them here, truly a magnificent scene. They have never experienced something like this before, so they became overwhelmed with fear. Their mouth left agape for a long time. What is this place? One student dropped to the ground, trembling. Li Qiye didn't answer, his eyes focused on the bones ahead in a profound manner. This place? The bull laughed. Where else can it be but the beast garden? The resting place of all the sacred beasts. You're saying that the gigantic beasts in the garden will come here before death? A different student asked. Hee, it's not that simple. Do you see any small skeletons in here? The wild boars and rhinoceros aren't here. The group took a look around and sure enough, they couldn't see anything small. When the melon is ripe, it falls. The bull elaborated, not just anyone is qualified to die here. For example, don't you always aim for the bigger fish when fishing and release the small ones? Impossible. One student said, these gigantic beasts must have been unbelievably mighty, who could actually catch them? Haha, that was only an example, but it's a good one. The bull laughed. No need to scare them, they haven't reached the right level yet. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and shook his head. I'm simply telling them about the grim reality of this world. Let this be an early lesson for them. The bull shrugged. The students looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This skeletal world made them feel quite strange. After all, their Academy of Light was shrouded by the light, a paradise for all living beings. Li Qiye smiled and continued forward, only occasionally glancing above. Come over here. I found a pearl. A student behind him found a jewel among a gap between the bones. It was the size of a fist with a pink glow. This student excitedly told his friends. Li Qiye looked over at the skeleton and said, this is a true fire-scaled serpent, a special morph. It obtained the grand Tao with the light and created these pearls in its spine. Look from the 18th to the 36th vertebra, you will find many of them. Really? The group became excited and rushed over. They tried their best to work together to move these gigantic bone pieces. Wow, you're right, so many pearls. Bright flames jumped up from the pearls below the vertebrae. Let's take them all. They pushed the bones away to reach the fiery pearls. We're rich. The group took them all and cheered. However, they handed the pearls to Li Qie since he was the one who gave them the hint. You guys can split them. The true fire pearls can expel coldness and poison, it's very good to keep around. Li Qie didn't want them. These pearls were great treasures to the students but no different from pebbles in his eyes. The young ones cheered again before dividing the pearls. He, I didn't lie to you, right? I told you that I would bring you to a place with lots of treasures. The bull heartily laughed. The young ones agreed, this bull really didn't trick them. See that mountain iron leopard over there? Li Qie smiled and pointed at another corpse, take some bones and cut deep to find the marrow essences. They are true metals, perfect for creating weapons. The young ones became excited right away. I guess just look around, the good stuff here exceeds your imagination. What you get depends on your luck. He added. The group ran over and cut down its tailbone. They drilled inside and saw marrow essences looking just like true metals. They became as busy as ants, moving from one skeleton to another to find items. These gigantic beasts used to be powerful. Though their vitality and essences have mostly dispersed, some precious parts were still left behind. Check out this tooth. One student found a shiny tooth as sharp as a blade. Not bad, that's a new tooth from a water-cutter alligator, tough and sharp. Li Qie commented. I found this really soft bone. Another student found a jade-like bone inside one skeleton. Get over here, look at what I found. One more carried over an oversized toe bone seemingly cast from gold. These students crazily searched around for treasures in this skeletal world, no longer frightened by these dead behemoths. Occasionally, Li Qie would give them pointers on where to find treasures. He himself took his time because ordinary treasures were useless to him. He would stop every once in a while and cut out a skull to take out a strange flame seed or cut out a spine to find a jade essence. Very few items warranted him taking action. The rest only earned a passing glance. You brought me here to dig up trash. Li Qie leisurely asked the bull while the rest of the students were preoccupied. The bull has been following him instead of treasure hunting. No, I just wanted to show you that Desolate Saint is not a good guy at all. Here is the perfect example. You're also a big shot and should notice some clues already. The bull laughed. I know far more about Desolate Saint than you. Li Qie glanced at the sky and smiled. Oh, so do you think he's a saint or, a devil in the darkness? The bull asked. Very few people are truly born evil in this world. Li Qie said, everyone struggled in some ways. The saviors tried their best, others resisted the darkness, more tried to save themselves without giving a damn about their loved ones or anyone else. He paused for a moment here before continuing, however, only a selected few persevered. That's why, one can't judge them on one action or just part of their past and determine their morality, whether they're a saint or a devil. Desolate Saint had struggled to fulfill his aspirations. Unfortunately, life seldom goes according to plans. Chapter 2866, Is that it? You just want to know whether Desolate Saint is good or bad. Li Qie glanced at the bull after that brief reflection. No. The bull said, I know many things can't hide from your gaze. You know exactly what had transpired after coming here. Although all creatures will eventually die, do you think what's going on is normal? Charcoal, don't try to cajole me or I'll grill you up. Li Qie said. That's not my intention. The bull coughed and stopped his haughty tone. Sir, I just want your help on one thing. It pointed at the sky and continued, I know that you can see through the mysteries here, so please, remove this evil. It's not here, this place is only a container, an example of asking someone to jump into a jar. Li Qie looked up as well. I know where it is hiding, please, sir, take action and remove it for everyone's sake. The bull hurriedly said. What now, you want to be a saint too? Li Qie said, since when are you merciful enough to care for others? Of course not, I only want to feel safe, it's not really for everyone else. The bull smiled and finally became honest, this is my territory, more or less. To have such a devilish thing here makes one nervous, you know. The foundation of this system exceeds your imagination. The complexity extends beyond the light and its illumination. It's not only something created by Desolate Saint, but a lot of contests had also happened here. Li Qie said. I know a little about this too. The bull happily showed off his knowledge, for example, that old tree demon has been wanting to kill Desolate Saint. He told me himself. Oh. So you know more about him? Li Qie smiled back. Nope, I got no idea. The bull immediately shut up. You don't need to find me for something like this. It's only a devilish entity, can't be stronger than Desolate Saint. You just need to slay it. Li Qie chuckled without pursuing the previous topic. I've thought about it too. The bull nodded and said helplessly, I'm awesome in all aspects, but, not in this regard. There are restrictions in this place. Didn't you say Sacred Mountain belongs to you? Li Qie said, so how can there be limitations here for you? Just do whatever you want. Well, it looked sad and filled with indignation at this point, it's all that bastard's fault, god damn it, he ruined this mountain or I wouldn't need to, I'm always happy to help someone, that's my source of happiness. Of course, you should know that that is no free lunch in this world. I won't help you for nothing in return. Show your sincerity. Li Qie smiled. That's no problem at all. The bull became spirited again, sir, I will toil like a bull for you. Forget it, you're already one in the first place. Li Qie gave him the side eye. True, the bull agreed and put on a serious and dignified appearance, sir, you know that it is a seed of discord. I don't know why Desolate Saint left it behind but I'm sure that one day, this evil thing will cause chaos for the academy. So many innocent people will lament and die because of it. That has nothing to do with me. Li Qie replied, I'm not from this system so why do I care? Plus, Desolate Saint isn't a good person in the first place. His reason for starting this system might not be pure. It's fine to leave this thing here. The bull didn't know what to say. Let's talk about something else. I see that you have a nice treasure, how about giving it to me? Li Qie looked at the bull and started walking closer. You're funny, sir. The bull became startled and staggered backward, raising his hooves to hide his treasure. I know that this treasure came together with you, you view it on the same level as your life. Li Qie chuckled. Not just that, it really is my life. The bull put on a pained expression, if you really want it, then I don't want to eliminate this evil thing anymore, it has nothing to do with me in the first place. Very well, I'll consider it a good deed for the sake of everyone else in the system. I shall kill it then. Li Qie smiled. Oh, that's the style of an important character for you. The bull immediately changed its tone, no wonder why that magpie gave you the garland. You're the only one in this world qualified, okay, stop. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the bull, my trip this time is actually to see what evil thing is here in Sacred Mountain and if Desolate Saint actually has the light in his heart for a period of time, truly wanting to be good. You have a feud with him? The bull laughed excitedly, I know that Desolate Saint has left something incredible deeper in the mountain. I don't know what his goal is though. Not a feud, and even if it was, it's gone now. Our Tao was different, that's all. No need to keep a grudge. Li Qie smiled. How benevolent you are, sir. The bull gave him a thumbs up again. So why is the old tree demon stuck here? Li Qie smiled and asked. You know about this too? The bull was startled for a moment before calming down. It shrugged in response, I don't know the details since he doesn't talk about it, looks like he lost a bet to Desolate Saint. He's a real monster though. It seemed afraid of this particular being. Hard to say who's the victor. Desolate Saint won in the past but he will win in the future. Li Qie chuckled. Perhaps. It replied, he even said, hee, Desolate Saint, that dog, he doesn't know shit about the light, and that the guy is only a prostitute wanting to quit to get married so he has to put on an act. Remember, the old demon said this, not me. I do want to meet this guy, he seems capable enough. Li Qie said. Do you want me to lead the way? The bull's eyes flashed brightly, his mood is extremely foul, completely unbearable. Progenitors came to see him before but they all left after smelling the stench. I'm sure you will be able to teach him a good lesson, let's see how much longer he can act arrogant for. The bull tried to persuade Li Qie. What? He gave you a beating so you're keeping a grudge against him? Li Qie noticed this. Of course not. The bull stood up proudly on two hooves, who am I? A true immortal, one and only in history. Humph, that old tree demon is only a rotten piece of wood, how can the likes of him take me down? You definitely ran for your life. Li Qie didn't hold back, adding salt to the wound. It's because a gentleman forgives a lowly wretch, that's all. The bull put on a dry smile. Let's talk about your bloodline now, it's extremely nutritious in the form of beef soup or beef skewer. Li Qie joked. No, there's no such thing, the bull was actually scared. It knew just how precious and nutritious its blood was. It would definitely annihilate another schemer but had no confidence going against Li Qie. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. Li Qie smiled. That's good, it heaved a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, it kept a safe distance after seeing that smile from Li Qie. 1. I don't understand how the second line applies here because of the vagueness. Just a straight translation, but not literal. The literal line is, asking a lord to jump into a jar. So the story goes, Empress Wuxian sent an official to investigate another. The first official asked, what should we do when a prisoner won't confess? The second official, unaware that he was the suspect, replied, throw the guy into a jar and start a fire, he'll definitely confess then. To which the first official replied, you're under investigation, please be ready to get in a jar. The second immediately kneeled and confessed. I'm not sure how it is applied here by the author too. Another idiom here, literal is I will be your bull and horse, meaning that the speaker will work there but off for someone, complete subservience. Li Qie joked back that the thing is already a bull, so the phrase is meaningless. 3. Not sure if the stench here is literal or just figurative. Progenitors might be plural or singular, not clear. In the case of unknown number, I usually pick plural. Chapter 2867, Zhou Qiushi and the others have finally finished looking around for treasures. Time to go kill that devilish thing. Li Qie looked at the bull and said. Sounds good to me. The bull became excited and shouted, brats, it's getting late. Gather your stuff and group up, we're leaving. The young ones got an incredible harvest this trip, completely filling their bags to the brim with treasures. This skeletal world no longer looked scary to them, more like a treasure grove. The fully assembled group happily followed Li Qie and the bull, ready to leave. They realized that they would always have luxurious meals and treasures as long as they follow Li Qie. Okay, we start moving again. The bull seemed excited too. The treasures here didn't matter at all but Li Qie agreeing to remove one of its problems put it in a cheerful mood. They left the skeletal world and the frontier, almost making it back to the center of the ancient courtyard. Twerp! The moment they got back, a shadow flashed as a tiny bird landed on Lucia's arm. The Peacebringer magpie. The students shouted in astonishment. The bird still had a radiant glow despite its feeble appearance with blood everywhere. These seemed to be grave injuries. Lucia applied ointment on the bird, his eyes narrowed. Who hurt it? One student wondered. The students thought that it was such a spiritual bird during their last meeting. Who could bear to hurt it? There are 2 of them in the nest by the cliff. The bull said, looks like it's a plan. Twerp! The bird stared at Lucia with bright and intelligent eyes. It's asking you for help, the other is captured. The bull understood and told Lucia. Don't worry, I'll save your friend. Lucia gently patted it and smiled. This person should be quite capable, able to do something like this. The bull gloated. It knew that someone was about to become very, very unlucky. Meanwhile, one news excited the students in the ancient courtyard. I heard there is a Peacebringer magpie around here, no, 2 actually. A student with a good information network revealed. What is that? Many haven't heard of this species before. A supreme bird of virtue. This student elaborated, anyone who earns its grace will surely prosper. According to the legends, Desolate Saint and his light along with the success of the academy were partly due to him being favored by this bird. It's that magical? The crowd was startled. I got good news, Gold Python and Stonecarver True Emperor have found the bird's nest. They're ready to capture it. Even more exciting news came about. This prompted the mass to run towards that area. They want to capture it for good fortune for generations to come. A new discussion began. It's not strange at all. Everyone wants a bird like that, whether it be for themselves or their sect. It's both fortune and karma. An older student nodded. Everyone else agreed with this statement. The nest area was filled with people. The sky, ground, and peaks nearby had students ready to watch the show. The nest was located on a lonely peak piercing the sky vault like a divine sword. The pinnacle had the shape of a crown. Among the precipice above was a cave, just big enough to fit a baby. A faint glow came from inside, emanating from some eggs. Due to the location of the cave, it was hard to tell how many eggs were inside. It was certainly more than one. This was the nest of the Peacebringer magpies. At this moment, one of them blocked the cave and fought against Stonecarver, Gold Python, and Centaur god of archery. This one was larger than the one that gave Lucia the garland, clearly a male. Many understood right away that the trio came for the eggs, not the birds themselves. So that's what they're doing, the eggs. One student murmured. It's hard to earn the grace of these birds. Treasure Source True God was also present. He stared at the cave and was very tempted. It might be possible to do so when you groom one from an egg though. The true God heard that when one was chosen by these birds, they would have a lifetime of peace and prosperity. However, even progenitors found this to be difficult, let alone them. Maybe grooming a baby magpie would change this. It might follow its new master forever, giving this person great fortune. The current combatants shared the same thought. The true God also wanted a piece, but this trio might refuse to share since they were the first to find it. There might be more than one egg. A few students looked towards the cave but failed to see the exact number. A few strong ones became overwhelmed with greed. Alas, they chose to act with caution. It won't last much longer. A girl in the sky shook her head, Spirit Heart True Emperor. No one dared to stand close to her because of her status and power. She had gotten a mount, the 5-colored hawk. Get ready. The trio exchanged glances, ready to deliver the finishing blow. They were holding back earlier, afraid that other strong characters such as Spirit Heart would take advantage of the fight and steal the eggs. Now, it looked like Spirit Heart had no intention of doing so. Therefore, they wanted to finish this fight as soon as possible in order to avoid further complications. The male magpie was on its last leg with wounds everywhere. Despite its scorching light and blade-like wings, it still couldn't take on these three. This magpie is incredible. Someone commented after seeing it persevering for so long. Finish it. The three shouted at the same time, unleashing their destructive divinity across the realms. Rumble. The peak started cracking in many places. Screech. The magpie screeched and shot out feathers like arrows, completely prepared to fight to the death. Boom. The feathers were shot down while the finishing move continued onward. It's done for. Everyone was ready to see the end of this magpie. Clank. However, a sword slash interrupted the trajectory of this fatal blow. Chapter 2868, The Skycrossing / stopped the trio's fatal blow. It was filled with light and released light laws, akin to a scene of dawn chasing the fog away. An immortal source emerged and protected the Peacebringer magpie. It severed the 9 heavens and 10 earths along with the flow of time. No attack nor anyone would ever be able to get through. The Sword of Repentance. The first to recognize this slash was the trio. That's repentance. Numerous students shouted after calming down from the bright spectacle. None of them expected for this institution to join the fray and save the prey from the trio. That guy is Wuxia. A hawk-eyed spectator saw Wuxia. People turned around and saw him along with the students from Repentance Institution and the bull. Look, another Peacebringer magpie. Someone saw the bird on Wuxia's shoulder and shouted. The one that ran earlier, did Wuxia capture it? Another student wondered. No, it looks like it searched for reinforcement and is coming back to save the male one. A different student analyzed. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this, contemplating. Reinforcement? Those students from Repentance. One guy said. It made sense for them to look down on Wuxia's group because the other side consisted of emperors and the centaur god who was an amaranthan eternal and more powerful than the 2 emperors. The students couldn't fathom how these Repentance students could save the bird from the 3, thinking that they didn't know their place. He's here again. Treasure Source True God became serious after seeing Wuxia and the bird. The trio stared at Wuxia, aware of the situation. Wuxia had ruined their move earlier, so they wanted to kill him now, evident by the murderous glint in their eyes. However, due to their status and cultivation level, they restrained themselves from yelling. They also stared at the Sword of Repentance with great curiosity. They have seen its power back at the Supreme Tree and were relatively on guard. Okay, leave now. This nest is mine from now on. Don't think about it. Wuxia clapped to get the attention of the crowd, then smiled. The wounded magpie in the sky chirped and flew down to circle around him several times before landing on his shoulder. Why are these magpies so close to him? Many were stunned to see the magpies perching on his shoulders. That nest has no master, on what ground do you claim it? The centaur god coldly uttered. Because I say so. Wuxia smiled, now they belong to me, anyone not convinced? Having said that, he told the bull to go grab the nest. Everyone became flabbergasted after hearing him, including the trio. After all, everyone wanted to obtain these magpies. This was a blatant provocation. You want to challenge the heroes of the world? Stonecarver True Emperor's expression darkened. Yes. And heroes of the world? You think too highly of yourself. You all are nothing more than a bunch of stray dogs in my eyes. Wuxia leisurely smiled. He's insane. The response resulted in an uproar. The students nearby started yelling, some couldn't believe what he had just said. This was more than just targeting the trio. Wuxia insulted all the elite students who were dragons and phoenixes among men. They wouldn't be able to handle this disdain coming from a repentant student. Ignorant fool. One student uttered. Who does he think he is? Nothing more than a cursed descendant from repentance, a lowly wretch. Another added. The students here began insulting him, viewing him as an enemy. May I ask, who do you consider a hero then, fellow Taoist? Spirit Heart True Emperor spoke in a pleasant manner. She wasn't angry, simply curious. You're not one of them, but calling a beauty like you a dog is unreasonable too. You look witty too, probably qualified to be my maid. Li Qie looked at her and chuckled. The crowd became frozen from astonishment. Zhou Qiushi and the others worried about Li Qie while nervously sweating. Li Qie had said something like this before, but only in private. Now, he publicly told everyone present and in front of her too. A few stared at Li Qie as if he was an idiot. In their opinion, this guy must either be insane or stupid. Spirit Heart True Emperor had 7 palaces and was the fiancé of Metalkin War God. This top character could only be viewed with respect and admiration. Thus, Li Qie's outrageous comment indicated that he was tired of living. Your flippant attitude will result in death, fool. One admirer gritted his teeth. A frog wanting to eat swan meat, take a look in the mirror first. Another said with disdain. You're an eccentric one, to say the least. The emperor tilted her head and stared at him, still calm. She eventually shook her head and left. The guy is lucky because the emperor is merciful. That boastful comment should have earned him 100 deaths. A few students scowled. Meanwhile, the bull had taken the nest out of the cave, revealing the 4 eggs on top. The 2 magpies chirped after seeing their nest and immediately flew towards it. Okay, if no one has any objection, this ends here. Li Qie said flatly. Don't think about leaving before handing over the eggs. The centaur god snorted. Li Qie stopped and stared at the trio again. The 3 of you still got something to say? Step up then, I'll beat you into submission. Same with the rest. Eyes started spewing fiery hatred now as the crowd stared at him. The young ones from repentance became speechless. Student Li, your words are quite haughty. Stonecarver True Emperor said. He didn't seem angry, but his words clearly showed dissatisfaction. Emperors like him didn't like being shown such contempt in public. They weren't used to being treated in this manner. I'm always like this, which is why people refer to me as fiercest in the past. Feel free to come bite me if you disagree. Li Qie smiled. The provocation kept on escalating to the level of a verbal slap. The spectators became fixated in the developments, waiting to see how the trio would deal with this arrogant madman. Chapter 2869. The students watched with bated breath, thinking that no emperor would take this sitting down. Emperors were used to dominating and intimidating everyone else. To be provoked in this manner by a student from Repentance Institution? Most emperors would kill the guy with one slap. Student Li, we're neither here today for face or to compete on who has the sharpest tongue, Gold Python True Emperor slowly said. His start impressed some of the students. One of them stated, that's an emperor for you, so benevolent and forgiven. His temperament far exceeded his foe. Many nodded in agreement. Another sneered, that Li guy just looks shallow and vulgar in comparison. We're here today for the Peacebringer magpies. Gold Python went on, his eyes fixated on the nest. To be specific, the 4 eggs inside. The nest has 4 eggs, so there's no reason for you to monopolize them all. I'm satisfied with 1, so Student Li, I hope you can do us this favor. Gold Python said. Yes. Stonecarver nodded as well. They were here for the eggs, not to fight over face. The 3 of us will take 1 each, you can take the last egg along with the 2 magpies. We won't make it difficult for you. He added. Hard to argue with this. The students nearby agreed, finding this suggestion logical and reasonable. That's why we can't compare to the emperors. Their personality and characters are great. One person sighed and praised. One each? Such wishful thinking. I'm taking all of them. Li Qiye looked at them and smiled. Humph, he is just too overbearing. One student scowled after hearing this. The crowd didn't appreciate this lack of flexibility. This Li guy is given face but won't accept it, a person like him won't have a good end. Another student added. The trio didn't expect this response, especially the two emperors. Their expression gradually turned cold. They were influential not just in the academy but in all of immortal lineage. But now, Li Qiye treated them like air. How could they swallow this anger? Even Buddha had a line that couldn't be crossed, let alone them. You're too arrogant, brat. The centaur god bellowed. He lost his cool first due to the previous humiliating defeat. Others just didn't know about it. Now he had another reason to feud with Li Qiye. And? You must be mad about how I seared your butt into fried horse meat the last time we met. It's quite a rare meal. Li Qiye smiled and said. The centaur god trembled with rage, his face turned red. He needed to run for his life from that flame previously but only his men knew about it. Li Qiye revealing this in public was akin to adding salt to the wound. Little animal, do you dare to take on my arrows? He bellowed. He has never been afraid of anyone before. As an Amaranthan Eternal, he was actually stronger than these two emperors. This allowed him to do whatever he wanted, wherever. Nevertheless, this junior kept on disrespecting him. You. Li Qiye looked at him and said, you're barely a ceaseless Eternal, stop thinking that you're an Amaranthan. You. The centaur god turned even redder. He eventually said, my speed is at the Amaranthan level. He stressed the last few words for emphasis. Oh, so only in terms of speed and you simply lied. Do all the members of Divine Beast Legion like to boast like you? Li Qiye smiled. The centaur god had no response, stuck in a tough position. His power wasn't actually at the Amaranthan level. People praised him for having this level of speed. Eventually, the rumor became exaggerated and some started spreading that he was indeed an Amaranthan Eternal. He didn't bother correcting this false rumor so everyone eventually took it as facts. Li Qiye once again embarrassed him with another revelation. He enjoyed being called an Amaranthan Eternal all this time but this ended up coming back to bite him. Brat, do you dare to take me on? The centaur god's bow became bright with a ferocious aura, clearly a capable weapon. All eyes were on Li Qiye. It looked like this centaur god wasn't a real Amaranthan but his archery abilities should live up to its fame. Why not? I will just stand here, no weapon, and you won't be able to hit me once. Li Qiye didn't care at all. Is he crazy? The spectators became slack-jawed. Zhou Qiushi's group was startled too. The centaur god's archery has been proven multiple times, unlike his cultivation level. His speed and techniques were impeccable so Li Qiye might be too rash with this challenge. Humph, I don't think he has ever seen the centaur god's archery in action before. One student sneered. An older student added, he should be able to stop the arrows with his sword but just standing there. That's suicidal. It's his own fault for wanting to die. The first guy replied. I see, I've been around for so long and this is the first time someone dares to let me fire freely. Let's see just how amazing you are. If I can't shoot you down, I will leave and never oppose you again. The centaur god angrily smiled. Who knows if you will be able to leave? Li Qiye said. Very well, I will fire 3 shots. Survive if you can. The centaur god shouted. After 3 shots, I will return 1 to you. Survive if you can. Li Qiye casually said. Fine. The centaur god relied on his archery since his debut. He considered himself to be a peerless archer, hence his title, centaur god of archery. Others could look down on his cultivation but not his archery. The two emperors were fixated on this match. They wanted to see the extent of Li Qia's abilities and if it was enough to back up his arrogance. In their opinion, if the guy only relied on his sword to be arrogant, then he wasn't a real threat. This match was a good chance for them to carefully observe his true power. "Are you ready, brat? I'm about to fire," the centaur god shouted. Despite their feud, he was still an important character who does everything openly instead of relying on a sneak attack. Chapter 2870, Li Qia smiled and didn't bother preparing. He stood there without a care in the world. "Go for it, let's see how godly your archery is." "Good." The centaur god roared thunderously, his vitality instantly erupted. One could hear the draconic roars as the muscles on his arms bulged up into visible lines, looking just like dragons. As he pulled back the string, his body itself seemingly served as the bow and became tense to the limit, ready to exert the strongest force at any moment. Buzz! The string was finally pulled to the limit, creating a beautiful crescent arc. Everyone felt as if he was pulling the great veins of the world. The worldly power began to gather on the bow. An arrow materialized with the shape of a dragon tooth, sharp and white with a bony shimmering. This arrow clearly was created from some type of divine bones. Moreover, after it touched the string, one could hear crackles coming from tiny, violet lightning bolts. The arrow seemed to be brimming with the power of lightning. Everyone felt that it possessed maximum speed even before being shot, virtually impossible to dodge. Dragon-tooth arrow, he must really be furious to use it. One person quietly said. This was the centaur god's sure-kill arrow, made from the tooth of a violet bolt earth dragon. Its speed was improved with the lightning's empowerment. Die! He roared and shot the arrow. The sound of it breaking the air came a long time after the release. Everyone felt their throat hurting as if they had been pierced. That's frightening. Numerous students shuddered. They only saw a purple flash, akin to a lightning bolt striking Li Qia. Only the one strong enough could see the lightning-shrouded arrow crossing through the void. Its unstoppable might encompassed speed, power, and lightning. Everyone saw an illusion of it already piercing through Li Qia's throat. He's dead for sure. One student was certain of this. Whoosh! Everyone finally heard the traveling sound of the arrow. Time seemed to be coming to a stop. They saw something unbelievable enough to make their jaw drop to the ground, Li Qia grabbing the arrow inches away from his throat. From start to finish, he didn't do anything impressive, no invincible merit law or powerful merit law. However, he still successfully stopped it. It felt as if the arrow was moving extremely slowly and Li Qia just needed to raise his hand to catch it. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts ran rampant on the arrow. However, they extinguished after he gripped the arrow. How can this be? Astonishment struck the crowd. The centaur god is a ceaseless eternal, one student couldn't believe it. No, he's an amaranthan eternal. His friend prudently reminded him. That shot earlier is undoubtedly at the amaranthan level. A powerful student added. However, Li Qia still caught it with his bare hand, hence the disbelief from the crowd. People could accept him stopping it with the sword of repentance, an ancestral weapon. In fact, they could also accept him using a great merit law or the power of the light to stop it too. At the very least, the latter was within the realm of possibility and imagination. Unfortunately, what he did was unfathomable. The ceaseless, amaranthan eternal performed an impressive shot. The two emperors present might not be able to escape unscathed. The two of them narrowed their eyes, becoming serious. Can anyone explain to me what happened just now? One spectator thought that Li Qia had performed some devilish art. Too slow. Li Qia smiled and closed his fist. Crack. The draconic arrow was broken. The centaur god grimaced at this sight. He was barely a ceaseless eternal in terms of cultivation, but his archery was impressive enough. This Tao alone allowed him to see the door of the Amaranthan level. He knew how fast and strong that shot was just now. If these two emperors didn't have an ancestral weapon in response, they would certainly be wounded by his strike. Thus, he couldn't believe that his foe stopped it with one hand. This is considered a divine arrow? Only a little bit faster than a snail. Gotta change the name to lessen the humiliation. Li Qie smiled. Try another one. The furious centaur god roared. Buzz. He pulled back his bow again but didn't add an arrow this time. The bow became resplendent and exuded a blinding light. People couldn't open their eyes and everything turned dark. The bow disappeared as well. It seemed that the centaur was wielding the mysteries of the world, not a physical weapon. Everyone became tense as if there was an invisible grip pulling back the fabrics of realities, morphing them into the shape of a bowstring. Buzz. He pulled back and summoned an ocean behind him. An ocean of arrows. Everyone saw it clearly. Countless arrows made up this ocean, dragon-tooth arrows, massive arrows with a majestic aura, some as small as a strand of hair with a golden glow. Their sudden emergence made the crowd gasp in horror. Die! The centaur roared and unleashed his ocean of arrows. Boom! 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 Explosions detonated as the ocean became wild and out of control, breaking the proverbial dam and drowning everything else. The world started trembling as a result. The number of arrows was unending. Even the strongest defensive line would eventually succumb to the barrages. The best movement techniques wouldn't be able to dodge the fate of being pierced by 1,000 arrows and turning into a porcupine. Damn! Many became horrified and quickly retreated, thinking these arrows could pierce through the core of the earth. Chapter 2871, The area became surrounded by the ocean of arrows, resulting in a wondrous spectacle. Just one arrow alone was frightening enough, let alone so many of them. There was no place to run, no technique to block. The toughest shield and thickest wall would eventually falter to the constant barrages. Gold Python and Stone Carver True Emperor were intimidated just like the rest of the spectators. As emperors, they somewhat disapproved of the centaur god for accepting the false rumors of him being at the Amaranthan level. This vanity wasn't commendable in their eyes. However, after seeing this all-piercing ocean, the two of them became emotional. The centaur god's power hasn't reached the Amaranthan level, but his peerless archery has made it there. Rumble. Not even a fly or mosquito in the vicinity could survive the incoming barrages. The ground fell victim, rocks and soil scattered and smashed. The students knew that if they were the targets, they would be turned to a bloody mist instantly. Eventually, the explosion stopped. The targeted area turned into a forest of thorns made up of arrows. Everyone shuddered after seeing the aftermath. He gotta be dead, right? One person murmured while looking at the numerous pits. There's probably nothing left of him, another began to search for Li Qie. However, it wasn't that easy to spot someone inside that mess. Is he okay? Zhou Qiushi and the others were slightly startled. That move earlier was quite devastating. Most powerful true gods would die to it. Look, over there. Someone with a good pair of eyes finally spotted Li Qie and shouted. Everyone turned and saw Li Qie standing still as if he didn't move an inch from this spot. Moreover, he was completely unharmed. An ocean of arrow but not a single one managed to prick his skin. He looked nonchalant and calm, akin to a master walking inside a tornado, but it couldn't even move his robe. How can this be? Shouts of astonishment resounded. No way. The centaur god became dazed and staggered backward. He was completely confident in that shot earlier, even against emperors stronger than Gold Python and Stone Carver. But now, his foe stood there and took the entire thing without trying to dodge, an act that could only be described as magic or devilish art. The two emperors present exchanged glances, becoming increasingly alarmed. They didn't see what Li Qie did to survive the barrages, not his movement techniques or actual method. To be as composed as him under that barrage was definitely something they couldn't do. Now that move was more interesting. Li Qie smilingly said, "Unfortunately, it still lacks mastery. You did look like an archery god though." The centaur god's expression soured after hearing the sarcastic remark. His proud archery was considered worthless by Li Qie. Nevertheless, he focused on the situation at hand, having never experienced something similar before. He had fought against other emperors before. Even the powerful ones had a hard time dealing with the barrages. Those managing to come out untouched were extremely powerful. This guy shouldn't have been able to withstand it in this manner. One more, but let's make it interesting this time. My shot versus yours, are you confident? Li Qie chuckled. The centaur god froze and instinctively took one step backward. A while ago, he would certainly take the bet against any emperor or even everlastings. He had immersed himself in archery his whole life, believing that his Tao was matchless. Now, doubts overwhelmed him. He felt that Li Qie was completely devilish. Intuition told him that he would lose for sure. An archery contest? The students exchanged glances, thinking that it was a little ridiculous for Li Qie to go against a known archery expert. Why not? Let's do it. The centaur god made up his mind and took one step forward, arching his chest. This posturing was the opposite of his current state of mind. He lacked confidence about the result, but alas, there was no other choice. Fleeing wasn't an option. To give up now? He would end up losing to Li Qie and to himself, never able to overcome this shadow and keep his head high. All of his ambition and will would disappear. Good, very courageous, let's begin. Li Qie smiled. The centaur god snorted and assumed the archery pose with the bow in his hand. The two emperors watched with bated breath, ready to analyze Li Qie's actual strength. This was the centaur god's last shot, so the guy should go all out. Perhaps they would be able to see Li Qie's abilities from this exchange. Buzz. Radiance emerged around the centaur god in the forms of arrows. They turned into iron walls, a defensive archery Tao. Archery is all or nothing, offense is the best defense. Li Qie saw this and critiqued, "You're already putting up a defensive barrier before the contest, clearly lacking strength, momentum, and confidence. This isn't the Tao of archery." The centaur god was shocked to hear this. He understood the essences and mysteries of this Tao, so Li Qie's words were spot on. He had been shot in the heart just now. He shuddered and staggered backward again. "My bow is ready," arrow knocked. Li Qie smiled, putting his right leg forward and assuming the posture of an archer. He wasn't holding a bow or an arrow at all, only looking like an archer ready to fire. The crowd was confused, but the centaur god trembled in fear and staggered once more. "Impossible!" he roared in disbelief. The two emperors could understand this. Their expression darkened, but they maintained their focus on watching Li Qie. "Archery in one's heart," the two of them said. "Archery in all things." The shocked centaur god finished the line. This was a state he has been pursuing his entire life. He could see through its mysteries, the highest state of archery, archery in all things. Despite being an archery god, he still had a way to go before reaching this level. Chapter 2872, The centaur god felt his hands trembling after seeing this state of archery from Li Qie, something completely unexpected for him. It dealt quite a mental blow because he had immersed himself in the Tao of archery since forever. He considered himself to be the current number one in this generation. Alas, a junior had surpassed him today, not an easy revelation to swallow. "Do you understand? This will be your last shot." Li Qie woke him up from his daze. The centaur god's heart skipped a beat, clearly understanding the implications. Buzz. He took a deep breath and dispelled the defensive barrier around him. Li Qie was right, offense is the best defense. When an archer worried about putting up a barrier before the actual exchange, he was already at a disadvantage. The right train of thought was to kill the enemy with a single shot, not giving them a chance to retaliate. This was perhaps his last shot, not just because it was the third one in this bet. It must be exceptional and brilliant. He couldn't afford to be conservative or he would let down his lifelong efforts. Rumble. The world trembled at an increasing pace. The centaur god changed his style. As he pinched his thumb and index finger together in the proper motion, the world, the Tao, his vitality, and everything else turned into an arrow. Great power in the form of an arrow existed between his fingers. This was the culmination of everything he got, even his lifespan. Buzz. As he pulled the string back, the arrow manifested into physical form. It started as nothingness, only a culmination of various affinities. Now, it was as real as any other arrow. It was made of shimmering, beautiful blood, looking just like a carved ruby. Its sharpness instilled fear into the spectators. Bow at the ready, same with his arrow. He fixated on Li Qie and assumed a state of oneness with his bow. Everyone saw that he was the bow and the bow was him. The only thing on his mind was archery and the only thing the spectators could see was his arrow. The actual person had disappeared. Even the strongest members of the crowd felt like they were prey targeted by this arrow. This made them shudder. Worst of all, dodging seemed futile regardless of the methods. Go. Li Qie smiled despite being the target. Whoosh. The centaur god shot right when Li Qie spoke, trying to take advantage of his distraction in order to seek an opening. The fatal arrow left first and the whoosh came far later. The bloody arrow leaped through space and time along with everything else. Distance didn't matter, seemingly not existing. A terrible scene emerged before the spectators. The various affinities making up the fabrics of reality instantly withered. Their forces were sucked out by the arrow, leaving behind an empty husk. A frightening scar of a trail was also left in its path. The arrow also sucked away the vitality from the spectators nearby. Even their grand Tao, true fate, and soul seemed to be affected. This was a non-discriminating all-devouring arrow. How frightening. All the students here thought that they would die for sure, unable to escape from this fatal shot. A while ago, a few students looked down on the centaur god because of his inaccurate claim regarding his cultivation. Now, yes, he should consider himself an amaranthan. This shot alone earned him this title. No way he will survive this time, right? Everyone shared this belief. At this crucial juncture, Li Qie retaliated by shooting an arrow despite not holding anything in his hands. His arrow was formless and silent. People couldn't sense its power at all. Nevertheless, they felt something strange inside their heart. An arrow was coming out from within and shooting towards the centaur god. He suddenly became everyone's target. This was simply inexplicable because they had no feud with him yet the arrow within commanded them to kill him. This murderous thought shocked everyone here. Kill him. The realization of the absurdity behind the whole thing didn't lessen their murderous intent, only increasing it. It eventually erupted and arrows shot out towards him. Their murderous intent culminated into a single physical arrow emerging in the sky. It pierced straight through the centaur god's forehead. Time paused ever so slightly. The centaur god stood there, still with the shooting posture. A while later, he fell backward and slammed into the ground. His eyes were wide open as blood slowly dripped down his forehead. Very deserving, he uttered these last words before dying. He closed his eyes, ready to enter the yellow river. The spectators staring at his corpse couldn't believe it. They felt as if they were the ones who killed him due to the internal arrows earlier. What the hell? One student cried out. The sensation was too real, unlike an illusion. It was as if they had personally raised the bow and shot the arrow at the centaur god. Eyes of confusion were fixated on Wuxia now. Gold Python and Stone Carver True Emperor became afraid as well. They realized that Wuxia's shot earlier was the apex of archery. The centaur god spent his whole life and couldn't reach it, but Wuxia did. "Don't look at me, you're the ones who killed him." Wuxia shrugged. "You had thoughts of an arrow in your heart and mind, that's why the shot was fatal. He would have survived otherwise." Everyone looked at each other, unable to respond. They truly felt that they were the culprits pushing the centaur god towards his death. This sensation was irrefutable. Chapter 2873, Wuxia and his group left behind the astonished and silent crowd. No one dared to say a single word. The two emperors chose inaction instead of stopping him. They knew that with their personal cultivation, they wouldn't have been able to stop the centaur god's final shot. Thus, Wuxia was clearly superior. They realized that they have underestimated Wuxia. A while ago, they assumed that the Sword of Repentance was the guy's strongest move. This was no longer the case. Wuxia himself was immensely strong. This brought up the question, since when did Repentance Institution have such a powerful student? Is he really from Repentance? A few students questioned after Wuxia left. This academy hasn't produced anyone worthwhile after millions of years. A selected few eventually had great accomplishments, but this was only after they left the academy for a long time. Wuxia was still a student right now. Such a talent was unprecedented in that place. "There's something off about him, too devilish, this brat," an older student said with certainty. Treasure Source True God pondered in silence. The centaur god of archery was countless times stronger than him. Seeking revenge seemed suicidal now. After a long while, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists, still maintaining his original stance. He must try to avenge Deng Rensen regardless of the price. He owed this teacher a great debt. Without this person's help, he wouldn't have become who he was today. In fact, he would only be a regular student in Northern Academy, a life of mediocrity and never becoming an eternal. Without Deng Rensen and the great fortune, perhaps the Ascender realm was his highest limit. Therefore, Rensen was like another parent to him, hence his determination. At this moment, most of the students have left, leaving behind the two emperors who were about to leave as well. Dao brothers. Treasure Source True God caught up to them and cupped his fist. "Brother Treasure Source." The two emperors stopped and greeted him. An eternal like Treasure Source wasn't as strong as the centaur god. Nonetheless, he was strong enough to speak to the emperors. Of course, his status and future potential remained inferior. "Brothers, I have been a fan of you two for a long time but never got the chance to greet you," the true God humbly said. "Your treasure source is also a source of envy. I have heard of your miracle before." Stonecarver smiled and replied. "It's nothing, I only got lucky and swallowed this treasure source. It is the high heaven's blessing that I'm still alive." The true God hurriedly responded. So it turned out that the true God accidentally swallowed a treasure source. This nearly killed him. As the saying goes, great fortune comes after a narrow escape from death. Sure enough, his cultivation soared like the wind, allowing him to stand out among the excellent students of Northern Academy. He eventually became an eternal at a young age. "Dao brothers, you're really dropping this issue?" The true God didn't beat around the bushes. "Brother, do you have a better idea?" Gold Python wasn't an idiot and smiled. "Dao brothers, the truth is that I have great enmity towards Wuxia since he killed Teacher Deng of our academy. I owe Teacher Deng a great debt, so I must avenge him no matter what." The true God took a deep breath and solemnly said. "It's commendable that you still try to repay the debt despite knowing the difficulties." The two emperors became surprised before nodding with respect. They could see that this Eternal was no match for Li Chia. He himself knew it but still decided to oppose the guy. This grateful mindset deserved respect. Dao brothers, you can see that I alone am not Li Chia's match. The true God straightforwardly said. The three of us still aren't enough. The emperors understood his intent. We're not the only ones here in the ancient courtyard. Three-eyed prodigy and gold Taifa true emperor are around too. The true God said. We have no real feud with Li Chia. Stonecarver shook his head. Do you not want the magpie eggs? The true God asked. It would be nice to have them, but no point in forcing the issue. Gold Python smiled. They knew that going up against Li Chia was unwise given their current power. What if I can get Three-Eyed Prodigy and Gold Taifa True Emperor to join us? Also, you two know that I have a treasure source. Its effect is heightened especially here, extremely powerful. The true God said. The two emperors exchanged glances. They would be lying to say that they didn't want the eggs. Plus, there was something else they didn't bring up, Li Chia killing their disciples in public. These were only members of their sects, not their actual disciples. However, they still taught these young ones and had a teacher-student relationship. This wasn't something easily forgiven. The ones that could actually smile and let this go were frightening. They were emotionless or had the heart of a saint. The two emperors didn't fit into these two categories. The thing refraining them was their inability to see through Li Chia. Given the opportunity, they would certainly seek to avenge their fallen disciples. The truth is that my only goal is vengeance, I don't care for anything else. The true God sincerely said. You have a good plan? Stonecarver inquired. Li Chia was extremely strong but they were still curious. Remember, the prodigy and Gold Taifa True Emperor were no slouches either. The prodigy was already a half-step everlasting. Gold Taifa, on the other hand, was the disciple of Orchid Sage. Few in all of immortal lineage would dare to provoke him. Plus, he was strong too with 8 palaces. We can work together with them and prepare a fatal trap. The true God said. It won't be easy. Stonecarver shook his head. He didn't deny the two men's abilities. However, why would they join this mess? Don't worry, Three-Eyed Prodigy is our academy's senior and will seek justice. As for Gold Taifa True Emperor, he has unfinished business with Li Chia too. His disciple, Tiger King, was killed by the guy. I'm confident that I can persuade them. The true God revealed. The two emperors became slightly tempted. Killing Li Chia was akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone, getting the eggs on top of avenging their disciples. More importantly, they had the number advantage too if they could form an alliance with the prodigy and Gold Taifa. Li Chia shouldn't be able to escape. Are you certain that you can invite those two? Stonecarver looked at the true God. Dao brothers, leave it to me. It will be either success or death. The true God arched his chest forward. Might as well try. The two emperors eventually agreed. Chapter 2874, Crystal Crab, find a safe spot for them. Li Chia took a look at the 2 magpies and their nest before commanding. These unique auspicious birds of virtue were very picky. They wouldn't stay in regular areas. Now, others have found their old location. The group needed to find a new spot in order to avoid the same confrontation. I know a place. Let's go right now, they'll be fine there. The Black Bull accepted the task. It led the way of this rather long trip. They eventually ended inside a valley. One could feel a massive yet invisible light power in this place. The same case could be made for the rest of the ancient courtyard, but the light power here was a little different. It seemed pure, each strand has been refined multiple times. It felt wet and cool, very refreshing especially during a hot summer. The group felt comfortable and couldn't help taking a deep breath. A good place indeed, home of the water tribe. Li Qie judged the area. The valley was surrounded by high mountains on all sides, looking like a fortress from far away. The only easily accessible area was the mouth of the valley. Inside were 4 seasons of spring with trees and flowers everywhere, certain befitting of the word, paradise. Such a nice place. One student said. The bull brought them to a pool with clear water and not a single ripple, akin to a well with unmoving water for years. Next to it was a steep cliff. The group finally realized where the refreshing feeling was coming from after standing here. Old crab, come out here, hurry, I got a job for you. The bull stomped and shouted. Splash! The water in the pond started surging with increasing intensity. It eventually turned into a pillar of water gushing like the source of a spring. They looked up and saw a crab being raised on top of the water pillar. It was as large as a tabletop, quite a rare sight anywhere else but not in the ancient courtyard. After all, there were plenty of behemoths found here. The most impressive thing wasn't its size but rather its transparent body. One could clearly see its internal organs and other parts as if it was carved from a block of crystal. Despite its shimmering and beautiful appearance, it didn't give off a weak and feeble appearance like glass. On the contrary, its toughness was palpable. Moreover, it looked amiable as well. People had an illusion that it was a kind old man meditating on top of this water pillar instead of a crab. He was just missing the 2 long whiskers. Ah, boss, which auspicious wind brought you here? Is the sun rising from the west? To have you visiting my humble abode is like a dragon entering the house of a shrimp. I am elated to be in your presence. The crystal crab knew how to speak. Its voice was friendly too, true to the illusion prior. No time for nonsense today, I've grown bored of listening to your literary crap already. The bull interrupted the crab, not showing an ounce of patience. I'm naturally here for a reason. There is an important task for you. It added. May I ask what you require of me, boss? Just say the words and I will jump into a volcano for you without any hesitation, the crab calmly responded, not minding the lack of civility shown by the bull. It's not that serious. The bull waved its hand again, I just need to leave 2 little birds at your place. Meanwhile, the young ones found the crystal crab to be very interesting. Which birds are worthy of you personally coming here, boss? The crab found it strange. Don't you see the 2 birds on Sir's shoulders over here? The bull pointed with its chin. The crab followed the direction and saw the 2 peacebringer magpies perching on Li Qie's shoulders. It naturally shuddered in response. It got down from the water pillar and moved closer, looking as if it was prostrating after every step. No wonder why the birds chirped early this morning. Welcome, sir. The crystal crab acted even more respectful towards Li Qie than the bull. Old man, you're quite perceptive, to be able to see Sir's amazingness. The bull said. I'm sure that Sir is incredible to be loved by the magpies to this level. The crab said. It didn't know Li Qie but to have 2 magpies with him. This person must be unfathomable, a type never seen before in the past and will never appear again in the future. That's no big deal, I don't want to say more though or I'll scare you to death. The bull laughed for a bit before adding, oh fine, he also got a garland from them. A garland from the magpie? The crab shuddered and nearly dropped to the ground. It became even more respectful. Back in my early days, I heard that even Saint didn't get a garland. Saint here was short for desolate saint. Now do you understand who you are facing? The bull guffawed once more. Forgive me, sir, for being so blind. The crab respectfully said, to have you in this world means peace for everyone, it is their blessing. I'm also blessed to be in your presence right now. I do like being called sir. Li Qie chuckled and looked at the crab, a river crystal crab reaching this level of cultivation. Not bad. Not bad didn't seem like much of a praise. However, It was the ultimate glory when it came from Wuxia. Thank you, sir. The crab said, I was lucky enough to find a golden pearl at the bottom of the river. Though I still can't transform, I gained longevity and other techniques. This crab was being quite humble right now. It was actually extremely powerful and reigned this area in the ancient courtyard despite the presence of many behemoths. This old crab used to be very haughty back then and called itself Visceralus Young Noble, bullying everyone nearby. I got annoyed and gave it a good beating. The bull laughed and revealed the crab's history. Don't bring up the past, boss. It was out of youthful ignorance. The crab became awkward. You will be responsible for protecting their nest here. Wuxia glanced at the crab and smiled. Sir, to protect the nest of the Peacebringer magpies is an honor. The crab solemnly swore, I will protect them for as long as I'm alive and will not let anyone set foot in this place. With that, Wuxia set up the nest of the birds on the cliff nearby. The birds seemed satisfied with this new home. You all stay here for now. Wuxia told the students, I'll come to pick you up when I'm done with my business. The young ones didn't know what Wuxia wanted to do but they agreed. Crab, take care of these kids for me too. You're responsible for them now. The bull added. Boss, they will not be harmed when they are in my valley. No one will get past me. The crab guaranteed. The crab sent Wuxia and the bull off till the entrance of the valley before stopping. Chapter 2875, Three-Eyed Prodigy, let's go kill that evil thing for you. I'm waiting to see why Desolate Saint left something like this behind. Wuxia told the bull after they left the valley. Perfect, I'll lead the way. The bull excitedly said. Looks like Desolate Saint didn't like you back then. Wuxia said. Humph, he stole my sacred mountain and racked his brains to leave so many schemes and seals. Otherwise, I would have killed that evil thing long ago and take it back. The bull forced a smile. Sacred mountain is probably not yours. Wuxia replied. It's not his either. The bull responded, why should he alone monopolize such a great mountain and bring it here? It belongs to us too. Because his fist is larger, that's all. Wuxia said. This logic shut the bull up only for a split moment. It remained indignant, isn't he a saint? Always bragging about saving people and spewing crap about virtues. His virtue didn't win me over, Pa, he's just a hypocrite. If it was me, I would just take you down with one punch. I'm stronger, what are you going to do about it? Wuxia said. The bull gave up this time, lowering its head while murmuring, Sir, you don't self-proclaim to be virtuous, unlike that faker who said one thing and did another. Perhaps. Wuxia smiled and gently shook his head, however, the world is the one praising him, not himself. Desolate Saint doesn't care about their views and opinions of him at all. He paused for a bit while gazing towards the horizon. What he's trying to save is not the world, just himself. He's proving to himself the conviction in his Tao heart, that's all. He didn't need to prove anything to himself. Only time and perseverance can. The bull eventually said. You're right. Wuxia replied, though you're just a charcoal bull, you have understood this point. Yes, persevering is the best and only way. It's not about protecting anyone else, only oneself. It's not about proving anything either. A determined Tao heart is just that, there's no point trying to prove it. Remember, I'm a handsome bull. The bull remained unhappy with this terrible nickname. Let's forget about the past and see what Desolate Saint was like when he was immersed in the light. Wuxia looked towards the distance and smiled. The bull pondered and nodded. It was a very heaven-defying creature that has been stuck here for a long time. It usually slumbered but still had a pretty good grasp of what was going on. Unfortunately, trouble came and interrupted them from killing the evil entity. Boom! The entire sky trembled once, seemingly crushed. A foot crushed the myriad laws and suppressed the grand Tao. One person appeared above Li Qia and the bull. It felt as if a divine mountain was blocking their path. No one could get through him. He looked to be in high spirits. His temperament was peerless and dominating. Everyone else seemed weak in comparison. The third eye on his forehead was still close, yet golden strings of light still escaped. They could see through and penetrate all else, to the horror of his foes. Three-eyed prodigy was his title. Why is this brat here? The bull found this strange. A half-step everlasting was mighty, just not to the bull. You're Li Qia. The youth aggressively shouted. Do you know anyone else with that name around? If not, then you got the right guy. Li Qia looked around and joked. Good, I've been looking for you so that I can teach you a lesson. The youth uttered coldly with an air of superiority. His haughtiness was understandable, being so strong at a young age. His talents and potential were virtually unmatched in this generation. The most brilliant in this generation was no one other than Luminous Master. However, Luminous Master was probably not much stronger than him at the same age. It was impossible for this youth to not be arrogant after accomplishing so much. Teach me a lesson, huh? We have a feud between us. Li Qia smiled. I don't need a reason to teach you a lesson. The youth claimed. You doing this on someone else's behalf? Li Qia said, then you're being used as cannon fodder. How interesting, a half-step everlasting being taken advantage of. Utter rubbish. The prodigy shouted first, but he found this improper. He calmed down and snorted, you have no idea what you're saying. I am peerless in this generation, no one dares to make me their pawn. The youth lacked the maturity and steadiness of a half-step due to his age, answering like a naive child. Then why are you here to look for me? I'm sure you have only heard of my name recently. Li Qia chuckled. Humph. I heard you were disrespectful towards Spirit Heart True Emperor. I am here to teach you a lesson on her behalf. The youth scowled. Spirit Heart. Li Qia looked closely at the youth. What are you looking at? Speak. Is it true? The youth didn't like the invasive stare. Young one, early love is not good. In my opinion, it looks like you have an older sister fetish. I guess little boys like mature women, especially the gentle ones. This seems, what the hell are you talking about? The youth's divinity exploded. Even some of the behemoths nearby ran from fear. I will cut your tongue if you spout nonsense again. His relatively childish face changed into annoyance. I'm just saying. Li Qia shrugged, why are you rushing to deny it so fast? Very suspicious. He smirked after finishing. Shut up. The prodigy's expression became stern. A true emperor stands at the apex of the Tao and is respected by all. You are being disrespectful towards one, this is something scorned by everyone else in the world. I will have to teach you how to respect others then. That's the real reason you're here. Li Qia acted surprised. Yes, I will do it in your senior's stead. The prodigy coldly uttered. Okay, then next time when I see Spirit Heart True Emperor, I will apologize to her. Li Qia waved his hands and acquiesced. The prodigy didn't expect this response from Li Qia. He heard that this guy was very fierce. He flirted with the emperor and looked down on everyone else. Now, the guy recognized his mistakes and chose to listen, catching the prodigy completely off guard. Chapter 2876, GoldenEye. The prodigy didn't know what to do because of Li Qia's sudden shift in attitude. He was prepared to fight, determined to teach this guy a lesson. Now, all of his prior plans were ruined because of Li Qia's obedience and readiness to apologize to Spirit Heart True Emperor. You need to show full sincerity while apologizing to the emperor. How will you do that? The prodigy took a deep breath and said. What do I have to do to show sincerity? Li Qiye said with a smile, becoming her ox or horse. Is that enough? Of course, I guess being around a beauty all the time is fine too, I'm more than willing to do so. Who says that you get to stay around her? The prodigy snorted. You did? What's more sincere than acting as someone's ox or horse? Yes, it's not a bad idea, I need to try my best to hang around this great beauty. Why don't you introduce me so I can serve her? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Maybe I can eventually win her heart too. Li Qiye shrugged in response. In your dream, you frog wanting to eat swan meat. The prodigy turned red, fuming with anger. Indeed, you got a problem with that? Li Qiye chuckled. You've been mocking me? The prodigy's eyes pulsed with a ferocious light, not dumb enough to not realize the sarcasm. Why are you getting so serious? Li Qiye didn't care about his rage. He chuckled and continued, you two have no relationship, so even if I get together with her, it's not like I'm stealing your woman. If I remember correctly, she's betrothed to Metalkin War God, you should be excited if I can break them off. Humph, nonsense. The prodigy scowled before falling into silence. Everyone knew about the engagement between Spirit Heart True Emperor and Metalkin War God. Rumor has it that the latter was already a 12-palace true emperor. He came from Metalkin Divine Court and was a top noble of this race. This background was prestigious beyond imagination. His power also exceeded many geniuses. He was a student in Southern Lightless but rarely showed himself there. The Celestes had a good relationship with the Metalkins. The two were childhood sweethearts too. This marriage was proper due to the two tribes having equal social status. I'll be leaving if there's nothing else. Li Qiye smiled and interrupted the silence. Not so fast. The prodigy snorted and instantly blocked Li Qiye's path with a loud suppression. What now? Still unhappy about something? Li Qiye asked. You need to apologize to Spirit Heart True Emperor right now or I'll break your legs and drag you there. The prodigy coldly said. Looks like someone has been whispering in your ears, trying to stir up trouble. Li Qiye smiled, do you really want to curry favor with her? I can teach you how to flirt correctly. Shut up. I will rip out your tongue if you keep talking. The prodigy shouted, embarrassed. How boring. Li Qiye lazily stretched and lost interest. Little brat, you're too innocent to start flirting. What's the point of forcing me to apologize to her when you don't even have the courage to admit your feelings? If I were to get close to her, I will be the one taking her and you will never get the chance, brat. Ignorant fool. The prodigy shouted, do you think the likes of you are worthy? You deserve death for your insolence. Really? Li Qiye stretched his waist again and waved at the prodigy, okay, no more messing around, let me show you a few moves to take your arrogance down a notch. The prodigy's eyes became fierce. After a buzz, arcs of light rotated within his eyes, looking quite magical. Good, I want to see what you're going to do to teach me. The prodigy laughed from being too angry. He lived up to his fame as being one of the greatest contemporary geniuses. A half-step everlasting was no joke. In fact, he just needed one glance to understand the mysteries and essences behind profound merit laws. On the road towards the Tao, he was the one to educate, others weren't qualified to teach him. I will, don't worry about that. If I don't hold back, just one is enough, but since you're so young, I will show you three. Li Qiye smiled. Just one is enough to beat me? The prodigy laughed again as if this was the funniest thing he had heard since his Tao debut. He didn't believe anyone in this world could take him down so quickly. In fact, he believed he could last around 10 moves against Luminous Master or even longer. Nothing's impossible. Li Qiye looked at him and said, don't cry in a little bit, okay? Good, everyone says that you're devilish to the extreme but I don't buy it, let's see how you're going to beat me with one move. The prodigy shouted and became apoplectic. The whole issue with Spirit Heart True Emperor no longer mattered. It was about showing this guy the immensity of heaven and earth. Come, do your best. Li Qie casually stood there as if the person in front of him was only a random passerby instead of a half-step everlasting. Quite haughty you are. The prodigy sneered. He has never been treated in this manner before. Even the top masters such as brilliant emperors treated him seriously during their spars. Li Qie's nonchalant demeanor infuriated him, causing him to turn red and tremble with rage. Nevertheless, he was smart enough to take a deep breath and calm down, not wanting to make a reckless move. I hope you can back your words up. He snorted and gathered energy. Buzz. His third eye, still closed, lit up with golden strings of light oozing out. These strings were enough to tear everything in the world, resulting in a state of primordial chaos. Bah! He finally opened it, resulting in something akin to the world itself opening its eye. This looked like the legendary Eye of Heaven and Earth. The eye seemed to be cast from pure gold of the highest grade, both the eyeball and pupil, then engraved on his forehead. People could suddenly see an all-seeing eye looming in the sky, capable of clearly taking in everything with a single glance, whether it be something as large as a mountain or as tiny as a mosquito. Even a tiny thread of fungus wouldn't be able to escape from its sight. Devilish methods and heaven-defying techniques couldn't fool it either. Only powerful cultivators of this tribe could refine their third eye and increasingly add a yellow hue to it, eventually culminating in this so-called golden eye. Chapter 2877, I'll be going first. This golden eye could see through all illusions and techniques with extreme speed since it was a supreme type of gaze. The prodigy's golden eye has reached grand completion. He just needed to open it and see through everything. Activate. He roared and channeled his merit law. The light of the golden eye intensified with more strands rushing out. With a nearly imperceptible buzz, the entire world has been locked on by this eye. Time seemed to come to a stop along with the gentle breezes. The momentum and Tao of all became exposed with obvious openings and weaknesses. The prodigy started gazing at Li Qie with his golden eye. Meanwhile, his opponent chuckled and stood there, letting him do as he pleases. The illumination of the eye added a golden layer on him, looking just like a golden robe. The light seemingly penetrated him, wanting to filter out relevant information and analyze them. There was no place for him to hide. Everything about him was about to be exposed. The prodigy's expression darkened as he took 3 loud steps backward and recalled his gaze. He turned white and stared at Li Qie in a daze. His eyes were filled with horror as if he had just seen a ghost. Remember, the gaze allowed him to see through illusions and find the truth. He saw the things he shouldn't have. Though it only lasted a split second, this was still enough to horrify him. There's something on my face. Li Qie smiled, acting as normal as always. The prodigy staggered backward even more after Li Qie opened his mouth. In his eyes, this guy was more frightening than a devil right now. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of drumming came from the distance, seemingly a summoning call. I have other important businesses, so I'll be going first. The prodigy took a deep breath and left. His volume was unreasonably loud. Who knows who he was trying to communicate with? All in all, he turned and left with haste, not because of the summoning call but because he simply wanted to get away from Li Qie. Leaving so soon already? Li Qie joked, but the youth completely ignored him and disappeared into the horizon. Haha, this brat is at least discerning. He saw something taboo and immediately ran. The bull was very amused. This golden eye is not bad, it's just missing further ignition and tempering. It can be refined into a great treasure. Li Qie chuckled. The youth would be scared out of his mind if he were to hear this. Haha, I know there are several amazing geezers in that tribe with eyes not inferior to this brat. Do you want me to take you there so you can make treasures out of them? The bull smiled deviously. After all, clawing out the eyes of old monsters and refining them should be exhilarating. You just want to cause trouble everywhere. Nah, I will spare him because I adore talents. Li Qie looked at the bull and said. Huh, that's the style of a big character for you. The bull gave chase and flattered, Sir, look at me, am I not peerless with the perfect constitution? You said you adore talents, so you should teach me what to do. How could I perfect my bloodline? Didn't you claim to be a true immortal? Then this immortal bloodline already flows your veins, no need to temper it any further. Li Qie teased the bull. He, there's a little problem with my bloodline. I need to refine it more to have a chance, yep. The bull awkwardly laughed. Wait until after you defeat your inner demon. That's when you reach your Tao. Li Qie casually commented. Humph, that damned desolate saint. The bull gritted its teeth. This has nothing to do with desolate saint. So what if he's not around? Don't you see that old tree demon? Desolate saint not being around only affected him even more than previously. Li Qie said. Yeah, but he's a demon, not a person. The bull wasn't convinced. Being victorious over oneself means being triumphant over all else. Li Qie finished with this. The bull tilted its head, carefully pondering this comment. Meanwhile, 3 figures on a mountain have been observing Li Qie and the bull, Treasure Source True God, Stone Carver True Emperor, and Gold Python True Emperor. What's going on? The group became confused. They thought that a battle was about to break out between Li Qie and the prodigy. However, the prodigy had a strong start but a pathetic finish. He immediately ran after using his heavenly gaze. Was he afraid of Li Qie? Stone Carver pondered, but this didn't make sense. Even if he was afraid of Li Qie, a half-step everlasting shouldn't have run so fast before battling. I don't think so. Gold Python didn't understand either, it's logically impossible. I know his personality, arrogance and prideful, never bowing his head to anyone, not even Luminous Master. His arrogance was well documented. Everyone understood why he acted this way considering his current achievements and talents. Some believed that he could become a Fardao everlasting eventually. Remember, at that point, he would be able to fight against immortal-level progenitors and had no reason to be afraid of Luminous Master. His peerless talents made him arrogant. Nevertheless, everyone else took it in stride. Thus, his sudden departure astounded the 3. He's not afraid of anyone. His fellow student, Treasure Source True God, added, back in Northern Academy, he sparred against Holyfrost True Emperor before. I don't know the result, but his arrogance remained the same. Yes, he might be apprehensive towards Luminous Master or Orchid Sage, but they definitely can't make him run without fighting. Right. The 2 emperors agreed. This wasn't the arrogant prodigy's style, fleeing before fighting. Looks like he really had important businesses then. Gold Python thought of the drumming noises earlier. What's the next step? Stone Carver asked the True God. The 2 emperors were impressed that the True God managed to persuade the prodigy to come looking for trouble, thinking that this guy was indeed capable. Let's go find Gold Typha True Emperor. The True God answered right away. Where is he? Gold Python frowned. Gold Typha has not shown himself after opening the ancient courtyard. My treasure source can find him. The True God said. Good, let's go then. We'll make this exciting with a little fighting because this trip has been bland so far. Stone Carver smiled. Indeed. Gold Python smiled as well. They didn't only want the eggs but also wanted to use Li Qie as a sharpening stone. Chapter 2878, Void Hall. The bull led Li Qie across the sky vault to a place circled by the Celestials. An ancient palace floated there, seemingly endless in size just like a planet. It seemed simple with no plaque and words on the entrance, perhaps nameless. All existences seemed tiny in comparison while standing before its stateliness. The doors were shut tightly, looking like a divine wall. No one should be able to open it. It's here, the bull said. A big showing, quite expensive too. Li Qia's eyes narrowed while looking at the palace. Desolate Saint left powerful measures here and concealed everything, not wanting others to find out. The bull added. A bit interesting. Looks like Desolate Saint had such thoughts. Li Qia assessed. Sir, you're invited inside. The bull bowed and said in a respectful manner. Oh. You can't go in? Li Qia asked. I am not on good terms with Desolate Saint, so it is improper for me to enter, please excuse me. The bull looked awkward. Just say that you're suppressed, no need to act cool. Li Qia revealed. Ahem, a few things have been decided a long time ago, I can't change it. The bull cleared its throat. Li Qia ignored the thing and didn't force it to enter while walking closer to the bronze gate. It looked impenetrable, clearly made by Desolate Saint himself. The seal was filled with the power of a progenitor. It existed on both sides too, meaning that outsiders couldn't enter and no one could get out either. This seal was indeed impressive but not enough to trouble Li Qia. He had full control over the light laws of the academy. In fact, his personal laws exceeded the academy itself, thus he could open anything in this system, including the seal ahead. He placed his palm on the gate. Buzz. Numerous ancient runes appeared and gathered together to form a large plate. Laws and runes moved around on this plate in a chaotic manner. Outsiders would need a long time to understand it. Li Qia, on the other hand, didn't need to read them. He rotated his palm and changed the direction of the plate, causing it to turn at increasing speed. Buzz. The runes jumped out and lined up to form a complete chapter of words. They then imprinted themselves back onto the plate. Pop. The plate sank into the gate and the runes spread out, creak. The sealed gate slowly opened. Li Qia didn't bother looking at what was inside before walking straight in without a care. It seemed that he didn't mind any potential danger inside. Sir, I wait for your triumphant return. The bull shouted behind him. Bam! The gate closed after his entry. The bull continued to stare at the gate, wanting to see everything inside. Unfortunately, he was under multiple restrictions and couldn't go inside. Sigh, what is that demon thinking? Stuck in stagnation yet still torturing me like this. He stared at the gate with anticipation. Darkness greeted Li Qia in this main hall. One wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them, at least regular people. However, it was as bright as day for Li Qia. His gaze could illuminate every corner in this place. This particular hall was vast beyond imagination, seemingly capable of containing an entire world. He slowly walked forward, each step encompassed 1,000 miles. It didn't take long before he made it far enough to be stopped by a towering peak. Upon closer inspection, this was actually a squatting monster. Its sheer size made it look like a mountain from far away. Pop! The monster opened its eyes, seemingly adding 2 suns to the sky due to the high location of its head. The light coming from them clearly illuminated the area. It was quite intimidating. Even the experienced masters would feel their legs giving in. The monster's eyes could drain someone's soul away. However, Li Qia was completely unaffected by the gaze as if it was no big deal. Rumble. The monster began looking down. It could see that Li Qia wasn't afraid of it. The puny human didn't bother to look at it at all. Thus, it stopped coiling and spread out its full form, revealing its true unimaginable size, big enough to almost cover the entire hall. Ra! The thing it previously coiled around was a mountain of skulls. Because of the movement, many skulls started rolling down. Some fell down in front of Li Qia. The owners of these skulls must have been amazing. One could still see divinity sparking from the eye sockets. They were either invincible true emperors or mighty everlastings. XSH, hissing could be heard as the fiend's head started moving closer towards Wuxia. It had the body of a serpent with black scales, the head of something resembling a dragon or tiger, long tail, and 3 wings that could flap smoothly like the flow of water. It also had a comb on top of its head. From the distance, it looked just like a crown. Though it wasn't actively exerting its aura, a chilling energy emanated across the hall after it woke up. This affinity began to freeze the place. This freezing aura was still useless against Wuxia. He casually stood there and stared at the fiend. Night King Phoenix, interesting, why did Desolate Saint leave a dark creature like you here? Wuxia said. Few actually knew this name. However, those who did would become afraid because it was an extremely evil creature. Its darkness could corrode everything. So why did a saint famous for his light leave a dark creature here in this mysterious place? Whoosh! The creature's eyes narrowed after hearing Wuxia. If anyone else was around, they would feel their soul being taken away right now. Chapter 2879, Night King Phoenix. The focused gaze seemed to gather the darkness like the receding tides. It swallowed everything in the world, even the light couldn't escape. This nefarious power of darkness was enough to crush the gods and emperors. Unfortunately, Wuxia remained impervious. He still didn't care about this creature because his eyes moved past the mountain of bones towards deeper into this hall. Desolate Saint was a mighty progenitor. This creature was powerful, but he didn't need to spend so much effort just to get a mount. It clearly served as the protector of something here. What item warranted this level of effort? Plus, even if he wanted to protect something, he should have left behind a behemoth of the light affinity instead of this dark creature. This particular decision was worth pondering over. Ra! The creature coiled back to block Wuxia's eyes, aware of his intention. Its roar sent out a tsunami of shockwaves with enough corrosive force to destroy a galaxy. Alas, this was just another ineffective attack. It flicked out its whip-like tongue after blocking Wuxia's sight, quite a terrifying scene. Wuxia glanced at the creature and said, "Very well, I will kill you for blocking my path." He spoke as if this was a trivial task. Remember, the creature before him viewed everlastings as food. Ra! The creature let out a loud blast. Boom! It coiled again, causing the area to tremble. Loud metallic noises could be heard as its scales rose up, acting like armor plates. This black armor plate made it look quite divine despite its dark affinity. The creature clearly sensed Wuxia's power and didn't dare to underestimate him. "I will slay you using Desolate Saint's sword." Wuxia smiled and slowly unsheathed Repentance. Clank! 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 However, the sword started shaking violently, not wanting to leave its sheath. This resulted in loud friction noises as it resisted Wuxia. The sword clearly recognized the dark creature and didn't wish to kill it. It used to be Desolate Saint's personal sword while the creature used to be his mount. They shared the same master and used to be together, hence its rebellion. Humph. Wuxia snorted and tightened his grip. "What's the point of keeping you around? I will make molten metal out of you." His chilling threat made the world tremble. The masters, even the progenitors, would twitch with fear, realizing that he was the true supreme. The sword shuddered because of his threat and gave up on struggling. It had enough intelligence to know that he would carry it out. This divine sword was completely helpless against him. Its fate was not pretty if it were to disobey him, and being turned back into molten metal was truly horrifying for a sword of this level. Clank! It left the sheath and its brilliance illuminated the entire hall. Ra! The dark creature staggered backward after seeing this. It also recognized this powerful sword. Repentance is a good name. What should repent right now? How about the sin of darkness? Wuxia gently stroked the blade and said. Clank! The sword channeled its strongest power without being activated by Wuxia. It didn't want to incite his anger by holding back. Rumble. Strands of holy light oozed out like waterfalls and tore apart the darkness. Each was as big as a galaxy, enough to cut down the source of darkness. The spectators would feel trepidation before the murderous light, completely brutal and emotionless. The source of sins had nowhere to run. The light represented both salvation and destruction. Nothing else should exist but the light. After reaching its strongest state in the hand of Wuxia, he also became the judge of all. This incoming slash would be able to flatten his path. The dark creature continued to retreat, afraid of the overwhelming light. Ultimately, light and darkness were sworn enemies. Plus, this incoming light from the sword was insanely powerful. Ra. Unfortunately, it had nowhere left to go and let out a desperate roar. It threw caution to the wind and unleashed its own dark affinity. Boom! Darkness of the same intensity as the light earlier rushed to the sky as the creature decided to go all out. Holding back would result in certain death. Boom! Its tail pointed up straight to the sky and spread almost like a peacock. Buzz! Ancient dark runes appeared around the tail and turned into an inscrutable totem. The totem opened a world of darkness. The dark affinity oozed out like a tsunami from within, turning into an ocean that engulfed the creature. Ra. It became more powerful and its eyes glowed brightly with a dark affinity looking like the night sky. An ancient species. Wuxia looked at the totem on the creature's tail and smiled. Looks like Desolate Saint had his reasons for taking you in. Ra. The creature started by swinging its tail downward like a palm strike. It had enough force to annihilate all the puny existences beneath. Come. Wuxia laughed and leaped to the sky, then swung his sword. Clank. The blinding slash left behind a deep scar in the spatial fabrics. Chapter 2880, Gold Taifa True Emperor's Plan. Meanwhile, in an isolated valley with pine thickets issued pleasant sounds with the gentle breezes. The branches swayed back and forth in an enchanting manner. This corner of the ancient courtyard was quite tranquil and peaceful. Its location was hard to find. A man sat here, adorned in a golden robe. Gao runes continuously rotated around him. His stillness made him look like a golden statue that was one with heaven and earth. People clearly saw him sitting there, but upon a second glance, the place where he sat would be empty. His title was Gold Taifa, the person who opened the ancient courtyard. Few saw him after this process. Treasure Source True God, Stone Carver True Emperor, and Gold Python True Emperor have found him. The True God was indeed impressive, able to find the hidden emperor, unlike the others. However, the trio didn't dare to disturb Gold Taifa at the moment. They kept their distance on a faraway peak, curious about the meditating emperor. He didn't move an inch yet, seemingly in a state of zen. Listen, what is he saying? Gold Python was worthy of being a three-palace emperor. He heard something after focusing. The other two also closed their eyes and tried to listen to the Tao. They finally heard a Tao sound. However, it didn't come from the Grand Tao itself but rather, the meditating emperor. The ears and eyes couldn't discern this sound. They would only be able to see the emperor and his physical form. On the other hand, anyone strong enough to listen to the Grand Tao could hear the emperor's Tao chant. All three could see invisible phenomena now. A dark taifa was growing behind the emperor with tough roots, weather-beaten yet still managed to persevere through the years. In addition, a creeping vine coiled around the tree, seemingly one with it. Perhaps it was indeed a part of this tree. Flower buds could be seen on the branches, as fragile as dandelions. Just one breeze could blow them away. The most eye-catching thing about this tree was its golden color. The roots, tough branches, leaves, and even the flower buds were all a tantalizing gold. Unfortunately, those who knew about it would overlook its beauty due to its horror. This particular dark taifa was a king among its species, powerful beyond imagination. It could destroy a kingdom or a sect without utilizing any merit law or art easily too. The trio knew that this tree was the real body of Gold Taifa. He came from the Dark Taifa tribe, a mighty branch of the demon race. He eventually became a disciple of Orchid Sage, then reached the Imperial realm. Its branches were swaying back and forth not because of the winds. They were moving in accordance with the rhythm of the Tao. This resulted in Tao noises heard by the trio. Under this cadence, the Tao runes turned into a mantra and melted into this world. To be exact, they were fusing with this valley like snow, a silent harmonization. What is he trying to do? Stonecarver narrowed his eyes, trying to assess the entire valley. Gold Taifa should have a reason for lingering so long in this place. He's Tao preaching, but to whom? I don't know. Gold Python True Emperor saw the hints. There's a gigantic beast here, extremely powerful too. It must be hidden and in hibernation. The true God's treasure source figured it out. This heaven-defying item was quick to spot anything unusual. You're right. The two emperors meticulously sensed this land and also noticed a faint bestial aura. Despite the weak connection, it clearly contained a peerless power belonging to the light affinity. Each string seemed to be rich and boundless. Yes, a mighty ancient beast is slumbering here. The two emperors exchanged glances. He wants to recruit it. The true God said. Gold Python shook his head, this one is too powerful. Using force should be difficult if not impossible. That's why he's here to preach his Tao, hoping to persuade it. A successful recruit will be incredible, more than a tiger gaining wings. Stonecarver put on a serious expression. This trio sensed that this sleeping beast could be even stronger than Gold Taifa True Emperor. Having a stronger mount would absolutely bring his battle potential to a higher level. The three of them held their breath, excited to see the beast inside this valley. As the Emperor's Tao mantra permeated, the trio could see the valley slowly melting away. The spatial fabrics became distorted. This is the mantra of a progenitor, so profound and mighty. The true God commented after listening to the Tao sounds. Yes. The two emperors noticed as well, it might be created by Orchid Sage specifically for the sake of recruiting sacred beasts. Gold Taifa True Emperor came prepared. With this realization, the trio glanced at each other, thinking that this recruit attempt might be successful. The mantra from a progenitor was truly heaven-defying. Gold Taifa True Emperor must have asked Orchid Sage for help before coming here and received this mantra. Rumble. Loud waves followed the spread of the mantra. The valley began to change. It's coming, this sacred beast is about to show itself. One of the three said. They opened their eyes wide, wanting to see the beast. After all, an 8-palace emperor like Gold Taifa should have high standards. Spatial ripples loudly blasted nearby. Strangely enough, the awakening of this beast actually wasn't that impressive and disorderly. The mountains nearby didn't collapse, unlike their expectation. This beast wasn't slumbering underground either. Chapter 2881, Golden Light Dragon. The twisting of space resulted in a physical depression in the shape of a funnel. Everything would eventually fall inside. Pop. The shrinking process suddenly changed into a spread as if a giant monster had infiltrated this world, filling it up to the brim. A mighty force assaulted the four directions. Forest and mountains nearby instantly crumbled. It's here. The trio focused their gaze. The Pine Valley was no longer there, replaced by a massive sacred beast. It wasn't sleeping underground, just hidden in space. The trio understood right away. No wonder why that beastly presence was so faint either. It wasn't here in the first place. Stonecarver added. It's very mighty. Gold Python took a deep breath. This beast standing in front of Gold Taifa was indeed large relative to normal ones. However, its size wasn't that impressive compared to the behemoths found in the ancient courtyard. Remember, some creatures in here spanned for 1,000 miles while being extremely tall. Nevertheless, people would be astonished to see it all the same because it was a unique draconic species. A blinding gold from top to bottom, from its scales to claws. It had 2 muscular legs looking just like pillars with the body similar to that of a tiger. It had a dragon head and a long tail with something akin to a heavy hammer at the tip. It also had 2 wings made of light from the back, large enough to blot out the sky and send out endless light. The individual strands were as large as pillars, looking just like totems. People couldn't help feeling respect. A special type. The true god said. Yes, a golden light dragon, born with this affinity already. Superior compared to ordinary sacred beasts. Gold Python was surprised. Right. Stone Carver added, I've heard that the courtyard has a dragon like this one but none had seen it before. Everyone assumed it was just a rumor. Rah! The dragon's roar shook the entire area and echoed through the courtyard. Numerous sacred beasts prostrated on the ground in fear, seemingly greeting their king. Mountains crumbled and rivers surged crazily. Numerous slumbering beasts were awakening. At the sight of a broken mountain, a massive lion bowed its head towards the direction of the dragon. The water in one river splashed crazily as a 1,000-miles-long flood dragon stood up and roared, also bowing towards the golden dragon. Powerful ancient beasts were awakening. They either greeted the dragon or showed their subservience. This golden dragon was clearly a king in this courtyard despite the high level of beasts found here. Perhaps it wasn't the strongest king in this place, it still stood among the upper echelon. What's going on? The students were frightened by this sudden change. Their knees trembled from fear after seeing so many old behemoths waking up again. Their beastly auras ravaged the realm. Over there. Some looked over towards the direction of the golden dragon. The golden dragon exuded a draconic presence, looking like a dignified ruler without needing to resort to intimidation. The sacred light from its wings could enlighten other living beings, seeming quite supreme. Not to mention ordinary true gods, even a true emperor felt a great pressure while standing before this dragon. Low-level emperors might not be able to handle it. Bam! Bam! Each of its steps crushed the ground and made the courtyard quake. It wasn't afraid of Gold Taifa at all. My way is life, my way is death. Gold Taifa took out a book and began chanting in harmonization with the Tao. What is that thing? The spectators who have arrived were astounded. As the emperor was chanting his immortal book, runes filled with the power of a progenitor emerged like an ocean. Moreover, this progenitorial force felt pure and original just like a newly opened jar of wine with a fragrance yet to dissipate. This meant that the book was personally written by a progenitor and very recently as well. Most importantly, it was also being used for the first time, hence the impressive power. It felt as if a supreme progenitor was here in person. People felt the urge to prostrate in worship. Written by Orchid Sage himself. Gold Python commented. Looks like Gold Taifa alone can't tame this golden dragon, he needs help from his master. Stone Carver added. This progenitorial power is insane. The spectators found it hard to stand straight. Some dropped to their knees. That's why Orchid Sage is the only person in our time comparable to Luminous Master. The mighty trio was having a hard time too. This was only a book written by him. Now imagine the actual person in action. Clank. 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 The runes latched onto the dragon's back and turned into a saddle. Gold Taifa took a deep breath after seeing this. He closed the book and smiled while looking at the dragon and reaching for its head. The dragon closed its eyes and let him pat its head. It's tamed. Everyone was shaken to see this. A golden light dragon, next came Envy. Go. Gold Taifa jumped on its back and sat down on the saddle. Whoosh. The dragon flapped its wings and soared to the sky. Ra! It roared after reaching a certain height. Next, many ancient beasts in the courtyard roared back in response, resulting in a deafening orchestra. Chapter 2882, Blood Pond, Whoosh. The sword of light crossed through the darkness and left behind something everlasting. It severed the temporal cycle, the samsara cycle, and karma ties. Only death awaited its target. Ah! The pitiful scream of the Night King Phoenix resounded across the hall. Finally, its massive head fell into the ground. Blood gushed out of its neck like a spring, resulting in a rain of blood. Its blood had a frightening corrosive nature. Even space itself was being refined and issued quiet buzzes. Rumble. Finally, its mountainous frame dropped to the ground. The powerful dark beast couldn't handle this invincible slash. It used to dominate alongside Desolate Saint, but its fate was determined the moment Li Qie decided to take action. This slash could take down the samsara. Li Qie smiled and blew away the blood on the blade. Even the formation prepared by Desolate Saint can't save you. In fact, even if the progenitor was here in person, he still wouldn't be able to save the phoenix. Li Qie smiled and returned the sword to its sheath. Meanwhile, this weapon remained quiet, aware that it needed to obey Li Qie in order to survive. He didn't bother looking at the corpse and moved deeper into the hall. The place turned quiet after the phoenix's death. This muted eeriness became chillingly creepy. Nevertheless, Li Qie slowly walked onward with a profound gait. He eventually reached his destination and saw a pond. Nothing else was here. Wait, to the back of this pond was a cliff with an engraved painting. Li Qie's eyes turned cold once he got close enough to take a good look. The pond wasn't actually that large. It was filled with a liquid as black as ink. One would certainly mistake it for ink in the beginning. Upon closer inspection, there was a shade of red as well. This red was so dark and thick that it looked like ink. Dark blood. Li Qie carefully analyzed. The pond was filled with this type of blood. They haven't congealed despite being here for so many years. Recognizing this blood and the mysteries here required others to use their heavenly gaze. Darkness existed in this pond in the form of tiny strands of laws. Each strand contained the power of an entire world. This was the reason why the blood remained in this liquid form, the same with its evil power. Li Qie scowled after figuring out everything. He spread his palm and the blood suddenly split in the middle. Remember, each drop of blood was insanely powerful and as immense as a mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to move a single drop, let alone splitting the entire pond. Alas, this invincible power of darkness couldn't resist Li Qie's overwhelming force. The bottom of the pond became exposed after the blood moved to the sides. He saw a root at the bottom, one as clear as jade with light laws surrounding it. Each law looked like a supreme grand Tao. This thing has been absorbing the power of the dark blood. Strangely enough, it wasn't stained by this affinity either. On the contrary, its sacred light power increased in power. A Tao root feeding on evil blood. Li Qie uttered coldly, "Desolate Saint, how did you come up with this? To actually leave this backup plan behind? You wanted to live again after another world destruction?" His eyes turned bright as he looked at the ancient painting on the wall. It wasn't engraved by him. Desolate Saint took it from somewhere then added it to the wall. It depicted several strange existences never seen by anyone else before. However, Li Qie recognized them because he has seen them before in the final palace at Moneyfall. They were part of the 36 statues found there. "This is what you wanted to do?" Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head while looking at the painting. "Tao root, do you want to turn into a devil or a saint?" This was an evil double-edged blade. It could either turn towards the light or the darkness. Though it could absorb the power from the blood without turning to the darkness, this was actually still the same path. Its light power might seem untouchable now, but just crossing a thin thread could turn it to the darkness. Thus, no one knew what Desolate Saint wanted to do outside of leaving a backup plan for himself. The real question was, what was the point of bringing that painting here? Everlasting Forefather sought the samsara in order to live forever. Who knows about you though? After all, you have a previous conviction before. Li Qiye said something that no one else would understand. This evil Tao root is so similar to you, or maybe it is you in this generation. The light was only a brief stopping point in your life. He became slightly emotional. Desolate Saint was one of the greatest progenitors in Three Immortals. His famous illumination and his legacy, the great system named Academy of Light. These were incredible achievements. Three Immortals had plenty of progenitors before, but none of them tried as hard as he did to save the living beings. However, no one knew about his dark past. His front was full of boundless light and salvation. Once he turned around, they would see an abyss of darkness. He crawled up from this abyss and reached this world. Perhaps he had thought about doing other things but ended up picking the light. This choice had nothing to do with mercy and love for the light. Maybe he wanted to try something else after failing once, another experiment. Or perhaps he wanted to leave behind a strand of his own conscience in this world. His illumination might be a way to comfort the souls of the dead along with burying his final vestige of light. This might be the real him. What he had done in Three Immortals wasn't because he was a saint, only the afterglow of his final light. Later on, Desolate Saint would be no more. Only an existence that would herald darkness for future generations. I don't care if this is a real yearning for the light or darkness in preparation for the expedition, I won't leave this potential seed of discord behind. Li Qiye shook his head and made up his mind. A dark hand behind the curtain like him couldn't afford to be merciful. I've killed you once before so I can also destroy your remnant spark. Li Qiye smiled and crouched down. Poof! A fire engulfed his hand. This was his supreme fire Tao with immense power. Chapter 2883, Refinement. The jumping flame in his palm wasn't especially vigorous at the moment. Unfortunately, its power exceeded the imagination, capable of burning everything. This wasn't empty praise, it could truly burn everything. The mighty dark blood became horrified as a result and automatically receded like the tides before Li Qiye did anything. The Tao root at the bottom of the pond also felt danger and understood the potential of this Tao fire. It immediately released its grasp and tried to run away. Too late for that. Unfortunately, Li Qiye released his immobilizing pressure and stopped it from moving. His flame slowly flowed down his hand like water, aiming for the Tao root. The slow flow made it look like a thick liquid instead of a flame. Boom! The moment the flame made contact, the Tao root unleashed an insane power crossing through time and space. This sudden eruption could suppress the gods and devils while causing everyone else to tremble with fear. It was accompanied by boundless light, almost like the opening of a new world. This light force could destroy everything. A figure floated inside this world of light, just an embryonic form ready to be born. Nevertheless, its aura alone was magnificent, just like a supreme progenitor. If it were to be born, it would instantly possess the power of a progenitor. The light turned into a shield in order to stop the incoming Tao flame and prevent it from burning the root. Unfortunately, the flame still persevered and burned through this light barrier. An entire world of light couldn't stop Li Qiye's Tao flame and was penetrated. Ah! The figure screamed before being incinerated to nothingness. I've killed your true form, let alone this seed. Li Qiye smiled. Sizzling noises continued as the Tao flame ravaged the root. It became as thick as honey and wrapped around the root before burning it away. The power, mysteries, and laws of this Tao root were completely annihilated. The only thing eventually left behind was a piece of Tao essence around the size of a bead. Poof! The flame took this refined Tao essence for its own since it was truly nutritious. Meanwhile, the dark blood was still trying to escape. It panicked even more after seeing the fate of the Tao root. It was already too late. Li Qiye's hand came down again and the flame turned towards it. Zzz, the blood let out a strange noise before being locked by the flame. The burning process this time wasn't as gentle as before but more like a burning flame with oil added. The scorching temperature quickly burned the black liquid. The dark blood struggled but escaping was futile due to the flame's suppressive nature. Zzz, the entire liquid turned into smoke and the deed was done. Creating this dark blood and reaching an agreement, Li Qiye disapproved and said, "Not a good thing at all. The Tao root earlier refined the dark blood into light power. How come this dark blood didn't try to escape? It willingly acted as nutrients for the Tao root. On the other hand, it tried to escape after seeing Li Qiye's Tao flame. This meant that an agreement had been reached during the formation of this pond between the root and the dark blood. What a shame." Li Qiye looked around and sighed, being called a saint is easy, but to actually be one. The world is too shallow to actually recognize this. Next, he flicked his finger and destroyed the painting on that wall as well before leaving this hall. The bull has been staring at the gate the entire time, feeling nervous for the first time in a long while. Creak. The heavy gate eventually opened, revealing the darkness inside. The bull shouted and assumed a battle stance against the evil inside. "Calm your butt down." Li Qiye came out from the darkness and joked. The bull heaved a sigh of relief and dropped the pose. "Thank God, you're finally out, sir. You thought I would die inside?" Li Qiye gave him the side eye. "No, of course not, you're invincible, one and only in history. How could that little fiend stop you?" The bull laughed and flattered. "Forget it, your wish has been carried out," Li Qiye said before unleashing a palm strike. The entire palace crumbled the moment he pulled his palm back. It turned into dust and disappeared from the void. "Is this prudence necessary, sir? The bull didn't expect this, that little fiend can't escape from you. Not because of that Night King Phoenix. If one decides to do something, do it thoroughly. I erased everything in there from this world," Li Qiye said. "Fuck." The bull couldn't help cursing, so that desolate saint was really a sly hypocrite then. He left a backup plan in there, didn't he? Haha, so he's no saint, see, just a devil. Li Qiye didn't reply. Hee, sir, what did he actually leave in there? The bull was particularly curious. Chapter 2884, Are You Lonely? Fine. The bull shrugged after not getting a response from Li Qiye. It always had a sour opinion on Desolate Saint, thinking that the guy was a hypocrite and not believing in his light. Because of this, it was very curious about the backup plan hidden inside that palace. Unfortunately, Li Qiye didn't wish to divulge this information. "Okay, it's my turn." It suddenly became excited and let out a roar. It shook its body once and grew endlessly in size. This growth was unimaginably fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that its body blocked up the entire area. Any bigger and even the sky would crack from being overfilled. Just one hair alone was the size of a heavenly waterfall. It couldn't grow larger right now due to the area's spatial limits. Its eyes looked like two suns with enough light to illuminate the 9 firmaments. Its roar sounded like something existing at the start of time. This mantra had enough force to derive a great world with wonderful profundities. It was simply incredible and shocking for a roar to have this world-creating property. Rumble. Loud explosions detonated without pause. A majestic light appeared in this vast space, almost like the birth of a new galaxy. Tao laws appeared out of nowhere, enough to form a vast ocean with laws and runes. Each of them was archaic, seemingly from an old era with the same origin as three immortals. Boom! A tsunami eventually formed because a colossal mountain emerged from the center of this ocean. The mountain was unaffected by the Tao waves, seemingly indomitable. It was the lord of this ocean. As it slowly ascended, the waves calmed down and eventually dissipated. After it came out completely, one could finally see that it was made from Tao runes instead of rocks and stones. It should contain numerous profundities. Moreover, it looked capable of suppressing everything with its immense weight. The black bull roared and swallowed the entire mountain whole. Li Qiye only watched and didn't interfere with its action. Next, the bull shrank back to its original size, just another divine-looking beast. Ha ha ha, sacred mountain is mine from now on, I can finally take it away. It laughed smugly. Is that so? Li Qiye smiled and said, so what if you have this seal? Can you really take it away without permission from the old tree demon? Well, the bull hasn't thought of this before. Shit, if he dares to stop me. I'm gonna take him down. I can see that you're not a match for him unless you break your own shackles. Otherwise, you're nothing more than a big piece of charcoal. Li Qiye smiled. Damn it, it's still that bastard desolate saint's fault. I would really let him have it if he were alive. The bull became dejected and stomped the ground. Your obstination is unnecessary. Li Qiye said, the world is vast and you are free to soar. You're being too stubborn with this tiny land. The more it is on your mind, the more it will act as a heart devil. The bull quietly pondered for a bit. It eventually looked up and asked in a serious manner, then, forgive me for asking, sir, what are you stubborn about? Li Qiye stared towards the horizon and didn't answer. Sir, you're right, I am indeed stubborn about this tiny land. However, the vast world, in my opinion, is not as nice as this place in my mind. After reaching a certain power level, if we don't have an obsession or something to stay sane, who will we be then? Life becomes meaningless without a home to yearn for. The bull showed a rare moment of sincerity. You only yearn when you are away from it, unable to go back. Li Qiye smiled. Maybe, but at least it will be a mental pillar in our heart. The bull continued, I know that you're capable of anything you wish, but I'm sure you also yearn for home. If there is nothing worth remembering, you won't treasure this world at all. Everything is ephemeral, mere specks of dust. Li Qiye chuckled. That's precisely why we need an obsession. The bull went on solemnly, it's not hard for someone like you to destroy this world if you don't care for the living beings. But this isn't the right now and that's why you destroyed the thing left behind by Desolate Saint. Thus, you have an obsession in your heart too. Well said. Li Qiye nodded in response, the apex is emotionless, same with immortals, but this isn't because the latter is emotionless, it's just that nothing else in the world is worthy of their attention and mind. When standing at the apex, the other inhabitants become utterly insignificant. That's why I think I'm living very well right now. This land is a little tiny but I don't need the vast world outside of it. No need to soar in endless space, only the home where I was born. It doesn't matter where I go in the future, this place will always be my home. The bull laughed. Home is nice, very nice. Everyone wants to have a place like that. Li Qiye commented. His gaze became profound and seemingly traveled through the ancient past. Sacred Mountain is my obsession and my home. The bull seemed very pleased with itself, I might not have any family members but still got a neighbor in that tree demon. Hee, but from now on, I'm in charge now, that demon needs to obey me, ha 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 ha. Li Qiye chuckled and felt happy for the bull since it had a clear goal in mind. Sir, what kind of people or place will your home consist of? The bull calmed down and respectfully asked with earnest eyes. Li Qiye glanced back at the bull before turning towards the horizon. He didn't respond until a long while later, home is where the heart is, a family is up to fate. Looks like I'm not at that level yet, sigh, that's why you're a big shot and I'm just a bull. The bull was momentarily caught off guard before praising. Li Qiye smiled and started leaving. You must be very lonely. The bull watched his departing figure and shouted. Li Qiye paused for a bit, but something else interrupted him. His eyes became fierce as he turned towards the distance. Rumble. Blinding light and loud explosions blared. There's a problem. Li Qiye crossed through space right away. The bull looked towards the source of the explosion and shook his head, a bunch of fools courting death. Hee, sir seems to be in a bad mood too, it looks like he's about to make blood flow like the rivers. Chapter 2885, Myriad Beasts Rumble. The explosions made the entire courtyard quake. The ground seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. The cries of beasts accompanied the non-stop explosions. Their terrible auras swept through 10 million miles to the horror of listeners. Many students immediately ran over. Gold Taifa, Stone Carver, Gold Python True Emperor, and Treasure Source True God are working together. This astonishing news came out and the crowd couldn't believe it. What? Their enemy must be powerful. One startled student exclaimed. Remember, these four were extremely strong. Only prodigies such as Metalkin War God were stronger than them in this system. Stone Carver, Gold Python, and Treasure Source True God were powerful in their own right. This trio should be able to sweep through the realm undefeated. This was before taking Gold Taifa into account. Who would want to oppose this powerful alliance? This clearly showed the ability of their current foe. Not only that, but they're also commanding ancient beasts to attack. It's a large-scale battle. One student closer to the fray reported back. This only added to the excitement and rush. The students could see awakening beasts everywhere, gathering under the banner of Gold Taifa True Emperor. This was truly a sight to behold, an ape as tall as the heaven, a venomous serpent spanning for 10,000 miles, a rhinoceros trampling several mountains and rivers. Their awakening turned this area into a primordial world. These massive beasts were its rulers. Other existences paled in comparison and were as insignificant as flies. Everyone was assaulted by their numerous auras. The weaker cultivators nearly got blown away by the gales. Gold Taifa was among the gathered beast, sitting on top of his golden dragon and being in charge of the situation. Meanwhile, the other three behind him also rode ancient beasts, each protecting one side. Gold Taifa was the most eye-catching of the four due to his role as commander, ordering the beasts to attack fiercely. Of course, the one actually controlling the beasts was his dragon, not him. The students didn't dare to get close to this powerful alliance and watched from a distance, still in awe of the mighty beasts. Gold Taifa True Emperor is amazing and his dragon is crazily strong. How the hell did he tame it? One student became envious while looking at the golden dragon. To be clear, he didn't tame it himself. The dragon lost to Orchid Sage, only someone like the sage could defeat this beast king. The emperor alone certainly couldn't. A student who watched the whole thing elaborated. Yes, this golden light dragon is definitely a king in this courtyard, that's how it mobilized so many beasts. Many jealous students were there to watch. Rumble. The battle had entered a heated and destructive stage. The entire courtyard was shaking. Everyone felt that all of Sacred Mountain would shatter if this continues. The emperors were sieging the Valley of the Crystal Crab. This area had non-stop earthquakes due to the barrage. The crab had prepared a formation in order to prevent enemies from invading its territory. People could see a massive crab in the valley. It was shiny with a powerful sacred light, similar to a holy soldier. The crab was truly gigantic. Its back could shoulder the entire sky while protecting the valley below with its 8 claws. This wasn't actually Visceralus young noble's true body, but rather a fusion of the crab and its formation that had taken in the momentum of the heaven and earth. The crab was quite strong. None of these invaders could take it on in a one-on-one scenario. However, four colossal ancient beasts were attacking at the same time from four different directions with impeccable teamwork. One was a python spanning for 1,000 miles with green scales as tough as armor plates. It looked bizarre under the sunlight. On top of its head was a fleshy horn. It opened its mouth and sent out a gale of poisonous smoke. This type of miasma engulfed the entire area. The trees nearby naturally decayed. However, even the mountains were affected and collapsed right after. To the south was a violent rhinoceros, 10,000 feet high with mountainous legs. It trampled everything in its path. Its horn looked like a heavenly saber. Whoosh! Just one slash created a sizable canyon. From the north came a crow, a unique type with the fiery affinity. Its blazing wings, once spread, could blot out the sun. It poured down endless true fire and turned the world into an ocean of flames. Its flapping wings added gales to boost the intensity of the fire. Lava started flowing through the cracks in the ground to the horror of the spectators. The final beast was a lion, the smallest of the four, golden from top to bottom and looking quite gallant. Rah! The shockwaves from its roar had a devastating and corrosive nature, instantly destroying everything nearby. Not only did the terrains fall victim but space itself started to crack and collapsed. The four powerful beasts together made it hard for the crab to defend. Meanwhile, the two Peacebringer magpies couldn't help either. They were preoccupied with fighting two other ancient beasts. Chapter 2886, Danger, Boom. The horned rhinoceros gathered momentum from 1,000 miles away before marching forward with extreme speed and power. Rumble. Numerous peaks were instantly flattened. Clank. A sound resembling a saber leaving its sheath resounded as the rhinoceros utilized its horn. Just the initial movement of its horn heralded numerous lacerations crisscrossing on the ground. The crab retaliated by swinging its claw at the incoming slash, also resembling a gigantic saber splitting the sky, enough to tear out a new galaxy. Boom! The claw and the horn struck each other, causing fiery sparks to go up like fireworks. HSSH. Meanwhile, the python spewed out enough miasma to cover the entire crab, submerging the whole area. Buzz! The sacred light of the crab erupted. It became a war god representing the light. This aura protected the valley. Unfortunately, the land outside of this protective barrier instantly corroded. Screech! The fiery crow unleashed endless true fire. Even the smoke of this fire was poisonous. Poof! It crazily flapped its wings, causing the flames to become several times more powerful. The fire itself was frightening enough with a temperature capable of turning mountains into lava. This lava became infused with the toxic smoke and was immensely destructive to both the terrains and everything else. ZZZ, it began eating the light barrier of the crystal crab. Boom! Runes emerged everywhere on the body of the crab, culminating in the appearance of a golden pearl. This pearl seemed to be channeling the power of the light, causing the ground to lit up with an overwhelming force. The barrier instantly became brighter to stop the corrosive nature of the poisonous fire. Rah! The lion sound waves struck the barrier next. Crack! Cracks appeared around the light barrier. Activate! The crab chanted and pinned one claw into the ground, seemingly taking roots in the depths. The light power from the ground oozed out even more and assisted the barrier. Rumble! The world shook back and forth as the crystal crab fought against four ancient beasts alone. This seemed like it would go on for a while. The spectators took a deep breath for composure while thinking that this crystal crab was extremely strong. This crab is definitely a king too, can't be that much inferior compared to the golden dragon. One powerful student said. I don't think it can get out today though, a prolonged fight is very disadvantageous for it. Another experienced student shook his head. Yes, it's not only fighting against those four. Other beasts are waiting on top of the emperors. Many students could read the situation. No one here can do anything to stop it from escaping, but death is certain if it wishes to defend this position. An eternal student said. The crowd agreed with this assessment. The opponents couldn't stop the crab from running, but it seemed determined to protect this valley. This was very unwise. Zzz, the corrosive noises returned on the barrier. The crab clearly expended too much vitality and energy, on the verge of running out. The light barrier dimmed down considerably as a result. The situation instantly turned severely disadvantageous for the crab. The sound waves and corrosive fire continued barraging the barrier. There were signs of dissipating now. A total collapse seemed inevitable and the valley would fall next. Rah! The lion and rhinoceros took note of this and amplified their assault, fully exerting their power and vitality on the next attack. Rumble! The barrier started shaking, the same with the valley underneath. It won't be long now, 2 hands can't handle 4 fists. One student said. The students noticed that the mighty crab was running out of stamina. Its defensive barrier could fall at any moment. Zhou Qiushi and the other students instantly jumped into the formation above the valley, pouring their energy into the crystal crab. Alas, this amounted to nothing. They had the heart but not the strength. Their feeble cultivation added to the formation was akin to adding salt to the ocean, unable to change the current state of battle. They wanted to cry from seeing the futility of their help due to the high level of the combatants involved. In fact, they needed the protection of the crab, not the other way around. If this light barrier were to fall, the entire valley would be drowned in the poisonous smoke. They would turn to dust right away. Meanwhile, the magpies also wanted to help the crystal crabs. Alas, their foes were just as strong, so they couldn't afford to be distracted. You know, those 4 couldn't have beaten this crab without the help of so many beasts. One student said. The spectators could tell that this valley would have been just fine if the crab only fought against the emperors. They really want those eggs. They also realized the emperor's determination. Rumble. The light barrier melted in many places, its light dimmed continuously. The struggling crab was being pushed back despite its size, inch by inch. It's about to end, it can't hold on anymore. The spectators saw that the valley beneath the crab's stomach was gradually being exposed with it pushed backward. The crab roared, still trying its best. Meanwhile, the youths beneath became anxious about their fate. Some vomited blood from overexerting themselves to give more energy to the crab. Boom! The barrier finally fell. The poisonous smoke invaded the valley like a flood. That's it. Everyone knew that this place was about to turn to ashes. Scram! Suddenly, an explosive shout echoed across the area. Chapter 2887, Effortless Slaughter, Boom. Heaven and earth seemed to be exploding from the sheer intensity of the voice. This massive power rushed forward and annihilated the poisonous smoke. The 4 beasts were lifted off their feet and sent flying, smashing several mountains in the process. Only the crab and the valley remained untouched by the sudden blow. This development startled everyone due to the cataclysmic force earlier knocking away 4 gigantic beasts. No one present had this power right now. Who is it? The students shuddered in fear and started looking around. It's Li Qie, the guy from Repentance. They saw the new combatant and shouted in astonishment. Him. All eyes fell on Li Qie, who was floating on top of the valley. Meanwhile, the black bull behind him shook its head and murmured, "You're all done now." With that, it jumped into the valley and stopped caring. He's here. Stonecarver and the others became serious. Gold Taifa, sitting on his golden dragon, stood up and glared at Li Qie. How can this be? Since when does Repentance Institution have such a powerful student? Those who have never seen Li Qie in action before were startled. Because you didn't see him killing the god of archery earlier. His power is unfathomable. A previous spectator said. So bizarre and unbelievable, I've never heard of that place producing such a powerful student. Many found this astonishing due to the history of Repentance Institution. Ra. The four ancient beasts got up and bellowed, unable to accept the defeat earlier. It exchanged glances before deciding to attack Wuxia in unison. Rumble. The rhinoceros utilized its speed again, unleashing another slash with its horn. The python spewed out more toxin, wishing to drown him. The crow sent out true fire with the immensity of an ocean. The lion roared and blocked out his escape route with tidal sound waves. The four of them worked together perfectly and attacked from all directions. Wuxia had no chance to run. Wuxia's body quaked in this crucial moment. Time seemed to be prolonged and everyone saw the scene in slow motion. First came ripping noises before the screaming. They saw him grabbing the jaws of the python and tearing it in halves starting from the mouth. Remember, this creature spanned for 1,000 miles. It was lifted up in the air and torn apart, truly a magnificent scene. Blood and viscera rained down, filling up the ground. They then saw him stomping on the rhinoceros, grabbing its horn and ripping it out of the beast's head. Every bone in its body was also crushed from the stomp. The crow was the next target and started screeching. Wuxia unleashed a tiny flame onto the bird, instantly turning it into a ball of fire then ashes. Ra, the lion's scream abruptly stopped because Wuxia also ripped its head away from its body. The spine was still connected to the head. It felt as if there were four of him attacking at the same time, tearing the python in half, stomping the rhinoceros to death, incinerating the crow to ashes, and decapitating the lion. Of course, there was only one Wuxia. His speed was just fast enough to leave afterimages everywhere. This created an illusion that there were multiples of him killing the four beasts. In the next moment, he showed up in the same place again while crashing noises resounded. The massive corpse of the lion fell loudly to the ground while the blood of the python still poured down. This slaughtering happened in 1/10,000 of the blink of an eye, so Wuxia looked like he didn't move from the original spot. The atmosphere became frozen while the spectators were stunned, unable to react. His speed was unreal. More importantly, these powerful beasts felt like ants when fighting against him. Stonecarver and Goldpython's expression soured. They realized that they have still underestimated him. Gold Typha couldn't sit still as his expression darkened with a fierce glint in his eyes. He hasn't seen such a powerful foe in a long time. Of course, a powerful foe wasn't something nice to have, but it also made his blood boil with excitement. How can he be this strong? The stench of blood woke a student up from his stupor. He staggered several steps backward in fear. Just who the hell is he? Why do we not know anything about someone so strong? Another student found this strange. Even the ancient beasts gathering in this place instinctively retreated. Intuition told them that Wuxia was very dangerous. They were at a loss, some even wanted to retreat. However, the golden dragon rose up and suppressed the rowdy beasts. Wuxia glanced at the beasts and the emperors, aware of the situation right away. I see, causing trouble the moment I'm gone. Wuxia told them. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The alliance formed between the emperors and the beasts was enough to force anyone back. However, Wuxia didn't seem flustered at all to the astonishment of the crowd. He's haughty but his strength can back it up. One student murmured. The emperors exchanged glances. Stonecarver spoke first. Fellow Taoistly, we have no ill will towards you and had no intention of hurting them either. He paused for a moment before, we simply wanted to take the eggs and breed them into powerful divine birds, so please do us this favor. He was being honest and humble enough. Most would be elated to be spoken to in this manner and decide to give this mighty alliance some face. Chapter 2888, 1 versus all. Everyone waited for Li Qia's response. It was clear that the other side wouldn't relent before getting the eggs. 3 emperors together were enough to deter most people, especially Gold Taifa true emperor. This wasn't only because he had 8 palaces but also due to his master, Orchid Sage. In their opinion, no one should go all out against this group for the sake of some eggs. This could end up offending a progenitor, a very grave matter avoided by rational people. You want the eggs? No, what you need to do right now is scram before I make this place your grave. Li Qia smiled at the group. Everyone was shocked to hear this, including Gold Taifa true emperor. The original trio's expression turned slightly ugly. Regardless of their refined personality after reaching this level, to be publicly looked down as something worth less than a coin left them in an awkward situation. There was no way of accepting this humiliation. Thus, a murderous glint flashed in their eyes despite knowing Li Qia's power. After all, they were experienced fighters who wouldn't cower in fear against a stronger foe. Fellow Taoist, no need to threaten us. Gold Taifa spoke, tall mountains and long rivers await us in the future, those on the same path. Why not be flexible now? We only ask for the eggs and will handsomely repay you in the future. This was very reasonable, earning a nod from many students. Why did people come to Sacred Garden? Certainly for the beasts and eggs. Thus, they sympathized with the emperor's effort at getting these magpie eggs. Plus, they were willing to share with Li Qia or even repay him greatly later. All in all, Gold Taifa's request was reasonable and appropriate. It won't be just a threat for long. Scram or die. Li Qia smiled. The emperors froze after hearing this, thinking that he was pushing it. So arrogant and overbearing. One student murmured, does he think he can fight against 3 emperors? He's being a bit unreasonable and greedy here, wanting all the eggs for himself. Another found this unfair for the emperors. The emperors exchanged glances, knowing that a battle was inevitable. Looks like you won't yield, not even a single step. Gold Taifa became serious. Yes. Li Qia chuckled, killing the 3 of you is as easy as pie. Oh right, can't forget I'm very rich either. My name is Wang Weiyuan. The true god scowled, still unhappy with the nickname. Whatever. I've given you the opportunity, take it or die. Li Qia said nonchalantly, as if killing these 4 was the same as stomping some ants. Does he think he's a progenitor or something? One student questioned. Definitely not. A powerful friend replied, he's a half-step everlasting at best, that's why he's so arrogant. Everyone knew the 2 current progenitors in 3 immortals were Orchid Sage and Luminous Master. Li Qia would be extremely famous if he were a progenitor. A half-step, huh? The same as 3-eyed prodigy and flying sword marvel. One student said, yes, a half-step should be arrogant indeed. Gold Taifa true emperor can't win. 8 palaces aren't enough. Not necessarily. A more knowledgeable student jumped in, that depends on the half-step and 8 palace emperor. Don't forget whose Gold Taifa's master is. A disciple of a progenitor is far superior compared to his peers. Plus, there are 2 emperors and an eternal, quite a mighty alliance. True, you gotta take into account the powerful golden dragon as well. It can command numerous ancient beasts right now, probably enough to start a stampede, smashing Li Qia into a pulp. Another student nearby added. Many nodded in agreement. Another commented, and furthermore, Li Qia might be a half-step everlasting, but he's from repentance, that background is no match for the emperors. The group agreed again. The emperors came from prestigious sects and had wise masters. A student from repentance paled in comparison. Say Li Qia was a half-step, his treasures and battle experience remained inferior to his opponents. Very well, I will overestimate myself and request a spar with you, fellow Taoist. Gold Python stepped up after exchanging glances with his allies. His battle power was in the middle, so he was a suitable candidate to gauge Li Qia's strength. He chose his words quite well too, showing the style and humbleness of an emperor. You alone are not enough to warm me up. All of you together is a bit more interesting. Li Qia shook his head. Gold Python True Emperor's expression became extremely unsightly. This was his first time being treated with such disdain after making his Dao debut. He was still an emperor, so how could he swallow this indignation? Moreover, he has seen more powerful foes in the past. They still treated him with relative respect. I see, you are extraordinary indeed. Gold Python didn't know how to express his rage outside of laughing. He already showed great restraint by not shouting back. Looks like you're very confident in your cultivation. He added. More than enough to kill all of you. Li Qia smiled back. The continuous contempt left the emperors exasperated. Very well, then I will team up with Brother Gold Python to try a few moves against you, what do you think? Stone Carver could stand it no longer. I will support you too. Treasure Source True God stood behind the two emperors. Gold Taifa remained quiet on his dragon, clearly accepting the trio's action. If that's the case, I'll try my best to take you three down in a few moves. Li Qia casually glanced at them. This response was infuriating. The emperors were being polite by requesting a few moves. Li Qia's direct response was the same as slapping them on the face without showing any consideration. So arrogant, even enemies don't speak to each other like this. One student became unhappy with Li Qia's tone. It's obviously because of his background. People from Repentant City have no culture and grace. He won't amount to anything more than a powerful brute, just like his villainous ancestors. Another said with disdain. The emperors were apoplectic but took a deep breath and calmed down, stabilizing their Dao heart. These battle-hardened warriors could always remove unnecessary thoughts so that they could go all out in a fight. Let's get started, fellow Daoist. The two emperors cupped their fist. They remained cool and collected, still open and honest before a serious battle, true to the style of the emperors. Chapter 2889, Defeating Two Emperors with One Hand. Go for it, let's not waste time, so let's do this with one or two moves. Li Qia stood there without a care, not bothering to pose for battle. The two emperors looked at each other and nodded. Excuse us then. The two shouted and became shrouded in radiance. Buzz. They became dazzling. Gold Python looked as if he was made from thousands of gold parts assembled together. The light behind him turned into a pair of wings made of numerous snow-white sabers lined together with a chilling aura. As for Stone Carver, he exuded an ink-like glow with runes appearing among them. It also occasionally flashed with the luster of a treasure. The runes seemed to be coming out of his body, causing his jade-like form to be more noticeable. Rumble. The area shook with explosions due to the majestic auras of these emperors. They ravaged the land and affected its Tao. Numerous students became frozen as a result. They felt as if there was a boulder pressing down on their chest, rendering it impossible to breathe. In fact, this aura was strong enough to smash open their ribcage. Take him down. The two of them shouted in unison. Their voice destroyed some stars in the sky to the horror of the spectators. Boom! Stone Carver took the initiative. His runes condensed together to form a supreme grand Tao. This invisible force came crashing down towards Li Qia. The spectators couldn't actually see this move at all despite hearing the explosion. Nevertheless, space crumbled as a result, looking like shattered glass. Pieces scattered everywhere as the Tao shoots for Li Qia. The world seemingly sank a little as a result. The crowd felt themselves being suppressed by an invisible grand Tao and couldn't move in the slightest. Some thought that they had been pulverized into a flat meat paste, falling on the ground as a result. At the exact same moment, strange buzzes resounded as golden light filled up the sky. Gold Python True Emperor's pieces turned into countless needles. They flew forward with the greatest sharpness and speed, penetrating at Li Qiye's weak spots. The entire sky was covered with them while each individual needle carried the power of a star. They aimed to destroy his Tao foundation. This meant that even if he was struck by one, his Tao foundation would still be damaged, either killing him outright or turning him into a cripple. That was only the first wave. The second consisted of his wings slashed down like 1,000 blades. A tsunami of sharp blades came with a murderous force. The spectators gasped after seeing Gold Python in action for the first time. They realized that his body could separate and turn into unpredictable weapons. This shouldn't have been surprising. He was a metalkin, so his body could separate into numerous pieces that can make up various weapons. So strong. The 3 moves impressed the students. Child's play, that's all. Li Qiye smiled and spread his palm for a casual strike in response. Boom! This palm strike unleashed a gale wiping away the fallen leaves and clouds. Everyone saw the Grand Tao collapsing. Stone Carver True Emperor staggered loudly backward, blood streamed down the corner of his lips. The incoming needles and blades were swept away by the gale as well. Both scattered to the ground. Zzz, the needles and blades came together to form the Emperor once more. He crawled up from the ground, looking to be in a sorry state. The palm strike acted like the autumn wind, injuring Stone Carver and sweeping away Gold Python. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes despite witnessing in person. 2 emperors couldn't withstand a single move from Li Qiye. Gold Taifa True Emperor himself took 1 step backward, narrowing his eyes. Try a punch. Li Qiye took 1 step forward and punched. Boom! The force broke the 8 desolates and crushed the myriad realms. Everything turned to dust and ashes. It lacked the mysteries of the Tao and didn't contain an amazing form. It simply relied on brutality and ferocity. The 2 emperors became startled, strong enough to know how frightening it was. Kill! They had no other choice and went all out. Stone Carver made 2 fists and his body exuded the same black light, only with greater intensity. He turned into a supreme imperial seal and flew forward. My Tao can reach the heaven. Stone Carver roared. This supreme seal shot straight for the fist while carrying an ocean of the Grand Tao. It didn't only have the power of an imperial Tao but also a force originating from the start of time. Rumble. The sky turned dark as a result. The stars lost their brilliance. Seal of origination. Some students shouted in astonishment. This was an innate ability of the Celestial Stone tribe unlocked when one becomes as strong as an emperor. The power of this particular seal came from the personal power of the user on top of the original force of their tribe. This could be considered Stonecarver's strongest weapon. Meanwhile, Gold Python started transforming and turned into a massive python. SSS. It opened its mouth for a bite straight at Li Qiye's fist. It was big enough to swallow the stars in the sky. Its teeth looked like divine sabers showing no mercy. Boom! The fist finally made contact with the seal and the python. Crack! 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 The seal and Stonecarver's body along with the great python had cracks everywhere like a broken porcelain piece. I will help you, Tao brothers. Treasure Source True God roared. Boom! His chest seemed to be opening in this split second. A majestic lake came into form. Its undulating water looked like amber. A matchless light in the form of a wave came out from the lake and drowned over the 2 emperors. Buzz! The 2 emperors became resplendent with this boost of power from the true God. Rumble! The seal and the python's jaws tried their best to suppress Li Qiye's punch again. Chapter 2890, Emperors are no more than ants, it's useless to struggle. Li Qiye casually said while facing the trio. He added more force to his punch and penetrated all existing affinities. Boom! The seal and the python's massive jaws instantly crumbled. Everyone could hear the deafening sounds of disintegration resulting from the punch's gale. Stonecarver's chest was penetrated, resulting in tiny rocks falling off him. Keep in mind that he was as tough as jade due to his race and its innate abilities. The members were considered to be impervious to any damage. Alas, he didn't even have the chance to scream this time. Gold Python was large enough to swallow the world whole. However, the head started to crumble first, then the rest of his form. Golden dust scattered chaotically to the wind. The all-penetrating punch had a remnant force striking the true god as well. Boom! He bellowed in pain since this force also pierced his chest, destroying the treasure lake within. Blood splashed everywhere as he fell down backward and smashed into the ground, his eyes wide open with disbelief. The student's jaw dropped to the ground. They stood there frozen, no one uttered a single sound. A single punch had taken care of the trio. Its force must have been insane, only belonging in the legends. Gold Taifa True Emperor became serious, his heart skipping a beat. This power far exceeded his prior evaluation. Is this really happening? One student refused to accept this reality. Yes. His friend smelled the stench of blood and licked his dry lips. His voice trembled. Look, they're not completely dead. Another noticed. Everyone looked over and saw Stonecarver's crumbled pieces coming back together. Something started glowing, perhaps the light of life fixing his broken state. Meanwhile, the same light appeared around Goldpython's specks of dust. These light particles fused with the specks of dust and brought them together once more. The true god's gaping chest also had an amber glow, looking quite enchanting. The lake came into form again, this was his treasure source. He recovered in no time at all and the hole on his chest started to close. They're still alive. One student excitedly shouted. Others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, two powerful emperors dying to a single punch would be too much to take. They found it hard to accept such a reality. It's not that easy to kill emperors. One student quietly said. Who knows if he was trying to make himself feel better or to support the emperors. After all, the success of the punch still amazed the crowd even though the trio survived. The three themselves were shocked too. The fastest to recover among them was the true god. Normally, true god's life force and tolerance were lower than a comparable emperor. In other words, an emperor was harder to kill and would recover faster. This wasn't the case here because the treasure in his chest immediately saved the true god. The lake was as bright and vibrant as ever. Its light actually spread to the two emperors, accelerating their recovery as well. People couldn't believe this reversed situation. It should be the emperors helping him, not this way around. Just like the legends, treasure source true god found a truly amazing artifact. One spectator praised. With the help of the treasure source and the already amazing resilience of their realm, the two emperors recovered in no time at all and regained their human form. The wounds disappeared and their vitality replenished. They would have spent an immense amount of energy and vitality in order to survive and recover from that fist. However, the treasure source truly aided them in regaining some energy back. Not bad at all. Li Qiye praised the extraordinary treasure. As Li Qiye walked forward, Gold Taifa emerged before the trio. He was clearly afraid of Li Qiye taking advantage of this situation since the trio was at their weakest and most vulnerable right now. Your turn now. Li Qiye chuckled. I will also overestimate myself and ask for a spar with you, fellow Taoist. Gold Taifa stabilized his Tao heart and said. He had no confidence in his own abilities right now but running away wasn't an option. To do so would leave behind an indelible shadow in his mind. He would never be able to improve with this unstable Tao heart. Moreover, an emperor couldn't abandon his allies either. To do so would leave him open to ridicules for generations to come. Furthermore, he would be throwing away the reputation of his master as well. All in all, he needed to risk it all and fight despite knowing the power difference. The spectators watched with eager eyes. Gold Taifa was far stronger than the trio. Maybe he had a chance of taking on Wuxia. Chapter 2891, The Dark Taifa Blossoms. An 8-palace emperor is not bad, but you won't be able to last more than a few moves before losing. Wuxia smiled at Gold Taifa, true emperor. No one uttered a word of displeasure regarding this haughty comment, unlike the start of the fight. He has shown his abilities by easily beating the previous 3 combatants, sweeping them away like fallen leaves. The students present wondered about this claim from Wuxia. Is it possible? One didn't believe him. There's no way, how can he beat an 8-palace emperor so quickly? He has to be Orchid Sage to do something like that. No, I don't even know if Orchid Sage can. Another student commented. The emperor himself was shaken to hear this. Wuxia's nonchalant comment affected his Dao heart. Of course, this wasn't enough to make him panic. He took a deep breath and regained his composure despite feeling the pressure. It didn't sound like the guy was bragging. If this was true, then he was facing an opponent on the same level as his master. He quickly dispelled this fear and focused up. Your Grand Dao looks incredible. Gold Taifa said, the power of your punch earlier is peerless and I am no match against it. He spoke humbly. Of course, this was also the truth. He sighed and continued on, because of my poor talents, I only know a few tricks, will you spar with me? Everyone exchanged glances after hearing his polite tone. Since when did this person become so humble? Didn't Wuxia refer to himself as fiercest before? Some students thought that Gold Taifa was the clear underdog. They thought that this particular title was very suitable for Wuxia. You're from the Dark Taifa tribe, right? Your kind is skilled in spreading seeds. Just a wind taking some of them is enough to destroy a kingdom or more. A very dangerous tribe indeed. Wuxia said. You're too kind, Dao brother, someone as strong as you only needs one wave to destroy everything as well. My little tricks can't reach the apex. Gold Taifa smiled. Very well, spread your seeds then, I will stand here. Wuxia said. Thank you, Dao brother. The emperor cupped his fist. Let's see how strong your flowers are. Go. Wuxia seemed nonchalant. Yes. Gold Taifa took a deep breath. His eyes lit up like 2 suns right away. The emperor wants to disseminate his seeds. Some students became excited and shouted. That's extremely dangerous. Some students retreated 1,000 miles away. The emperor fought against Jewel Immortal Kingdom during his youth. He also sent out his flowers and let the seed spread across that kingdom. Dark trees grew everywhere and drained the kingdom until there was nothing left but ashes. A student who saw him in action before said. He shuddered again after recalling the event. Members of this tribe can be incredibly destructive. Most felt a chill coursing down their spine and started retreating. The blossoming of the flowers and dispersal of the seeds of a Dark Taifa was extremely frightening. Don't worry, he has 8 palaces and can perfectly control his flowers. He won't harm the innocent. Some had trust in the emperor. Nevertheless, even this type still kept a safe distance. Buzz. The emperor revealed his true form, a Dark Taifa tree that has grown for millions of years, basked in an ancient aura. This tree looked like a dragon with vines coiling around it. It looked both bizarre and harmonious. The emperor wasn't an ordinary Dark Taifa and had a golden shade. He was a special species, born destined for greatness with incredible talents. That's why he was able to become an 8-palace emperor. There were only flower buds on the tree right now, the petals were still closed. People shuddered at this sight, having heard that these seeds were just like dandelions. At full bloom, the seeds would scatter and follow the wind. However, unlike the romantic dandelions, the seeds here represented death on a large scale, total extermination. Once latched onto anything, the seeds would take root and drain their host's blood and life force or any spirit energy. Every inch of the targeted land and its inhabitants would wither away. Gold Taifa's seeds should be even more terrifying. His targets wouldn't be able to escape regardless of their grand Tao and techniques. The seeds would lock on to the target and drain their life. Can he dodge the seeds? One student murmured while looking at the Emperor's true form. Hard to say, one half-step everlasting got trapped before and needed to use a heaven-defying flame to burn the seeds. His friend replied. Buzz. The Taifa tree started glowing. His area turned into his own domain. His golden light immediately engulfed Wuxia. He locked on now. One spectator said. This was a special type of domain too. Wuxia could try to run, but this golden light would always be shining on him. Running to the edge of the world won't do anything now. Another commenter added, he needs to have something strong enough to burn the seeds or he'll be drained. A bit interesting. Wuxia showed no signs of anxiety and continued to watch. Whoosh! A gentle breeze came by and the flowers spread their petals, the buds released the seeds. It's happening. A student shouted while watching the dissemination process. Chapter 2892, Vitality drained the blossoming of the evil Taifa flowers issued gentle breezes. They fluttered back and forth before releasing little seeds looking like strings of cotton. It's happening. The spectators became startled and carefully took in every moment. Some shuddered in response, knowing that these seeds represented death and suffering. They also looked like snowflakes, only with a golden shade. This looked like a scene out of a painting, only that it was a death sentence. Something seemed to be attracting the seeds towards Wuxia. They fell on him in a gentle manner just like snowflakes. However, little tentacles dug out of the tiny strands and tried to drill into his skin. Dodge! One student actually shouted. Wuxia completely ignored the seeds, perhaps this was out of confidence. The tentacles were 1,000 times smaller than needles, invisible to the naked eyes. They made it into his flesh and crazily grew, using his body as fertile soil. No, they made it inside. A powerful student was startled after seeing this. It looked like Wuxia was wearing a fuzzy fur coat due to all of the seeds latching onto him from top to bottom, a very strange appearance. Gold Taifa True God was surprised, not expecting success to come so easily and quickly. He assumed that Wuxia would use a merit law or something incredible to destroy his seeds. However, the guy didn't try to resist in the slightest. The ease of success made him think that this wasn't so simple since his opponent was extremely strong. I didn't expect it to go like this. Everyone felt the same way as they watched the tentacles from the seeds drill into Wuxia and start to grow at a crazy pace. Wuxia didn't do a single thing to stop this process from happening. What's going on? Confusion struck the crowd. Normally, even the weaker combatants would try to dodge. Or, the simplest response would be to turn and flee. On the other hand, Wuxia stood there and let the seeds latch onto him without a care as if he had too much blood to spare. What is he doing? Some scratched their head, unable to figure out Wuxia's intent. He's just overconfident, right? One of them murmured. Yes, super arrogant. A smart student said, believing that Wuxia purposely did this out of arrogance. The whole event left Gold Taifa in a tough spot while thinking that trickery must be happening. Nevertheless, he had no other choice but to keep on riding the tiger. In the next second, his tree form exuded a brighter golden radiance. The seeds draining Wuxia also started faintly glowing. ZZZ, it sounded as if a million leeches were sucking on his blood. The seeds began growing bigger while sucking his blood just like balloons being inflated. The tree also started growing since the seed sent back Li Qia's blood and energy. The crowd witnessed the whole thing in astonishment. It's sucking fierce as dry. One student saw the speed of absorption. He's dead for sure. Another student shuddered, thinking that Li Qia couldn't escape this time around. He courted death for being so conceited. One frightened student who had seen the tree in action before said, "Not to mention living beings, even the soil will be drained of any energy. This tree is really good at that. Is it really going to end like this?" One powerful student disagreed and said softly, "Fiercest is so strong, so there's no way Gold Taifa True Emperor can win so easily. I'm sure he has other ace cards up his sleeves." All in all, most students were horrified. They knew that these seeds could drain the vitality of everything and take roots. From this, numerous more dark Taifa trees could grow. Li Qia started changing with wrinkles appearing and other signs of aging. His lifespan shriveled like a deflating balloon. Meanwhile, the emperor's true form became larger and larger, the size of a mountain now. Is he about to die? Everyone could sense Li Qia's vitality being drained away by the emperor. It wouldn't be long until he turns into a dried corpse. Stonecarver and the others heaved a sigh of relief while watching the draining process. Li Qia shouldn't be able to reverse this situation regardless of any heaven-defying ability. Strangely enough, Li Qia seemed nonchalant as he smiled. "Feels pretty good, right? Let me help you." A buzzing noise heralded a series of explosions that made the world tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Everyone could hear a roar. It felt as if a tsunami was drowning the sky. Of course, there was no tsunami. This was just the sound made by an eruption of vitality stemming from Li Qia. This force instantly channeled into the emperor's body. The seeds had been sucking his vitality previously, but that was only child's play in comparison to this new influx, akin to a tiny stream versus an ocean pouring down on the world. Chapter 2893, Filled to Death, Boom. His massive energy stemming from his vitality instantly drowned the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 8 desolaces and the myriad realms. It overfilled the world. An explosion seemed imminent. That's messed up. Everyone became stunned. Everything else was insignificant compared to the level of his energy. Explosions followed by even more explosions. All of 3 immortals seemed to only be a tiny corner of this vast energy expanse. What in the world would withstand this preposterous amount of energy? No! The emperor shouted in horror. Just think about it. What would be the result of him receiving all the vitality in the world? He couldn't have accepted even 1/10 of the amount. His true form grew even faster, now a sky-blotting tree. To be exact, this was due to it being overfilled instead of regular growth. The emperor was no longer in charge of the situation and couldn't sever the connection. Li Qia, the person in charge, continued to add more energy into the tree. The moment he began to suck Li Qia's vitality with his seeds meant that his fate palaces were open for Li Qia. There was nothing he could do now. Rumble. Loud blasts emanated from within the tree. It had a hard time dealing with the non-stop waves of energy. Stop! The emperor bellowed again. It was already too late. Boom! The monstrous tree instantly imploded, the same as the emperor's body. His humanoid section exploded into fleshy bits. His blood rained down the area to the astonishment of the crowd. No one expected this development. An emperor could die from old age or be killed by a powerful foe or falter in a dangerous forbidden ground. However, the swift defeat of an emperor due to over-consuming energy was completely unexpected and unbelievable. This story would frighten all listeners. The trio didn't expect this either since they had confidence in Gold Taifa True Emperor. The problem was Li Qia didn't resort to using fighting techniques. Just his majestic vitality and energy were enough to take down the emperor. Thus, their Tao heart was greatly affected after seeing the exploding emperor. The seeds latching onto Li Qie fell off and scattered away. Too weak. Li Qie chuckled and recalled his energy. Rumble. The most terrible black hole in the world emerged around Li Qie. His energy cascaded back into his body like a boundless ocean. Though he released his energy earlier, he could also recall them without losing anything. The only victim here was the emperor. Ah! A scream came among the energy tides like a cry for help from a lost soul amidst a torrential storm. The students calmed down and saw a strand of soul among the ocean of energy, the true fate of the emperor. They realized that Li Qie wasn't only taking back his vitality, he also wanted to take the exploded emperor's own as well. The emperor is still alive. One spectator shouted. He struggled in the tsunami, his true fate exuded bright radiance in order to stop the absorption process. Unfortunately, he was but a tiny ship fighting against the currents of an ocean, on the verge of toppling at a moment's notice and powerless to resist. Li Qie's energy had turned into tidal waves as he recalled them. These tides could sweep everything back towards him. Fiercest wants to devour the emperor's vitality, no, his everything too. A student shouted. What should we do? The trio wanted to save Gold Taifa but the tsunami of energy was too powerful. Joining in would end with them being swept away as well and eventually turned into Li Qie's food. This might be considered a primordial flood capable of destroying everything. It wouldn't be long until the emperor's true fate is done for. That's so terrifying. Everyone turned pale while watching the emperor struggle. They finally understood why Li Qie didn't do anything and let the seeds latch onto him. The guy wanted to use his overabundant energy to force an implosion then take the emperor's essences. Boom! In this crucial moment, a sacred ray flew by and saved the emperor's true fate from the currents. Rumble! Unfortunately, the rescuer was blown flying, its claw that touched the currents instantly turned into blood. He's saved. The trio could finally breathe again. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the golden light dragon who saved the emperor. Unfortunately, it lost a claw in the process, crushed into blood by the current of energy. The body of a golden light dragon was virtually indestructible and impervious to all attacks. Alas, that claw was finished in no time at all. They became impressed with the emperor for lasting so long in that current, not shaming his cultivation level. Chapter 2894, I am invincible. It took a while before Gold Taifa True Emperor created his body once more. Unfortunately, Li Qie had taken his vitality so he looked deathly pale from this grave loss. He took several bottles of pills before regaining some vitality back. This still wasn't enough to take him back to his peak state. The crowd shivered after seeing his appearance. An 8-palace emperor lost just like that. He would have died if it wasn't for the golden dragon. Most importantly, Li Qie didn't really do anything from start to finish. In the beginning, Li Qie said that he could take the emperor down with haste. They were skeptical at first but it turned out that he was just telling the truth. Their lack of information made them assume that he was spewing nonsense. They instantly exchanged glances of horror regarding his frightening power level. Gold Taifa True Emperor was solemn. He had experienced firsthand the terror of Li Qie after barely escaping from the ocean of vitality. That bloody ocean made Li Qie seem like the ruler of the entire world. Meanwhile, an emperor like him was nothing more than a drowning ant. You need to be at least a progenitor before trying to suck my blood. Li Qie smiled and said. Everyone took a deep breath in response, feeling suffocated, the emperor included. He knew just how powerful a progenitor was because of his master. He knew that he had no chance of becoming one. Li Qie finally finished gathering his vitality that was absorbed earlier and the emperor's vitality as well. The emperor's plan backfired completely. he failed to get a single strand of Li Qia's vitality while losing all of his. Got anything else? Li Qia smiled and looked at the group. The trio and Gold Taifa True Emperor couldn't help taking a step back. The students felt the same fear too. They could see that these four were no match for Li Qia. Those who have looked down on Li Qia in the past felt a chill coursing down their spine. The ones who were actively disrespectful prayed for Li Qia to not be a vengeful man. Otherwise, death seemed inevitable. Gold Taifa looked over towards his golden dragon. It had created a new claw and was still quite powerful. He then turned over to the trio next and met their stares. They were ready to listen to his plan since he was the strongest among them. Plus, his golden dragon could command the ancient beasts nearby. The four of you can come together now. Li Qia posed with both hands behind his back while suggesting. This comment dealt quite a blow to the three emperors and one true god. They were prestigious and have dominated for a while now. Even Orchid Sage had nothing but praises for them. They garnered respect wherever they went. Even those stronger than them didn't dare to treat them with disdain. Alas, Li Qia's current attitude showed that he viewed them like ants. This feeling was definitely new and vexing. Unfortunately, venting seemed impossible due to the power disparity. They realized that the four of them together weren't enough to take him on. Fellow Taoists? Got any plans? Gold Taifa asked with a serious tone. The trio couldn't come up with anything because Li Qia's power far exceeded their expectation. The students thought that no one would mock the group for running right now. Anyone else would instantly think about escaping after facing someone of Li Qia's level. It's not that embarrassing to run and lose one's shoes in the process after being in this unlucky situation. Dao brothers, if you wish to leave, I will do my best to hold him back. Treasure Source True God broke the silence. The emperors exchanged glances, they were really thinking about running away. However, fleeing like dogs would be utterly humiliating. But if you wish to fight, I will take the vanguard and put my life on the line. Blood might spill and this might be my last day, but I will do everything I can to avenge Elder Deng and pay him back. The true god looked quite determined, ready to fight to the death. The emperors smiled wryly after hearing this. They didn't know whether to feel respect for the guy or to feel sorry for him. They were here for personal gains, but the true god only wanted to repay a debt. His action was certainly foolish, but people couldn't help feeling respect for the guy. The emperors hesitated, knowing that the best course of action was to run. To be frank, being able to escape alive would be the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Nonetheless, they would lose all of their reputation and prestige. Leave first, Dao brothers, I got this. The true god shouted after noticing their hesitation. He was the one who persuaded them to oppose Li Qia, but at this final moment, he chose to be a heroic man and let them leave. Ultimately, he was ready to die fighting against Li Qia, so he didn't mind buying time for them. My master gave me a move that is almost equivalent to him being here in person. Dao brothers, do you want to give it a shot? Gold Taifa pondered for a short moment and said. Orchid Sage in person. The two emperors became emotional. If this was indeed the case, then this move should be incredible. A progenitor was invincible and capable of dealing with any situation. They suddenly found hope because a move prepared by Orchid Sage should be heaven-defying. If you three agree, then I will require your assistance. Gold Taifa added. He also wanted to fight, unwilling to lose in this manner and flee. He cultivated and battled his whole life and has met progenitors before. However, this was his most humiliating defeat, nearly dying without seeing a single technique from his foe. He couldn't accept this and wanted to try again to at least force a reaction out of the guy. I agree. Till death it is for me. The true god was the first to answer. Fine, another fight then. Losing like this is unacceptable. Let's at least make it a clear and honorable defeat, even if we have to die to do so. Stonecarver gritted his teeth, unable to accept the humiliation just like Gold Taifa. He was blown away like a feeble leaf. Leaving right now would leave a permanent shadow in his mind. Li Qiye would always be there in his nightmare. Chapter 2895, Against 3 Emperors, so be it, till death. Gold Python took a deep breath and showed his stance. The other 3 have made up his mind, so escaping alone would be unreasonable. Though he wasn't a top emperor, he was still considered a noble. Running like a dog without a master and abandoning his allies were unacceptable to him. Done talking yet? Li Qiye's leisure attitude was a stark contrast to the somber mood of his foes. The group exchanged one last glance before nodding. Gold Taifa said, "We will fight to the death." "Good, I didn't expect this courage. I will let you have your wishes then." Li Qiye smiled. The emperors didn't think Li Qiye was being frivolous with his choice of words any longer. Are they really fighting to the death? A few students were moved, knowing that a big battle was about to happen. "I don't think the 4 can match Li Qiye still," a student said with a serious expression. A while ago, many certainly thought that Li Qiye would lose to these 4. Now, Li Qiye had displayed such impeccable prowess and was a massive safe bet. "I am once again overestimating myself, though with hesitation out of shaming my master. He left behind a grand Dao and I would like to try it against your supreme techniques." Gold Taifa solemnly said. "Orchid Sage is your master, right?" Li Qiye casually said, "Okay, I've heard people talk about how amazing he is recently, so let's see what he can do." His casual tone suffocated the listeners. A while ago, Gold Taifa would become angry to hear Li Qiye talk in this manner about his master. However, he didn't dare to do so without his master actually being present right now. The opponent was clearly above his level. "So this is a move from Orchid Sage?" one student quietly murmured. Most were eager to see this move. Orchid Sage was one of the 2 progenitors in this current generation. Few were qualified to see him. Just being able to witness a move created by him would be worth their trip here. "I'm ashamed to say that I haven't learned even 10% of my master's abilities." Gold Taifa slowly said, "I do not dare to represent my sect and master for this battle. I am simply representing myself and wish to fight you out of pride and arrogance. This move might be from my master, but I can't exert its true power, maybe 10 to 20%. The emperor needed to make it clear that he was only representing himself, not his system and his master. After all, if he were to lose, it would damage his master's reputation. "I see. Don't worry, go ahead and use it. I won't go cause trouble for your master." Li Qiye smiled. The spectators looked at each other after hearing this. He made it sound as if he had already won, not caring about the progenitor or his technique. Quite domineering indeed. Everyone knew Li Qiye was strong at this point. However, even a progenitor wasn't enough to enter his sight. Orchid Sage's power far exceeded juniors like Gold Taifa. "I'm eager to learn. Dao brothers, let's do this." Gold Taifa took a deep breath and shouted. "Yes, till death." Gold Python shouted, throwing caution to the wind. "Everyone has to die eventually. Dying on the battlefield is a meaningful one." Stonecarver added. "My life will be used to repay a debt." The true god roared, "To fight and die together with you, emperors, is an honor." Their heroic auras surged to the sky, seemingly capable of devouring the mountains and rivers. "They're real men." A spectator praised after seeing this. People nearly forgot that they were emperors after their swift defeat earlier. The trio got swept away like leaves while Gold Taifa lost in the blink of an eye. But now, their determination to fight against this powerful foe without relenting earned them some respect from the crowd. They no longer had the embarrassed and ragged appearance like before. Their imperial auras were in full swing now. They wanted to use their lives to protect their prestige instead of begging for forgiveness or running away. Boom! The golden light dragon moved behind the emperor and spread its wings, illuminating him with a supreme light. Ra! It roared, and the other ancient beasts moved into a circular formation in the back. Ra! These beasts also roared. Their beastly auras surged, and it seemed like a stampede was incoming. The students shuddered in response before the torrential aura engulfing the area. Right, forgot about this. Everyone remembered the dragon's ability to command the other beasts. This formation should be quite powerful, far superior to what the emperors can do. Hope sprung up among the crowd. The four of them combined on top of this beast formation and the move created by Orchid Sage. Maybe that can beat Fiercest? One student wondered. Yes, there's a chance. Everyone watched with bated breath. Buzz. Gold Taifa True Emperor summoned a cauldron with pulsing light from the stars. Numerous runes were engraved on the surface along with embedded gems that looked just like stars. It felt as if he was holding an entire galaxy in his chest. The cauldron could have been refined from one, while the gems were made from stars. It was brimming with the power of a progenitor. The pulsing light of the stars made this progenitorial aura feel tangible like a flame. The emperor had a serious expression, looking quite holy with his own imperial aura. An ancestral treasure personally refined by Orchid Sage. A student shouted. The treasure has yet to send out its suppressive force, but the crowd already felt it. Many started prostrating with reverence. Remember, there were plenty of Eternals among the students. Nevertheless, they still found it hard to withstand this progenitorial aura. Just imagine the scene if a progenitor was actually here in person. Go. Li Chiye didn't think too much of this aura. Dao brothers, help me activate this cauldron. Gold Taifa took a deep breath and said. Normally, he could control this cauldron himself. Unfortunately, his vitality has been drained by the previous match. He recovered a bit but was far from his peak state, hence necessitating assistance from the other three. Yes. The three shouted and placed their palms on his back. Rumble. They didn't hold anything back this time around. The two emperors glowed while channeling their oceanic vitality. The true god had a wondrous radiance covering him from top to bottom. Chapter 2896, Orchid Sage, Boom. The others have poured their vitality into Gold Taifa. His body erupted with a blinding flame engulfing the entire area. The Eight Palace Emperor has returned back to his peak state. His imperial aura and flame looked like a tsunami ravaging the celestials above the 9 firmaments. Creak. He slowly pushed the lid off the cauldron. Everyone could feel its immense weight from his action. Creak, it felt as if he was pushing an invisible top of the sky itself. Buzz. He eventually finished removing the entire thing, and starry light gushed out of the cauldron like a surging river. Ancient constellations emerged with vast space within them. Ra. In the next moment, the ancient beasts and the golden dragon roared in unison, then exuded starry lights. Poof. They turned into light particles before anyone could react. These particles gathered together to form various constellations as well: Giant Bear, Aquila, Ophiuchus. These constellations contained massive space and life gestation with the highest order of power. Buzz. The constellations made from the beasts along with those from the cauldrons harmonized together and created a substantial maelstrom. This maelstrom started rotating and taking in every single celestial nearby. Rumble. The rotation of the maelstrom continuously increased until there was nothing left in the sky. The world seemingly disappeared along with the emperors and all the ancient beasts. It sucked in everything and started to expand. A supreme power existed within, on the verge of manifesting into reality and becoming the ruler of all. Boom. The world turned dark as a new starry sky took over. A youth emerged beneath this sky vault, calm in appearance yet dominating in presence. He glowed brightly as if his body was made from the stars. Tao lines outlined his body. He seemed so far away because even the universe itself was only a part of his being. He seemed surreal yet so supreme. Everyone needed to prostrate before him. Orchid Sage. The students shouted after seeing him. His aura and flame remained hidden, yet the students have already started to get on their knees, including those at the eternal level. This was a generation with 2 new progenitors, and he was one of them. He has yet to pick an official title after becoming a progenitor because this was only the beginning for him. He wanted to wait till reaching the apex before picking one. This wasn't his true form, but the move seemed invincible already. He was the world and the world was him. Numerous spectators became moved to see this man. He rarely showed himself after becoming a progenitor. Some believed that he was in another isolated cultivation session to seek the Tao. Others thought that he had left this realm and started traveling farther. Today, this manifestation of his didn't seem real, but the aura exuded from it still felt lofty. People couldn't help lowering their head with respect. They also understood why it was so crucial for Gold Taifa True Emperor to tame a beast like the Golden Dragon. He needed it to empower his cauldron. The higher the activation power, the higher the eventual output. At this moment, everyone felt they were standing below this newly created space. Only Li Qie was up there to face Orchid Sage. They didn't dare to breathe loudly while quietly watching this scene. Orchid Sage might not be here in person, but one would extrapolate his actual strength by gauging this great technique. A bit interesting, I'm a little impressed. Li Qie smiled at the figure. The crowd became frozen after seeing Li Qie still unperturbed while facing a progenitor. He was domineering enough to have zero fear. Orchid Sage's eyes consisted of a gathering of starry light. They looked like 2 pulses capable of piercing through everything. Just his gaze alone was intimidating enough. The students on their knees already didn't dare to move. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. They found out that a progenitor wasn't just a title. It represented the ultimate power. Of course, this gaze still didn't affect Li Qie at all. Let's get started. Li Qie took one step forward and crossed through endless space. It only took the blink of an eye before he got close enough. The sage began as well with a brush in his hand. He waved it and unleashed a blinding radiance. Boom! A river of time streamed out of his brush. It crossed through millions of years like a flood breaking the dam and shot towards Li Qie. It wished to drag him back to the past and completely annihilate him. Galactic brush. People shouted after seeing the river of time after one stroke. Just imagine the destructiveness of this rampaging current from the river of time. Because of this, Li Qie's body started dissipating into particles and washed away. Damn! The spectator shuddered. 1,000,000 years with a single thought. Li Qie laughed after seeing this. His dissipating form suddenly lit up and came together again, completely unharmed. Boom! Li Qie swung his hand and the river of time was suddenly lifted up and twisted it back towards Orchid Sage. This is possible. One student said in a daze. The rest of the spectators became slack-jawed. Just withstanding the temporal current was amazing enough, but this guy just casually reversed the tide. This was something unimaginable. Chapter 2897, Invincible. With a brush stroke, the reverse temporal river rushed back towards Orchid Sage with extreme speed, only inches away from him in no time at all. The sage swung his brush again, seemingly painting in one swift motion. The river instantly disappeared, 1,000,000 years seemingly vanished just like that. The students became amazed once more, having never thought of a technique like this. This is possible too. He's invincible with that brush. One stunned student murmured. Pretty much, that's why he's called Orchid Sage, certainly invincible with his brush. A powerful student said, one stroke is enough to create winds and lightning. This is no big deal for him. Break. Li Qiye stepped forward again for a simple punch with a smile. This looked like a rough move with no technique to speak of. A villager would do something like this during a quarrel. Elegance and profundity couldn't be found here. However, the stars shattered as a result. Supreme Grand Tao and mysterious merit laws seemed so feeble before it. The sage retaliated by writing 4 characters, Tao through the earth. Rumble. Loud explosions detonated as a massive landmass emerged between Li Qiye and the sage, separating the two. It was extremely thick with enough distance to encompass the sun, moon, and 9 heavens. Life could go on as normal in this place. No defense and treasure could be more resilient than this landmass. Boom! Li Qiye made direct contact with his punch. Rocks and soil went flying like a wave. The entire place was flipped over. His punch served as a meteor, destroying the entire area, piercing through it in no time at all. This destruction was truly moving. Such a punch was more than enough to destroy any kingdom or sect back in immortal lineage. They didn't stand a chance against this vulgar move from him. The sage wrote again after seeing this overwhelming ambush. Boom! A world with 10 entrances emerged. Each entrance had a terrifying existence. To the south was an enormous saber-wielding Azura king. Behind him were numerous more Azura tribe members. To the north was a Yiksha emperor holding a halberd with an ocean behind him. Various other malevolent spirits posed behind him. To the east was a Garuda spreading its wings with enough force to flip over the 3 worlds and the karma itself. To the west was a divine dragon. Its roar crushed the celestials and severed the supreme creations. Overwhelming ambush. These armies surrounded Li Qiye from all sides. The students couldn't believe it since the sage only needed to write 4 characters to mobilize so many troops. Moreover, they were elites as well from the various legends. Are they real or just illusions? One student wiped his eyes. Illusions, no. They can crush you in the blink of an eye. A powerful peer shook his head and said. Oh dash! The horns of war sounded as the armies entered the battlefield. Kill him! They roared and began the offense. The Azura king swung his saber, resulting in numerous sharp waves. His army rushed for their foe like a tsunami of steel. The Yiksha emperor gave the command and leaped upward to deliver an all-piercing thrust straight at Li Qiye's heart. The furious Garuda flapped its wings and sent down lightning and fire, wishing to drown out Li Qiye. Not to mention one man, even a system would fall to this invasion. The spectating students were scared out of their mind after seeing the sheer destructive capabilities of these armies. Some dropped to the ground, paralyzed. Though they were powerful, they wouldn't be able to stop a single blow from the horde. The most frightening thing was that they came from the brush of the sage. Just a few strokes were enough for him to destroy a system. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could do anything as long as he had his brush. Orchid Sage, now they finally understood the significance of his title. Let's go. Li Qiye wasn't afraid at all and let out a battle cry against the incoming armies. Clank! An ocean of swords emerged behind him and issued their hymns. Millions of swords pulsed with a golden light. Their vibration made space and time tremble as well. In the next second, they flew forward with an unreasonable speed. This was a harrowing ocean smashing into the armies. Whoosh! 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 Heads started flying into the air, then pillars of blood gushing out. This scene of carnage was unreal. Golden lights flashed, causing men to lose their head in blood. The armies didn't even have the chance to scream before being decapitated by this golden ocean. Boom! The armies fell to the ground at the same time and caused a considerable quake. Blood ran like an ocean, corpses piled up like mountains. Ugh, some students were scared out of their mind and vomited the content of their stomach. Boom! The ocean of swords didn't stop either and continued heading for the sage while destroying everything in its path. Distance and time didn't matter due to its incredible speed. All living beings cowered in fear before this terrible ocean. The sage moved his brush faster this time, only one truth. Buzz. The moment the characters appeared, the sage became resplendent and an expanse of light descended from above. Chapter 2898, Who is Stronger? The descending light seemed to be a pathway towards a land of immortal. One would gain immortality in no time at all. Orchid Sage became everlasting while basking in this light. The seas might run dry and the stones might go soft, but he would still never change. He was the only truth, truly indestructible. This truth would always exist regardless of the era and epoch. It wouldn't change due to the passing of the ages or the fluctuation of the Grand Tao. This particular brush technique was quite heaven-defying. Rumble. The ocean of sword was stopped by the descending light symbolizing the truth itself, resulting in explosions that made the world tremble. Just the apocalyptic sounds alone from the numerous swords slamming into the light scared the hell out of the students, turning them pale. This particular barrage would have been able to pierce the earth and make it all the way to the 9 levels of hell. However, this light successfully stopped it and allowed the sage to stand strong still. So powerful, that's a progenitor for you. A true emperor, no matter how strong, still can't compare. The gap between these realms is unsurpassable. A student praised. Looks like Fiercest is finally meeting his match. Another added. Clank. Right when people were still commenting about the block, the swords suddenly came together and became one. The golden swords turned into a single bronze sword of extreme size. It posed amidst the sky, making heaven and earth seem smaller in comparison. Everyone gasped after seeing its size, some quivered in fear. This sword, if it were to fall down on its own, it would still be enough to crush an entire system. There was no need for techniques, its weight alone was the most dangerous edge. Crack. In fact, even the spatial fabrics of this area couldn't handle its weight and started cracking. It felt that the place could crumble at any moment. Clank. It unleashed a sure kill slash at the sage, just a simple vertical motion bereft of techniques and variations. Everything would turn to ashes and powders anyway. Everyone turned white and felt their knees buckling. The slash crushed all the spatial and temporal affinities in the blink of an eye. Orchid Sage's expression changed as he flicked his brush in the ink-splashing style. Boom! Alas, nothing could stop the weight of this sword. The light crumbled, even the only truth couldn't withstand this. It continued cutting straight at the sage. So terrifying. One student screamed. Boom! 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 The ink splashes earlier turned into tidal waves shooting at the sword. These tsunamis were large enough to drown the entire world. Unfortunately, the slash still split them apart. Bam! The sage was blown flying. Everyone was astounded to see an invincible progenitor losing an exchange. This news would shock the entire world. Buzz! As his body went flying, the sage still swung his brush, spatial fold. Numerous deep-dimensional spaces appeared out of nowhere and Wuxia was pushed into one of them, disappearing from sight. The sage finally stabilized his stance. His glow wavered for a bit like a flickering candle. It took a short while before it calmed down. Even the avatar of a progenitor lost to that slash earlier. How many systems could actually survive? Is this the end? People exchanged glances after seeing the banishment. For some reason, many hoped that this would be the end of Fiercest since he was too terrifying and devilish. All the students here were afraid of him. I hope so, there should be no way back after being banished so far into a deep dimension. One student murmured. Pop. Unfortunately, a portion of space collapsed and Lucia walked out, still as nonchalant as ever. He didn't lose a strand of hair after leaving that dangerous void. Fiercest, another lamented. A decent warm-up, you're not too bad. Let's get started for real this time. Lucia smiled at the sage. What? That's just a warm-up. The student's jaw dropped to the ground. If that was only the prelude, how terrifying would the real battle be? They could even destroy the world. Boom! A divine flame materialized and surged around Lucia. He didn't quite exude an invincible aura, but with the appearance of this flame, he turned into a supreme master. Each of his actions indicated his supremacy. Everything else was meaningless and insignificant in his eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat after seeing this new state of his. A while ago, he looked lazy and indifferent about everything, as if he didn't want to waste an ounce of strength. This was the case even at the start of the battle against the sage. Now, they realized that he was only playing around earlier. Is this him at full power? Some of the kneeling spectators were overwhelmed with fear. No, I don't think so. Another Eternal felt the same horror. I think he's only using just a tiny bit of his power now, unlike before. You don't think you're exaggerating it too much? The other student said, if this is only a tiny bit, then what if he goes all out? He'll be able to massacre progenitors. The Eternal didn't say anything, thinking that it was impossible. A terrible existence capable of massacring progenitors simply shouldn't exist in this world. Chapter 2899, an immortal chapter created. The sage's expression turned serious after seeing Lucia. Buzz. Space and time suddenly reversed as the sage moved his brush with extreme speed. He wrote eternal characters in a split second. A Tao chapter emerged and took over. He didn't stop there either. His hand moved like a soaring dragon with peerless profundity. The entire world was his canvas, just a few strokes were enough for him to depict all creations. An unbelievable event occurred. The sage wrote numerous characters that eventually came together to form an immortal scripture. It floated in front of him, seemingly ready to spread the immortal path. It exuded strands of light with incredible momentum. Each could start a new era. This scripture seemed to be the beginning of a world. The individual words and phrases could create everything. It was capable of explaining and deriving karma, time and space, the samsara, immortality. The crowd shuddered after seeing this scripture. They felt that all merit laws and techniques in existence couldn't compare to it. The thing should be the most sought-after art to gain true elucidation of the Tao. Rumble. The sage touched the scripture and became shrouded in an immortal light, seemingly absorbing the scripture. Boom. The finished process turned the shrouding light into an immortal flame. Clank. 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 Numerous immortal plates appeared and latched onto his body to form a full set of armor. Rumble. As he spread out his palms, a whole new world seemed to be coming into being. He did it very slowly, wanting an entirely new world. This required massive power. Boom. A crack appeared in space to make room for this new entity to take over. A ray of light emerged through the crack, one belonging to the start of time. This ray alone could destroy the present world. It was still faint and flickering like a candle in the wind, but this didn't mean it wasn't strong enough. This light was the end of a world and the beginning of a new one. Buzz. The area started melting like snow under the sunlight, including the stars and galaxies up above. Space and time gradually melted as well. Nothing would be left but ashes at this rate. With the destruction of the outside world, the internal world inside the gap started growing stronger and filled with life, ready to jump out. Destruction and creation, the students thought about this issue. What, they found themselves melting along with the world. They looked around and saw their peers turning ethereal and indistinct. Fear overwhelmed them as they tried to run. Alas, the moment they turned around, they saw nothing behind them, only a vague expanse slowly disappearing. Not even a speck of dust managed to escape the melting process. Are we done for? They had nowhere to run, akin to being lost in an ocean. Eventually, they found themselves unable to move too. I'm only 20 and still have so much to see. I am too young to die. One student screamed helplessly. Fiercest. He needs to do something now. The crowd thought about Wuxia. They didn't want him to win a while ago due to his terrifying abilities. But now, he became their shining hope. Strangely enough, the world and themselves were melting and changing, but they could still see him. Unfortunately, he suffered the same fate and became fuzzy, nearly dissipating in this expanse. The students lost all hope as a result. We're done for, we'll disappear with this world. One of them lamented. Everyone here was scared out of their wits. This wasn't dying or being killed, they were simply being erased from existence. They were simply drawings on a piece of paper that could be erased at will along with their world. Not bad at all. Wuxia in his fuzzy form still chuckled, acting nonchalant. His chuckle sounded so pleasant right now, almost like the sound of a savior. You have a lot of potentials and will improve greatly in the future. Unfortunately, this is only a little clue to what can be, not true creation. It isn't enough to fight me. He casually said. The crowd no longer viewed this arrogant comment as being insane and thought that this was the best line ever said. They hoped that he was speaking the truth. Time to end this. He smiled. He emerged once more with clear outlines as if he was separated from the melting world. Boom! He slammed his palms together. A supreme power emanated from the impact and instantly swept through the area. This shockwave extinguished the light coming out of the gap and sent the progenitor flying to the horizon. Crack! This avatar had cracks everywhere. This mighty being couldn't withstand the ultimate blow and crumbled. Chapter 2900, A Virtuous Showing, Crack. The space above cracked like porcelain after the crumbling of orchid sage. The entire thing shattered and disappeared from sight, and everyone found themselves in the ancient courtyard again. The valley of the crystal crab came into sight along with the bright sun rays. Alas, the spectators remained stunned from the previous events. They touched their face then their body before looking around. All four limbs and the rest were still intact, not melting like before. Ha ha ha. We're still alive and well. The first ones to calm down yelled excitedly. We're still alive. Everyone else regained their sanity later and saw that everything was fine. Nothing felt better than being alive, especially after experiencing a terrible disaster, nearly being erased like the content of a painting. They heaved a sigh of relief and started cheering in full force. Unfortunately, not all of them felt the same way. A loud bang occurred shortly after the restoration and many were crawling on the ground. The disappearance of the sage destroyed the fusion, so Gold Taifa Emperor and his allies showed up again. They were completely pale, not because of fear but because that move earlier required too much vitality and energy. Just standing was difficult now. Plus, that final move from Wuxia also injured them and made them spit out blood. The spectating students were stirred. That move just now looked like the sage was here in person and should have been unbeatable. Alas, it still lost to Fiercest. I think only a progenitor in person can actually take him on. One student murmured. Rah! The dragon roared. Everyone thought that it was about to rush forward and fight to the death. However, it turned and fled so fast without worrying about its image, to the astonishment of the crowd. Rumble. The rest of the ancient beasts followed the dragon and ran for their lives as well in such a pitiful manner, unlike their haughty appearance prior. Only the four human combatants were left behind. This stark contrast took the crowd like a storm. A while ago, These beasts were so intimidating and impressive, making the spectators tremble with their auras. Now, they ran away like dogs who have lost their masters. The spectators didn't know how to describe this. That golden dragon, in particular, was even more shocking. It was the king of beasts, a being stronger than an 8-palace emperor. Alas, it didn't maintain the style of a king at all and let go of its image to be the first to flee. The four could only stand there and smile wryly. They were still beasts and survival was in their instinct. Running was understandable against a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, the four couldn't copy them. To do so would damage their own prestige along with their sex reputation. They shouldered not only their own pride but also the honor of their systems and sections. Thus, dying in battle was preferable to running. Let's finish this. Li Qie smiled. To the death. Treasure Source True God was the first to make a move. Boom! He leaped to the sky and the source on his chest unleashed all of its power. He also channeled his own energy into it. The power turned into an energy beam shooting straight at Li Qie's chest. It broke through the spatial fabrics and appeared at another spatial location before continuing its trajectory. Go for it. Li Qie arched his chest, seemingly amused. Boom! When this mighty beam struck Li Qie's chest, it didn't penetrate it contrary to expectations and was actually repelled backward towards the true God. Boom! It struck and instantly destroyed his treasure source. Ah! It then penetrated his chest. He fell and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His blood stained the soil. He slowly closed his eyes during his last moment without any regrets. His death earned him the respect of the crowd because of his rather noble attempt at avenging Deng Rensen. They asked themselves, would they do the same thing if they were in his shoes? Most likely not. Very courageous and commendable. That's how a man should be. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Some actually mourned for him. He wasn't a top genius or anything like that, just a man worthy of respect. We are inferior compared to him. The three emperors exchanged glances after seeing this. It is fate that have brought us together as allies, so I shall follow Brother Treasure Source. Stonecarver laughed and leaped into the sky to unleash a spear thrust at Li Qie. Brother Stonecarver, I got your back. Gold Python turned into a golden tsunami of steel and rushed forward. It is an honor to fight alongside you three. Let's die together today. Gold Taifa also laughed heartily. His weapon of choice was a disc that created 3,000 worlds launching at his foe. There was definitely an order to the attacks but they felt as if they were coming simultaneously. Chapter 2901, Death of the Emperors, Boom. Space crumbled before the all-out blows from three emperors. Though they have expended the majority of their vitality on top of being grievously wounded, they were still emperors with incredible power not to be trifled with. The world changed from their attack, the sky turned pale, the winds and clouds dissipated, the sun and moon lost their brilliance. All spectators trembled as a result. Everyone knew that they would lose for sure. Nevertheless, these attacks from them were still enough to crush any student present. As you wish. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand. This slight movement of his made the area quake. It felt as if this dimension couldn't withstand his power. Boom! Grand Tao hovered around his arm, his own supreme one. It made his arm look like a heavenly pillar with enough might to shoulder the entire world. Break! Li Qie roared and punched forward with a force resembling a rainbow traveling through the domains, capable to pierce anything. The world turned dark since the punch reverted everything back to the origin including the Grand Tao. Only a fuzzy expanse was left behind. The spectators viewed it as a supreme Grand Tao residing above, not just a punch breaking through space. This Tao was suppressive and primed to annihilate. They felt a painful thunk on their chest as if they were the targets. Boom! It crushed everything like dried branches. Defensive measures and other affinities failed to stop it. Crack. The Emperor's weapons, treasures, and armors instantly disintegrated. Poof. The three didn't even have the chance to scream before being rendered into bloody mists by this absolute force. A while later, the primordial chaos created by the frightening punch dissipated. The bloody mists also scattered to the gentle wind. These breezes were rather refreshing, akin to the coming of autumn. The spectators that have regained their wits pulled down their collars. Serenity returned to the area as if nothing had happened. The terrible realization of the Emperor's death slowly set in. People started having cold sweat, some sat butt first on the ground. That was enough energy to devour everything, one student murmured. Having said that, he bowed his head towards the battlefield where the Emperors were last seen. The others felt the same way and started showing their respect. The Emperors knew that they would die for sure, but instead of begging for mercy, they chose to defend their dignity and pride with death. It didn't matter whether the Emperors were good or bad. This final action of theirs showed that they were exceptional and had qualities not seen in others. Dying to my grand Tao is not shameful at all. Li Qiye smiled and pulled his hand back. The crowd felt suffocated while looking at Li Qiye hovering in the sky. Killing 3 emperors didn't move him in the slightest, no different from killing 3 random people. Do you think only progenitors can take him on? One spectator said. Maybe only Orchid Sage and Luminous Master can right now. Another student stared at Li Qiye in a daze, completely intimidated. Not maybe, it's definitely the truth. One more took a deep breath and said. Meanwhile, Li Qiye landed in the Valley of the Crystal Crab. Everyone else started leaving while having different emotions rampaging in their mind. Too many shocking things happened in such a short time, especially the death of 3 emperors. The name, Li Qiye, would definitely frighten people now. Something big will happen soon. One paled student commented. Orchid Sage might seek to avenge his fallen disciple, that battle will be apocalyptic. His friend speculated. Nothing will be the same afterward. The group shuddered after hearing this. Zhou Qiushi and his peers felt extreme reverence after meeting Li Qiye again. Just think about it, Gold Taifa and the others were invincible and unreachable in their eyes. Now, Li Qiye alone easily killed them all. They shuddered after thinking about how they previously viewed him as a friend or even a little brother a while back. They didn't know what to do and could only lament their lack of insight for treating this supreme existence as an equal. Some even tried to look after him. Thus, the sudden change left them awkward. Fortunately, Li Qiye didn't mind it at all. Another imperious being would have killed them all long ago. Their eyes had nothing but respect now while staring at Li Qiye, no longer daring to view him as another student like before. The Black Bull was calm, unlike the students. Killing 3 emperors wasn't a big deal at all for someone of Li Qiye's level. Sir, you are truly unbeatable. The Crystal Crab praised, emotional after witnessing Li Qiye's power. The awkward students were saved because the missing Du Wenrui returned just in time. We need to leave right now, the ancient courtyard is closing. He told them. Sigh, peace again, I will have to slumber once more. The crab complained. Nevertheless, it had no intention of leaving this place. It was safe and cozy here with no bothersome intruders. The play is over, it's a shame that no progenitors joined the fun. The Black Bull gloated on others' misery and wanted to see even more chaos. You guys go back, it's time to go our separate ways. Li Qiye smiled. You're leaving, student Li? Du Wenrui asked. This was within his expectations. He knew that Li Qiye was only a passerby at Repentance Institution and would eventually move on. There's nothing else to do here at Academy of Light. Li Qiye said. I know other fun areas here with a lot of treasures. The bull hurriedly said. Chapter 2902, Another Goodbye. Li Qie ignored the bull and took out the sword of repentance, then handed it to Du Wenrui. Take it back, this is still your institution's defining treasure. You should give it to me instead. The greedy bull's eyes lit up and reached for it. Boom! The moment it touched the sword, it got blown away with all four hooves pointing upward. The sword didn't accept it, perhaps it hated this creature, resulting in an instant attack. Bah! Just a broken sword, nothing special about you. You used to be impressive when Desolate Saint was around, but he's dead now. We'll see how long you stay cool for. Come, get out of your sheath and I'll teach you a good lesson by stomping you into pieces. No, I'll refine you into molten metal too, then pour the rest down the abyss so that you will never see the sun again. The bull jumped up and angrily shouted. Why bother arguing so much with a broken sword? Li Qie gave it the side eye. Right, the bull found this logical and stood up straight to look down at the sword. Yeah, I won't stoop down to its level, it can't get into my sight at all. Go ahead and stay at a crappy place like Repentance, no one wants you anyway. Clank. The sword hummed back in an imperious manner, seemingly looking down on the bull too. These two must have had a prior feud unknown to outsiders. Li Qie chuckled and told Wenrui, leave it to a fateful one in the future. Wenrui hesitated for a moment, studently, since the sword has accepted you as a master, it is yours now. He could tell that the sword was very happy to follow Li Qie if he were to bring it along. I was only testing. It is a good sword though, and a gentleman doesn't take someone else's treasure. A gentleman I'm not, but I still won't take your academy's treasure. Li Qie smiled. Then I'll have to shamelessly accept it, thank you. Wenrui pondered for a bit before bowing and accepting the sword. Clank. The sword quietly hummed this time, expressing its unwillingness. Go now, this world will be changing soon. Academy of Light is your real home and you will meet a suitable master eventually. Li Qie stroked it and said. The sword calmed down after hearing this, allowing Wenrui to put it away. He bowed towards Li Qie once more. This sword was the defining treasure of their academy and extremely precious. Of course, Wenrui had no problem with Li Qie taking it away. This didn't mean that he didn't appreciate Li Qie's generosity by giving it back. This was a kindness similar to Desolate Saint leaving it there. This sword was powerful but not to the level of absolute necessity. Li Qie had several similar weapons, some even more powerful. He only took it along out of sheer curiosity and boredom, not to take it away from repentance. Students, let's thank young Noble Li for taking care of us on this trip. Wenrui told the students. They bowed respectfully towards him with utmost sincerity. Li Qie had indeed taken care of them along the way and gave them many fortunes. I pray for your success in the future, student Li. Wenrui became slightly emotional and told Li Qie. Yes, and I'm sure the light will shine on repentance one day too. Li Qie chuckled. Wenrui then took the students away. They waved non-stop at him until they disappeared past the valley entrance. Hee, sir, where are we going now? The bull was ready for more fun. Should we go on a rampage and defeat everyone? No, we'll head deeper inside for a look. Li Qie glanced at the far reach of Sacred Mountain. Shit, really going to that place? The bull was slightly afraid. The truth is the area past Beast Garden is not under the jurisdiction of Sacred Mountain. I believe it is a prison, a terrible place for all intruders. The praises about the light and conversion are all lies, it will put shackles on people to strengthen the Tao Foundation. I thought you were fearless. Li Qie said. He. I just don't know that much about that place, you know. It's not that comfortable there either. The bull had an awkward smile. I know you're afraid of that tree demon. Li Qie casually revealed. Nonsense. The bull jumped up and put on a haughty posture. How can I be afraid of that old geezer? Humph. I simply respect elders enough to go easy on him. In a real contest, yes, you will win if the contest is about boasting. Li Chia chuckled. Sir, it's really not like that. The truth is that, we only have a minor misunderstanding between us. The bull said. Minor understanding? I'm sure you've done something despicable. Li Chia looked at the bull with contempt. Hee, it's nothing, I only ate a few leaves of his. The bull seemed to be bragging. Judging by its past, it must have done more than just eating a few leaves. Humph. He's just too stingy, you know. What's the point of getting angry at a neighbor over nothing? The bull's expression quickly shifted to one of annoyance. It must have suffered quite a bit to be looking like this. What's in there? Li Chia ignored its rambling and got to the point. I don't know, since I've never really cared. The bull shrugged. To put it simply, I avoid having anything to do with Desolate Saint and what he's trying to do. Hee, I only want Sacred Mountain. But, the old demon should know. I believe that he will go all out very soon, he has been waiting for a long time now. Let's go so I can end this trip. Li Chia concluded. Then I won't be accompanying you, sir, I just remembered that I got other stuff to do, see you later. The bull ran out of the valley before finishing the sentence. Oh right, if Desolate Saint left some crappy stuff in there, please stomp on them for me, that hypocrite definitely didn't leave anything good. The bull blabbered on after being so far away. Li Chia started leaving too, with the crab and the two birds sending him off. The latter didn't want him to leave since he had saved them twice. Can't follow me forever, we're about to leave the ancient courtyard now, go back. Li Chia eventually told them. The three bowed towards him and returned to the valley. Creak dash, while after he left the courtyard, it started to close. The seniors told the students to leave. The place closed entirely and disappeared from sight after all the students have left. Chapter 2903, Vast Plain. Li Chia didn't leave Sacred Mountain after leaving the ancient courtyard. He directly cut through Beast Garden to reach an area not under the jurisdiction of Sacred Mountain. Nevertheless, it still belonged to the Academy of Light. This was a route less traveled due to the danger within. During the opening of Sacred Mountain, the Academy had warned all students to not risk passing through Beast Garden. Of course, they wouldn't stop the suicidal ones from trying either. Ordinary students heeded this warning. Plus, they have never heard of anyone coming back alive after going there. The strong ones didn't want to take the risk either. The light power there was too strong and made it virtually impossible to leave after entering. As time went on, one would stop thinking about leaving too. It culminated with death and truly returning to the system. Of course, this was a nice way of putting it. To be frank, it was a brainwashing process. At the last stage, those affected would be willing to offer themselves to be part of the system. As the Black Bull put it, dying there was akin to strengthening the Tao foundation of the Academy, adding another support brick. Or, to put it inelegantly, they would become fertilizer for the Tao source. A vast plain came after Sacred Garden. The weak wouldn't notice anything special here. However, after a certain power level, some would see that this entire plain felt like an illusion. The grass swaying to the wind and the mountains scattered about were fake. With a supreme gazing technique or enough power, they would see that they were standing on a planet of light. Light emanated from the bottom and has manifested into reality. They turned into the various entities seen here. There might be an unbelievably powerful heart of light at the bottom of this place. Its beats derived everything here. Walking on this plane meant walking on the surface of this light planet. This was the reason why the bulls said it didn't belong to Sacred Mountain. They were indeed two separate worlds. However, if one couldn't see this reality, they would just think that they were walking on a peaceful plain. The breezes were so pleasant and comforting as well. Something out of place was the presence of bodies. However, there was no fear or astonishment. Some kneeled on the grass, Others meditated in the caves or below the cliffs. They died in a very peaceful manner and faced the same direction. It seemed that they died during their happiest moment and left the world without any regrets. Who knows how long ago they have passed away? Perhaps millions of years. Nevertheless, these corpses didn't decompose. Their clothes and flesh remained intact. In fact, not even a speck of dust got on them. Maybe that they carefully washed and prepared for death in a ceremonial fashion before departing this world. That's why they look like statues right now instead of corpses. Upon closer inspection, those strong enough would find that these corpses have turned to light. Their clothes and flesh were made of light particles. The extremes of both light and darkness are evil, only an art to entice others and turn them into followers. They only serve to push one's own goal. Li Qiye sighed and shook his head. He clearly saw through the mysteries and profundities of this place. It was the same as Buddhist funeral plateau in essence, only the forms are different. They weren't that different from the darkness since their final goal was to strengthen themselves. The biggest difference was that the light in Buddhism, at least in the beginning, represented mercy and compassion. Who knows if this goodness served to make the mastermind feel better or for the sake of everyone else? On the contrary, the darkness was filled with cruelty and greed resulting in blood and murder. Ultimately, the two affinities are pathways for one's ambition. They won't save the self or everyone else. It doesn't matter if his title is Desolate Saint or Samsara Wild Ancestor, he is still fundamentally the same. Li Qiye murmured. Finally, confirmation about this. Looks like there was an error with my raw then which created a lot of confusion. The long trek on this plane didn't move Li Qiye at all. The illumination of the light was ephemeral compared to his Tao heart. A peak eventually appeared before him, not that majestic and grand in appearance. Strangely enough, its very presence diminished the qualities of everything nearby. The great mountains and lofty rivers around this place didn't matter at all. This peak was the real master of this world. It could look down on the ages despite its humble height. It seemingly experienced millions of years of torments while being strengthened by immortals. This was the toughest peak of them all. The sky could fall down and it would still pierce through the firmaments. The strongest merit laws and sharpest treasures couldn't leave a single dent. A true emperor couldn't stand straight before this peak and would need to droop down. Incredible. Li Qiye praised, able to tell that this was a peerless Tao foundation. In front of this mountain was an old tree. Time has left its mark on the barks. Unfortunately, this land seemed to be infertile so it didn't grow much at all through the years. It looked normal enough but a powerful emperor with their heavenly gaze would notice that it was a supreme Bodhi tree, freed from the limitation of time. Each leaf and branch emitted the holiest light. This particular light had similarities and differences compared to the light of the system. The light of the system was actually full of enticement, wanting to convert others. The light from this tree seemed so calm and benevolent, capable of embracing everything. It didn't matter if one was a worshipper of the light or not, it would still embrace them. This tender embrace didn't discriminate at all against betrayers or those wanting to leave. Two words would pop up in one's mind after seeing this light: compassion and forgiveness. Only the real masters could see through this Bodhi tree's nature. An ordinary cultivator or mortal would only see an old tree. Click. 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 One could hear chiseling sounds disturbing the serenity of this place. A careful listener would notice its special rhythm and order. Chapter 2904, Old Man. The repeated knocking was actually very pleasant and calming. It became a natural sound to decorate this serene place, making it less boring and dry and instilling a sliver of life into it. The sound came from an old man on top of the cliff. He wore a cheap robe with wrinkles covering his face. Time has left its mark on his appearance but not his determination. His eyes were bright and spirited, not muddled like an old man at all. They were profound and visionary after having seen the ups and downs of the world. Seeing his eyes would give the impression that they could encompass everything. His hands were filled with calluses and wrinkles. Alas, their grip on the hammer and chisel seemed so firm and strong. Nothing could stop him from grinding it down. He slowly knocked on the peak, and despite the slow speed, he was still making clear progress with words. Click, click, click. The rhythmic sound seemed to be eternal as it echoed across the plain. Remember, this peak was unimaginably hard, capable of piercing a falling sky. No weapons could leave a single mark on it. However, the old man was successfully chipping off pieces from the top with his chisel. He was carving ancient and inscrutable runes. From their markings, one could see that the earlier ones have been done very long ago. This meant that each rune on this cliff required 1,000 years or even 10,000 years to finish. There were 10,000 runes or so on the cliff so far. It would be a complete chapter after he finished. Just think about the time it took for each rune. To have so many would require an entire epoch. This didn't seem to be a problem with this old man, or at least time wasn't. He probably didn't feel time passing by while carving. The only thing changing to him was the formation of the runes, not the vicissitudes of time. He didn't care about any changes in the outside world either, devoting his entire physical and mental focus on his hammer and chisel. Once again, the weak would only be able to see an old man carving on this peak. This wasn't the case for someone like Li Qie or emperors at the right level with their heavenly gaze. They would be able to see that the carving process and the runes weren't that simple. Furthermore, only progenitors and up would be able to see through the fundamental mysteries. The profound runes here were part of a supreme scripture with a merit law of the light affinity. This merit law was superior to all of the arts in Academy of Light. Each rune was carefully chosen, and upon closer inspection, the runes themselves encompassed various scriptures. In other words, numerous scriptures existed here. They have been polished and perfected throughout the years. Moreover, they weren't just carved on this particular peak. A master could see the Tao source of the system right now when looking down. They would notice that these runes were actually carved on this system's Tao source, meaning that this old man was adding his various scriptures to it. Remember, a system's Tao source was refined by the progenitor's own arts. It shouldered their supreme grand Tao. Thus, this carving process meant that his runes were erasing and replacing desolate saints' runes in this Tao source. As time went on, Academy of Light would change, and one day, the old man would finish carving his supreme Tao into this Tao source. The system would become his as a result. This has been ongoing for millions of years, yet the inhabitants of the system knew nothing about it. This was quite illogical. A powerful master, especially progenitors, wouldn't find it particularly difficult to destroy a system. Plus, they could create their own systems after reaching this realm. However, changing the ownership of an established system was an arduous task, if not impossible. It required an incalculable length of time and enough power to change the merit laws. No one would want to do something like this even if they were capable of doing so. Masters of this level had other things to do, things of greater importance. There was no need to waste their time and effort on this nonsensical task. The old man reached a state of zen and total focus while carving. Nothing else existed in his mind. Li Qie leaned on a tree nearby and watched the whole thing, not seeming to be in a hurry. He forgot about time itself while the old man continued on with his task. After a while, the latter finally took a break for a drink beneath the same tree. "The runes are beautiful." Li Qie casually sparked up a conversation. "Indeed." The old man seemed to be appreciating his own work and recognizing their perfection as a smile appeared on his wrinkly face. "If I had the chance against an enemy, I would definitely destroy him and turn all of his legacies to ashes." Li Qie said. "This is a bet." The man took a sip of water. "If I win, his light Tao is the incorrect path while mine is the orthodox path. But his path is more direct and effective with faster cultivation speed." Li Qie said, your light Tao is slower and requires more cultivation. The start is like an old ox pulling a carriage, as slow as can be. Don't try to run before you can walk, since that can only result in turning towards the wrong path. The old man didn't mind the criticism since he had full confidence in his Tao. Chapter 2905, The Right Tao, Taking the Wrong Path Yet is the most loved by all. The common men, none of them would be willing to carve this rock. They believe they are smart and that the lofty grand Tao is what they should seek. Wasting time on this rock is foolish. Li Qie chuckled. That's why only a selected few can last despite the abundance of geniuses. The old man smiled. Only an immovable heart can become eternal. Li Qie smiled, it has nothing to do with light and darkness, the orthodox or wrong paths. If one's Tao foundation isn't true, then how can they have an immovable heart? The old man sincerely replied. Li Qie nodded in agreement, sounds correct, people only gaze at the horizon and forget what's beneath their feet. Can't even take half a step forward while still thinking about the destination. The old man nodded and said, why are you here, fellow Taoist? Only to take a look at what desolate saint left behind, but after seeing you here, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Li Qie smiled. Might as well take a look since you're here already to have peace of mind. The old man was amicable like a kind senior. True, let's go take a look then to see what the saint was like back then. Li Qie said. He came from the darkness, so even though there is a spark of light in his heart, he is still darkness all the same and will return there. The old man said, that's why I told him that he can't represent the light. Unfortunately, my Tao was shallow back then and couldn't beat him. Light and darkness can be created with a single thought of his. Li Qie shook his head, he's not like you who is devoted to the light and will end with the light. I see. The old man agreed. I also told him that his search for the light is an attempt at self-consolation. Greed still loomed deep in his heart and the light was nothing more than just another technique to him. He couldn't escape the shackles of greed. To be exact, he couldn't escape the shackles of fear. Li Qie elaborated, he still remembered the fear during the moment of destruction and the defeat suffered. Thus, he wanted nothing more than to survive or have a move strong enough to fight back. That's why he continued wanting to grow stronger. Eventually, after reaching a certain power level, greed overwhelmed him and influenced his plan. He stopped caring and wouldn't mind burying his own world and epic to prepare the right strategy. Finally, when he wanted to return to the light and find his own time once more, he realized that he was only trying to make himself feel better while apologizing to the lost souls and those disappointed in him. Li Qie sighed after finishing. The only thing I seek is my own Tao. The old man pondered before replying. Simplicity is good. Li Qie smiled. And you? Are you trying to comfort the lost souls too? The old man asked. No, I don't need that for myself or for anyone else. Li Qie had a firm gaze, from beginning to end, I have nothing to do with the light and darkness. I walk forward without caring about the prosperity of the world. It doesn't need me to shoulder or to bury it. Same with the living beings. They shouldn't place their hope in me. Right, a savior doesn't exist. The old man said. Exactly. There is no savior in this world. If there seems to be one, then that person is actually a devil in disguise, more often than not. That's why I will only be me. Li Qie chuckled. Well, your path won't be easy then. There is still a long way to go. The old man sighed, this is all I've accomplished after so many years, only a Tao comparable to a progenitor. If you can go further and escape the bounds of the myriad worlds, I won't reach the level where I can actually witness your accomplishments. Maybe that's a good thing. Li Qie said, if I succeed, then everything will change. If I fail, nothing will be left. People might not be ready to accept this and rather maintain the status quo. A capsized nest won't have an unbroken egg. The old man said, my Tao is limited so I can't see the full picture. However, Desolate Saint told me that it is inevitable. Not a single world will be able to escape. It's only a matter of time. Insects only live in the present. One summer and one fall and that is it for them. Thus, they don't give a damn if a world-ending tsunami happens right after their death. Li Chia said, same with people. A million years later is so long after, they only live in the present while wanting to grow stronger. True, regular people can't understand the aspirations of a saint. The old man commented. It's a good thing that I'm not a saint since that loneliness is unbearable. Li Chia said. Is that so? Only the future will tell if you're a saint or not. Or on the contrary, you may suffer eternal infamy. The old man smiled. It won't be the first time. Li Chia answered, from the ancient past, plenty of people have cursed me for being evil as a dark hand behind the curtain. If one wants to have a good reputation, then don't do anything. If one wants to be loved by all, then copy Desolate Saint. But you don't wish to be either type. The old man smiled. I'll just be me, who cares what the world thinks? That has nothing to do with me. Li Chia chuckled. That has nothing to do with me. I didn't have this mindset when I was younger, always worrying about gains and losses. Now, I realize that all of that was completely insignificant. How ridiculous. Just be yourself, let them say whatever they want. This was Li Chia's style. Unfortunately, I realized too late. If I was only one step faster, Desolate Saint might not have existed. The old man nodded. No, it is not too late. One day, your light will shine in this world. No Desolate Saint in the future, but you will be there. Li Chia remarked. I hope so. The old man gazed at the horizon. The black bull said that you have a particular idea. Li Chia looked at him. That little one is too shameless and stubborn. The old man laughed and shook his head. It embodied all the fortunes possible, good background and incredible bloodline. Boundless potential. It could have become an incredible sage. That's not who it is. Li Chia said, it wouldn't be able to sit still on a supreme throne and rather just run around in the wilds. Freedom is its aspiration, to be unshackled and not care about its reputation or anything else. It needs sharpening and a few chains or it'll flip the world over. The old man said. That's why you didn't kill that Night King Phoenix, an attempt at keeping the bull down a notch. Li Chia smiled. That little one would dare to do anything. It came asking me before but couldn't hold back from eating, so I sent him flying. The old man revealed. Li Chia could easily imagine what had happened. It wasn't as simple as the bull put it, just sneaking in a few leaves. It must have done something really bad to warrant the old man taking action. No wonder why it was afraid and didn't dare to come here, clearly having a guilty conscience. Leave it up to fate, I'm sure something good will happen to it eventually. Li Chia said. The old man chuckled in response. He didn't look like a petty person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the bull play around in Sacred Mountain and only taught it a little lesson. Alright, let's go take a look now so you can understand, fellow Taoist. The man said. Okay. Li Chia nodded and got up. He looked forward and took the first step. The old man continued sitting beneath the tree, seemingly asleep. Are you prepared for what's coming? Li Chia stopped after a few steps and asked. Those stronger than me in the past still couldn't escape, so I can only do my best. The future is up to you. The old man lamented. Chapter 2906, Ocean of Light. The next location consisted of a seemingly bottomless abyss. No one could climb out after falling inside. This didn't stop Li Chia from jumping down there and turning into a free-falling meteor. This descent had unbelievable speed. After an unknown period of time, he finally landed on both feet and reached his destination. This place was the nethermost area of Sacred Mountain and the system. Even powerful emperors couldn't necessarily reach this place. A pulsing light greeted him near the entrance. After entering, he saw a boundless ocean ahead. It hid deep beneath Sacred Mountain. There was no way for one to reach the other side. The most shocking thing was that this ocean contained all the light of the entire system. It was the Tao source of Academy of Light. No one would believe this at first sight due to the sheer ridiculousness of the whole thing. A Tao source of a system could grow to this size. In reality, this wasn't only the light power left behind by Desolate Saint. It consisted of millions of years of accumulation from the sages, experts, and all living beings in the system. Normally, most systems would start to decline after years of prosperity. The power of the Tao source would also wither as a result. This was not the case for the Academy. For the inhabitants, it didn't matter if they had cultivated a light merit law or not as long as they believed in the light. The stronger their faith, the more light power would be within them. After death, this light force would return to the earth. Those who were completely converted would send this power to the Tao source without wasting any. This was the reason why those who died in Sacred Mountain looked so peaceful. They were fully converted and thought that they were one with the light and would live on with the system. Thus, death wasn't that scary. This served as the scariest part of the Academy. Its inhabitants toiled for a lifetime, and after death, their everything would become the light and join the Tao source. In other words, the Tao source would take everything from them, their vitality, energy, and all of their fortunes. It was no wonder why the bull mocked the saint as a hypocrite, thinking that he was nothing but a dark existence. Most would share this thought after finding the truth about its Tao source. Of course, one couldn't refute the saint's amazing abilities for doing something like this. It's just that those on a similar level would look down on his choice. Just imagine how many lives have lived in the system through the ages. They worshipped the light and continuously strengthened the Tao source after death. This number was simply incalculable. This eventually culminated in the great ocean of light before Wuxia. He smiled and started flying over it. Most would never be able to reach the other side despite trying for a lifetime. Moreover, this ocean wasn't calm either. It had tidal waves and dangerous gales in all places, some reaching far enough above to knock down the stars. These light storms were truly frightening. Nevertheless, the size and dangers of this ocean didn't deter Wuxia in the slightest. He crossed through them without any difficulty and was very close to the source. Ba-dump, 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 he could hear a sonorous noise similar to a powerful heartbeat from a distance. He found that it was the source of this ocean, the heart of light. It has been beating the entire time, only heard by those managing to get this far. This heart made of peerless light was different from a regular one. All the light affinities in the entire world gathered in this place. Each beat absorbed and released light forces. Each release resulted in a purer version of the light, meaning that any light force getting in the heart would be refined to perfection by the heart. Strangely enough, the heart seemed to have a strand of darkness rotating around it just like a dark halo. This was astounding because this Tao source could be said to be the gathering of the strongest light power in the entire world. A strand of darkness should be insignificant in comparison. Just one wave from this ocean should be able to incinerate it. However, the light didn't have any intention of burning the darkness away. The intertwining rotation of the heart and darkness looked like a dance between two lovers, never wanting to separate. How could these two eternal enemies stay so close? When one side was strong enough, it would definitely take down the other, and in this case, the light was far superior. Nevertheless, the darkness still hovered around like a moth drawn to the flame. What a sight to behold! Wuxia became slightly emotional after seeing this bizarre scene. He opened his eyes and his gaze crossed through the ages in order to look at the past of this heart. The heart of light also felt his terrible gaze and shrank slightly. However, its beats still continued with the same rhythm. It still looked as holy as ever with no hidden intention. Of course, his gaze was pervasive and all-seeing, able to see the true essences of the heart. He found that it was indeed a heart of light and truths and nodded approvingly. I see, regardless of your methods, you still left behind your conscience and knowledge of the light after returning to the darkness. Maybe you were trying to make your darkness even more perfect by removing all traces of light. Or, is this an attempt at leaving a substantial legacy for future descendants, a mark of your existence after falling completely? Li Qie shook his head, pondering. Chapter 2907, Desolate Saint's Legacy. This particular action was quite pure regardless of Desolate Saint's actual intent. No other schemes and plans were present. The heart seemed to be left behind as an inheritance for the system. Maybe the old carver was right, that Desolate Saint chose the wrong path. One thing was for certain, he meant well when he left this heart behind, not for personal gains or to be used as a backup plan. This wasn't the case for the palace up in the stars. Desolate Saint indeed left behind several hidden plans there. As for this extremely powerful Tao source, he didn't leave anything behind to siphon this accumulated power for himself. Are men fundamentally good? Maybe, maybe not, but he was indeed good once. Li Qie said, everyone might have tried to be a good person once but eventually chose the other path. This is what he left behind before embarking on this path. Of course, it was difficult using conventional morality to judge someone like Desolate Saint. At the very least, he tried his best to be as good as can be before giving up. Finally, Li Qie turned his focus on the strand of darkness. Those who have seen it before would recognize this power right away. It was the affinity that escaped from Repentance Institution, once suppressed by the statue and sword of Desolate Saint. Li Qie freed at the moment he took out the sword. This power was filled with dark affinity among many other things. Only the strong could spot this. He fixated and grabbed the strand. It had no chance of escaping from his grip despite being so mighty and stopped rotating. His eyes narrowed as he carefully gazed at the things contained within. He found that this wasn't a power of darkness. To be exact, it consisted of negative sentiments and records of darkness, plenty of sadness and separations too. These negative memories eventually turned into the current dark form. This could serve as an argument for men being fundamentally good, at least during the start. This person tried to protect their loved ones and friends along with his world. However, fear of the unknown, dread of death, trepidation regarding destruction. These various fears in combination with greed started eating away at his heart. At the start, he wanted to grow stronger in order to protect the things he cared for. He strived and struggled, ultimately growing stronger. Alas, with power came more desires, reputation, authority, and more power. At the apex, he found that everything else seemed insignificant. Others were nothing more than ants. He realized that the work he had put in was meaningless. Everything would turn to ashes anyway due to the inevitable calamity. All of his hard work seemed useless now. He needed something stronger to cope with reality. Thus, his Tao heart began to change. His previous noble obsession became twisted. Facing the inevitable calamity and the unknowns changed his goal from protecting to growing stronger. He wanted to survive. This was the only way to defeat the calamity and the unknowns. After reaching this step, he found that nothing else mattered but eternal life. By then, greed successfully pulled him into the darkness. The only thing on his mind was to survive the calamity and gain immortality. The once noble protector began destroying his own world because he needed more power to fulfill his desires. He initiated steps to rob his beloved world of the various affinities. This was the origin of his darkness. It didn't stem from an external source, just from the greed deep in his heart. It contained his undesirable past, faces of those who became disappointed in him, those who hated him, and the desperate grimace of his victims. He once wanted to protect them, but the real destroyer was him. It was impossible to forget these deep-rooted memories carved into every fiber of his being. The only thing he could do was bury them deep in his heart. Thus, this darkness wasn't banished and destroyed by the light, for it was a symbol of his guilt and conscience. If you have chosen to abandon it, then let it disappear. Li Qie shook his head, knowing why he didn't want to destroy it. He didn't want to remember these faces but couldn't bear to forget them either. Buzz, he began burning this darkness with his Tao flame. Pop. The burning process went on for a while before a very familiar face appeared in the flame. Desolate Saint. You wish to erase my legacy? His voice echoed. No, you still have another one, the light. Li Qie smiled. You tried to erase it as well, but you couldn't. Forgetting these faces would mean a true death to your heroic self in the past. Desolate Saint didn't reply. You made your choice the moment you left them at Repentance Institution. However, you didn't do it thoroughly enough. Let me help you erase them completely. Li Qie said. Fine, they're ephemeral anyway, since nothing can escape. The saint sighed. As long as my heart stays the same, I am eternal. Li Qie smiled. I had such thoughts once, but unfortunately, you will find one day that this is just not true. Only immortality is eternal. The saint chuckled. And that's precisely why you're you. Your highest level will only be this desolate saint, while I will be me, Li Qie. Li Qie answered. I hope so. The saint sighed once more. Buzz. The flame finally finished burning this dark power, and Desolate Saint's ethereal face turned into smoke. Li Qie turned towards the heart of light and said, success because of the light, but also failure. Light and darkness, both are the same, interchangeable from a single thought with a wavering Tao heart. He then left the Tao source. This was the end of his journey here after seeing the heart of light and the memories of darkness. Nothing else at the academy warranted his attention. He climbed up the abyss and returned to the plain. He saw the tiny peak in the distance. Click, click, click. The old man continued the arduous chiseling process, inch by inch. This would go on even after the seas run dry and the stones go soft. It was the eternal melody of this world. Chapter 2908, Seeing Three-Eyed Prodigy. Again someone was staring at the old chiseler with a serious expression while Li Qie was leaving. It was Three-Eyed Prodigy. He didn't even dare to breathe at this moment. His golden eye could see things unclear to others. Other half-steps didn't have the same vision. Because of this, he realized just how mighty the old man was. Prior to this, he has seen powerful characters like Luminous Master and Orchid Sage. However, these two couldn't compare to this old man. This was someone truly standing at the apex. Why was he here, just chiseling away? The prodigy has always been arrogant as the current youngest half-step. He was indeed a great genius even from a historical perspective. Now, he trod carefully and didn't want to bother the old man. A half-step like him wasn't worth mentioning because that old man could turn him to dust in no time at all. His golden eye shifted around, able to see through a few things from the chiseling process. This shook him to the core. How many other people could do something so heaven-defying right now? It's not good to spy. A voice suddenly broke his concentration like an unwelcome thunder blast. He became startled and instinctively jumped back to keep a distance. This strong reaction was warranted because this place was prohibitively difficult to reach. He had numerous treasures allowing him to infiltrate this place, albeit with extreme caution. He didn't see a single person, not even a ghost, during this trip in this vast land. Thus, someone being next to him naturally made him jump from fear. Moreover, he was powerful too and should have been able to detect anyone getting close. This guy got next to him despite him being on guard, meaning that he was so close to death while being unaware. He put on a defensive stance and summoned a treasure while looking towards the direction of the voice. He saw a man standing leisurely where he used to be, Li Chia. Seeing Li Chia for a second time gave him chills all over the place. He staggered backward in shock. You again. This was the person who he didn't want to see again the most. Why? He has seen plenty of masters including the current two progenitors. However, he could still gauge them and know of their abilities. The next step up was the old chiseler. He believed this old man far surpassed the two progenitors. Yet, he could still have a general idea of this old man's power. It was still within the realm of speculation. This wasn't the case for Li Chia, who truly frightened him. His golden eye was capable of dispelling all illusions and seeing the truths. Li Chia remained unfathomable even though he used his eye to its utmost. The guy seemed to be a limitless entity. The world was small compared to him, unable to contain his true might. The previous meeting was his first time seeing someone beyond his understanding. That's why he ran for his life after coming up with an excuse, no longer able to put up the usual haughty act. Reputation and dignity didn't matter at all. He believed that opposing Li Chia would result in certain death. After escaping, he swore to himself to stay as far away from Li Chia as possible, never appearing in the same place. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to meet Li Chia here. Thinking about how close they were together just now left him with cold sweat. It would only take the blink of an eye if the guy wanted to kill him just now. Hey now, I'm not a ghost and I won't eat you either, no need to be so afraid. Li Chia glanced at the youth. No, of course not, Senior is the greatest in history. The youth let out a forced smile while feeling extremely embarrassed. This was also another first for him, needing to bootlick. He sounded so awkward, unlike the black bull who could spew out lines after lines. Don't call me a senior when I'm only 18. It makes me feel old. Li Chia said. Right, Honorable One. Only 18, I see, so amazing. The youth shifted his attitude right away, still sounding awfully unnatural. You're no good at flattering, but at least you're smart enough to put your pride aside and flatter me. Li Chia shook his head and smiled. The youth has grown used to listening to others flattering him, not the other way around. He didn't feel good right now and wanted to run away. Your golden eye is not bad at all, very useful. Li Chia praised with a nod. This casual comment could be considered a peerless honor. Alas, the youth became afraid after hearing this. He felt as if Li Chia could reach and dig out his eye in the next second, so he moved back another step. Li Chia naturally saw this and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't be taking your eye, or I would have done it long ago. The youth heaved a sigh of relief and said, My ordinary eye can't get into your sight, Honorable One. It's not worth mentioning compared to your great vision. Wow, your talent is good indeed, 10 times better at flattery already, no wonder why you're a half-step everlasting despite being so young. Li Chia chuckled. The youth didn't appreciate the empty praise, but there was nothing he could do outside of smiling along. Chapter 2909, True Fardao. Li Chia turned his attention towards the old man before shaking his head. The youth did the same thing. In fact, he had plenty of questions regarding this mysterious fella but didn't dare to ask. Li Chia also didn't seem to be hostile, so he started calming down. Curiosity struck next. Sir, why does he want to stay here? He can start his own sect given his cultivation and fortunes. The youth eventually asked Li Chia. Honorable One didn't feel that right to him, so he changed it to, Sir, instead. It is an obsession that can make his Tao heart even firmer. Everyone has a different pursuit in life. Invincibility and power aren't his. He considers them ephemeral. Li Chia said. Obsession. The youth murmured. Go, don't bother him anymore. Just a waste of time. Li Chia turned and left. The youth hurriedly gave chase, no longer afraid of Li Qiye unlike before. Li Qiye didn't seem to care about his previous transgression, so the youth felt much better and wanted to find out more. Unaffected after making it this far means that your talents are great. Li Qiye glanced back at him. However, your Dao heart would have been affected by this light power if it wasn't for your treasure. You're right, sir. The youth smiled wryly, putting his pride aside and recognizing this truth. Your Dao heart needs more sharpening before it is a match for your great talents. That's when your future will truly be bright enough to reach the apex. Li Qiye said, wasting more breath than usual since he appreciates the youth's talents. I should be able to. The youth scratched his head and said humbly, not exuding the same bravado as before. After all, everyone thought that he could reach the apex. He believed this as well. Not necessarily, there were plenty of geniuses in history yet so few true masters. Not to mention the true Fardao level, just Fardao everlastings were rare enough. Waste your youth away and you will accomplish nothing. Li Qiye said flatly. The real Fardao realm, the youth was shaken. He didn't have a good idea of what constitutes as the apex, only a general understanding. As the youngest half-step in this generation, he thought that reaching the top would only be a matter of time. However, Li Qiye's criticism made sense too. There have been geniuses in the past that rival him. How many of them actually became a progenitor or reached the Fardao realm? Very, very few. Fardao Everlasting was the one after the supreme level. The first to reach this level was Fardao himself, hence the name. However, Fardao himself didn't stop at this level. This was someone who had killed progenitors before. Future people who reached this level couldn't compare to Fardao. Therefore, another belief and one word were added, true Fardao. The youth only had a general outline for his future aspirations. Now, Li Qiye woke him up and gave him a concrete goal, becoming a true Fardao. This realization left him out of breath. Though his talents were amazing with few peers in history, one could count the number of true Fardao with their fingers. He thought that he could reach the peak in this generation, but this goal was far loftier. He understood that he wasn't excellent enough to make this a sure thing. Li Qiye's comment also served as a warning, telling him to stop being so confident and conceited. No one else would dare to say this to his face. They weren't qualified to do so. Plus, he wouldn't have taken them seriously, but Li Qiye was a different story. You still have a chance. Li Qiye said, youth and arrogance come together, you just need to stabilize your Dao heart and then you can be arrogant all you want. A firm Dao heart will take you to your goal, and as for your style, that doesn't matter, just act as you please. The youth listened carefully and memorized the sound piece of advice. It greatly affected him, seemingly coming from a teacher or a good friend. Thank you for your guidance and for correcting my mistakes, sir. The youth eventually bowed towards Li Qiye. Good boy. Li Qiye accepted the gesture. The youth was in a great mood right now after getting a clear goal and becoming enlightened. Li Qiye didn't say anything else and moved on with the youth right behind him. Sir, my golden eye witnessed your boundless grand Dao, but there's one thing. I don't know if I'm just seeing things, but it seems that there is a dark existence inside you. The youth thought about something and hesitated for a while before asking. He wasn't sure of what he saw since he was scared out of his mind during the observation process. That darkness could easily crush the firmaments and all else. Just a supreme overlord, that's all, consider it an apex existence of the dark affinity. I'm destroying it right now. Li Qiye casually smiled. An overlord? How strong? The youth became afraid and blurted out. Killing a progenitor is as easy as eating a meal for it. Li Qiye chuckled. The youth turned cold. Progenitors were considered unbeatable regardless of their level. Now, Li Qiye was suppressing a being capable of massacring them. Just how strong was Li Qiye then? He celebrated the fact that he was smart enough to run away. Li Qiye would have killed him with a single finger back then if he had kept on provoking the guy. From this, we can see that there is more potential to be forced out from your golden eye. Li Qiye added while the kid was trembling with fear. Thank you, sir. I will definitely keep on experimenting. The youth regained his wits and said. He has been very satisfied with his golden eye, thinking that he had trained it to its maximum potential. Now, it sounded like he could still take it to a higher level. Chapter 29:10, Disaster. The youth followed Li Qiye and left this vast land before he knew it. When they got back into Sacred Mountain, Li Qiye suddenly noticed something. He looked up towards the deepest part of the sky with an all-seeing gaze. Meanwhile, the prodigy didn't know what was going on. Nevertheless, he realized that it should be a big deal and used his golden eye as well. Rumble. Loud explosions detonated. In the beginning, everyone didn't care too much, thinking that it was just another battle. As time passed, the explosions became increasingly louder. Immortal lineage started shaking and the atmosphere had ripples. Something seemed to be assaulting the realm. Powerful beings took note of this. Everlasting Eternals, powerful progenitors, and living fossils started looking towards the source of the explosions. Their eyes lit up like divine lamps. Rumble. The world could hear this next set clearly. A calamity seemed to be coming after numerous earthquakes. Boom. Something broke through the world barrier and made it to immortal lineage. A ray cut through the deepest crevice of the sky and started heading for the other side. Rumble. The sky quaked as a result. This ray was massive, just like a falling planet. Numerous broken pieces started falling down along its trajectory. Broken pieces sounded small, but they were as large as meteors. Boom. 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 The explosions emanated across the entire world now, no longer limited to the upper atmosphere. Only the powerful existences with their heavenly gazes saw the ray at first. Later on, the blinding ray was too conspicuous and everyone else noticed. Look, is that a shooting star? Many yelled after seeing it. It was still too far away and others didn't realize its colossal size. Only the masters noticed this and were frightened. It could easily destroy numerous systems after landing. It came out from uncrossable expanse. A true emperor gasped in astonishment. How can this be? No one goes there and nothing comes out. What is wrong with this generation? A being old enough to be considered a living fossil has never seen anything like this before. Rumble. The ray drew closer, so the earthquakes intensified. Everyone could see the thing looming above them now, just like a monster ready to devour their world. Any system seemed tiny in comparison. It could instantly crush a dozen systems with one move and torn immortal lineage asunder. I can't believe this. It wants to destroy the world. Numerous people became frightened. People brought up the old prophecy many years before: the heavenly change heralds a monster. It's close to the sky moat now. A master shouted while looking up. Can it handle this? An everlasting wondered. Go send a message to Tai Yinshi. A true emperor ordered. Boom. 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 One could hear drum beats echoing across all of immortal lineage right after. A massive light from the world's frontier surged to the sky and illuminated all directions. A great wall emerged, the famous sky moat. It exuded divine flames and looked just like a dragon. Sky Pass is activating its defense now. An eternal roared. It's finally Sky Pass time to shine. We've never seen these walls being used before outside of training. A living fossil shouted. The ray and its shattered pieces began the offense. Will Sky Pass and the Sky Moat make it? People started praying that this line of defense would work. For millions of years, no one cared about this defensive line. The walls were nothing but a symbol in their mind. Only Sky Pass carried some significance. Now, it looked like the walls were actually useful. They hoped that it was tough enough to withstand the attack. Everyone held their breath as they placed their palms together. You can do it, Sky Pass. Boom! Immortal lineage shook violently again, enough for tsunamis to form in the seas. This ray was extremely close to the border of immortal lineage right now, but it suddenly changed direction and only skirted by the walls. It's not slamming into us. Many celebrated at this sight. Some calmed down and finally noticed that the ray was only flying by. Immortal lineage wasn't its destination. Rumble. The explosion still continued, but its figure gradually shrank up above. That's good. They heaved a sigh of relief. Some dropped to the ground in fear after recalling the crisis earlier. The next target of the shrinking ray became clear. It was heading for the other side of space. It's going toward Sky Ruins. A keen observer murmured. That's a boundless world, why is it heading there, what is it? One true emperor wondered. Boom! Something deep in Sky Ruins erupted and released red smoke. This seemed to be a defensive measure, an attempt to protect something. The smoke then dissipated and disappeared from sight. Even the sharp gaze of the progenitors crossing through space couldn't tell what was going on. No one was allowed to spy. Rumble. The massive ray slowly disappeared into the vast expanse of Sky Ruins. Well, at least nothing happened to us. The rest of the world didn't care about this and started celebrating. Chapter 29:11. It's coming. Three-eyed prodigy saw the entire thing and couldn't stay calm. A half-step like him possessed a world-destroying power. However, he knew that the ray earlier could turn him into a bloody mist. That offensive power was at the immortal progenitor level. He has never seen such a powerful ray before, so he became stricken with terror. He once thought that he had control of his fate after becoming so strong now, capable of dealing with any potential disasters. Today, he realized that if this ray were to hit his system, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. His system would have been turned to ashes along with him. What was that thing? The prodigy timidly said. What do you think it is? Li Chia answered with a question. The prodigy didn't know what to say. He stared at the source of the ray, uncrossable expanse. It's from uncrossable expanse. I've never heard of anything coming out of there for millions of years. People come in and never come out. The youth said. Something bad will happen once something comes out. Li Chia said, definitely a calamity. No place will be lucky enough to escape. A natural disaster? The prodigy asked. Three immortals have enjoyed peace for a long time. Of course, there have been wars at the progenitorial level, but that's it, no natural disasters or external enemies. With relative peace came waves of talents and experts. Today, this terrible ray came out of that ocean and broke the ongoing serenity. The unknowns frightened everyone. It's far more terrifying. One can at least try to resist or escape a natural disaster. Li Chia said. The youth became stunned. What do you think is happening when something is coming back from that ocean? Li Chia asked. The youth didn't know how to answer. For millions of years, progenitors have tried to cross the uncrossable expanse. None has returned. That's why everyone felt a strange sense of respect towards it. They treated the ocean as a tribulation. Only the real apex existences such as progenitors and everlastings could go there. What did it mean for something else to come out of it? The youth couldn't speculate this, for it was beyond his bounds. A heavenly change, he murmured. He understood that it didn't matter whether it was someone from their world or an unknown creature. This signaled a fundamental change. This era would be different from all the previous. Yes. Li Chia's eyes became profound while staring at uncrossable expanse. The heavenly change heralds a monster. The youth recalled the old prophecy, carefully trying to understand it. So this monster might be coming from the ocean. Jade Zenith Progenitor is amazing for calculating this back then. Such a terrifying future rightfully brought down the tribulation. It's not good to pry into the heavens' machination. Li Qie smiled. Yes. The youth smiled wryly, remembering the terrible tribulation back then. True emperors and everlastings were scared out of their mind. Even progenitors started hiding. Worst of all, that invading darkness nearly turned all of immortal lineage into an evil realm. What will you do, sir? The youth asked. I'm visiting the sky moat and sky pass, then sky ruins and uncrossable expanse. Li Qie answered, stating his path. This was perhaps the last thing he needed to do in Three Immortals. If the expanse didn't have an answer to his question, then no other place in Three Immortals did. You want to go into that expanse? The youth couldn't believe it. That's the only place with an answer for me, so I must. Li Qie answered. Uncrossable expanse, the final destination for masters. The youth repeated a line that has been circulating for years. Just earning praises about one's strength wasn't enough. The Real Masters needed to prove themselves by entering this ocean, no exception. Lankavatara Buddha and Gao Yang, two brilliant beings, have entered this ocean before. Fardao was rumored to be another one too. Entering this place was a testament of strength. If one didn't have the courage to go there, then they didn't have the power and courage to face the unknowns. That's why so many invincible everlastings and peerless progenitors went there. Alas, none ever returned, which started the popular phrase. Some even turned it around and said that those who didn't dare to enter weren't true masters. At least they didn't have the heart of one. All in all, the waves of masters continued to enter this expanse despite not knowing what lies within. The youth thought that Li Qie was absolutely qualified to try. The guy should be on the same level as the peerless Gao Yang. No one has ever returned from it. He said. I have no plan of returning. There's no point in staying here anymore. Li Qie smiled. The youth was completely shocked. Suddenly, he could feel the emotions of his ancestors. These invincible beings probably thought the same thing. They had nothing left to do in Three Immortals, so they needed to enter that expanse in order to prove their worth. I will accompany you to the sky moat, sir. He said, ready for the honor of being the person to send this man off on his journey. Very well. Li Qie glanced at him and agreed. Screech. A screech could be heard from above. They looked up and saw a five-colored hawk flying towards the sky moat as well. The person on its back was Spirit Heart True Emperor. Look, it's your friend. Li Qie teased the youth. The youth didn't know what to say back and awkwardly stood there. Let's go. Li Qie laughed. The youth was suddenly lifted off the ground and started flying. He was horrified once again regarding Li Qie's power. A half-step like him was completely helpless before Li Qie. His body was no longer under his control. Chapter 29:12, Prodigy turned silly Spirit Heart True Emperor was scared out of her mind after these two intruders got on her hawk. She thought that this was an ambush and became cautious. However, she heaved a sigh of relief after seeing these two. However, she didn't trust Li Qie at all. After all, he was infamous for killing 3 emperors. One of them, Gold Taifa, was stronger than her. It wasn't easy for an emperor to come out in each generation. Alas, he killed 3 at the same time. The title, fiercest, wasn't an exaggeration. That's why she was on guard after seeing him. This was the case for everyone in Academy of Light right now. Today, he was just as famous as Holy Frost True Emperor, Bright King Buddha, Metal Kin War God, and Violet Dragon Empress. Young Noble Li and Brother Three-Eyed, it's my pleasure. She cupped her fist and politely greeted them despite being cautious towards the two. Remember, Li Chia had teased her before. Others would have held a grudge. It's our pleasure, Your Majesty. Three-eyed prodigy looked a bit nervous and tense. He always acted as he pleases towards everyone else. This wasn't the case here. His arrogance was nowhere to be found before the emperor. That's too much, brother Three-eyed. I do not dare to accept being called Your Majesty by you, it will lower my lifespan. She smiled in response, looking quite charming. You can call me Spirit Heart if you don't mind. She was correct, for she only had 7 palaces and he was a half-step everlasting. An everlasting was on the same level as a progenitor, a half-step was absolutely below that. However, he was definitely stronger than her, not to mention being more gifted as well. I don't think that's proper. His carefree attitude was all gone now when speaking to her. This was someone who could learn the most profound things with a single glance or just by listening. He could then freely apply the concepts later on. Now, his talents were useless before Spirit Heart True Emperor, his brain inadequate. It's fine. She smiled, your talents are praised by everyone and I'm a fan of yours as well. Please give me pointers when an opportunity arises. Well. I don't think I'll be a good teacher and will only waste your time. He kept on stuttering and looking like a silly child. You're joking, brother Three-eyed. No one can teach better than you since no merit laws can trouble you. Spirit Heart revealed a soft smile. Just this little smile alone almost robbed the youth's soul away. The youth became empty-headed after seeing her smile. She actually found his silly appearance rather interesting right now. Where did your intelligence run off to? Li Chia shook his head and elbowed the youth. The youth woke up and became embarrassed by his awkward act. His face turned red as he stood there, speechless. The emperor didn't mock him for it and only smiled beautifully. This knocked him out once again. Li Chia didn't know what to do after seeing the guy's lack of flirting skills. He elbowed him again and said, say something at least, the emperor wishes to ask you a few questions. The frozen guy regained his wits and let out a dry smile, I'm actually quite slow and can't understand some merit laws right away. Slow. Li Chia knocked his head in response, how old are you again? You're a half-step already, if you're slow, then everyone else is idiotic beyond cure. He was trying his best to help the youth. Young noble Li is completely right. The emperor added, you are the youngest half-step right now. Soaring Sword Marvel is half a year older than you and needed the help of his master, Luminous Master, to reach the half-step level. On the other hand, you relied on your talents alone, so no one else can compare to you in this regard. She was speaking the truth without any exaggeration. His talents right now were indeed matchless in immortal lineage. Really? The youth felt elated to be praised so sincerely. He has heard this praise so many times from others, even from those stronger than him. This eventually led to immunity. The praises became normalized and he got nothing from it. This wasn't the case right now. She said the same thing as others, but her words were as pleasant as can be to his ears. Would a 7-palace emperor lie? Li Chia felt a bit helpless with him. The youth smiled awkwardly after hearing this. The path towards the Tao is boundless, so a meeting is a type of fate and fortune. The two of you are geniuses, so take this chance to talk about your experiences with cultivation. Perhaps you will gain something from it. Li Chia smiled and added. I see, the supposedly smart youth looked anything but. I recently have a few questions about the Tao. Please give me some advice if you don't mind. Spirit Heart was an open-minded person and didn't mind being taught. Okay, we can discuss it. The youth gained some spirit since Tao conversations were his forte, not flirting. I feel a fog rising on my path with confusion in my mind, please use your golden eye to take a look, she revealed. I'll try. He was happy to offer his assistance and opened his third eye. The two of them began a long conversation regarding their Tao knowledge, understanding of merit laws and cultivation methods. The boy was awfully reserved in front of his crush, but his confidence in the Tao allowed him to talk unceasingly. Moreover, he always got straight to the crux of the issues in a profound manner and managed to impress her. After all, he had a unique understanding of the grand Tao due to his talents. The prodigy has finally returned. He didn't hide anything either and shared all of his findings, something very beneficial for Spirit Heart. She also reciprocated by telling her gained knowledge. Chapter 29:13, Flirting. The Emperor was clearly talented in order to have her current achievements, just slightly inferior compared to a historically brilliant genius like Three-Eyed. Thus, Three-Eyed also benefited from the conversation. He would excitedly shout and praise after hearing any profound parts. The two of them reached a state of complete focus and didn't keep track of time. After all, they weren't from the same sect and rarely had an opportunity to have a conversation like this. Each system and sect always wanted to safeguard their merit laws and Tao knowledge, not sharing it with others. Though the prodigy and the emperor couldn't discuss their sect's merit laws, just their Tao knowledge and cultivation experience were plenty. These pieces of information from them could already be considered precious merit laws. And since these were their personal findings, they didn't have any restriction stopping them from divulgence. The conversation went on and they forgot about time and place. Meanwhile, the five-colored hawk flew towards the sky mote with lightning speed. Li Chia sat to the side with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The other two chatted for a long time before stopping. They noticed that they have almost made it to the sky mote. Keep in mind that the distance from Academy of Light to the sky mote was extremely long. Even though the hawk was fast, it still needed a considerable period of time. That's how long their conversation was. Alas, they found it to be very short. We're almost there. Spirit Heart smiled while gazing ahead. Three-Eyed only glanced forward for a second before turning his sight back on the Emperor. Time flew by, not quite, we've been talking for a while now. She smiled. I see. I thought that it was just the blink of an eye. He chuckled in response. Time really went by too fast for him. The days seemed like the blink of an eye while talking to her. Nevertheless, this short moment was one of the happiest moments of his life. In the past, successful sessions of cultivation have also brought him joy. Alas, talking with the Emperor gave him a completely different feeling. He wanted this moment to last forever. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished, hence his disappointment after seeing the sky mote. It meant that they were about to separate, probably to never see each other again. I've benefited greatly from our conversation, thank you for your guidance. Spirit Heart stood up and bowed. He hurriedly got up and returned the gesture. No way, you also taught me a lot, widening my knowledge regarding the Grand Tao. Spirit Heart nodded her head and smiled, clearly bidding goodbye to him. Invite her to your place, it's common courtesy. A voice resounded, interrupting the youth's daze. The youth calmed down and stared at the Emperor, not knowing what to say. Do you want to invite me? The Emperor smiled after seeing his awkwardness. If you have time, you should come visit our God Eye system. He hastily said. He didn't dare to ask her to visit his actual home, only his system. How could I say no? I will certainly visit God Eye when I have time. She nodded, accepting his invitation. His heart skipped a beat after hearing this. This was the most pleasant thing he had heard so far, overwhelming him with happiness. Great, that's great, I will personally welcome you then. He nodded his head several times, wishing for that day to come as soon as possible. That's not enough. Li Chia jumped in again. She will be traveling so far to see you, so you need to play the role of a good host and a tour guide. Most importantly, you also need to escort her back safely to Garden of God. It's not safe for a woman to travel alone. How are you going to answer her seniors if something were to happen? He decided to be a good person all the way and help these two. Otherwise, this kid had no chance given his flirting technique. Courting her was harder than reaching the sky for him. Should I? The youth was uncertain because this was way too blatant and direct. Everyone could see his intent by that point. Yes. A gentleman is responsible for protecting the ladies. Are you a gentleman? Li Chia asked. The youth didn't know how to answer. I'll be counting on you then, brother three-eyed. She jumped in and salvaged the awkward situation. Good. He nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken trying to eat grain. Just imagining their time together made him feel like he was floating on air. He also felt grateful towards Li Chia. He really wouldn't have the courage to invite her without him leading the way. We're here. Li Chia said. The other two looked forward and saw something resembling a massive monster. The sky moat resided at the frontier of immortal lineage. Taking one step past the moat meant entering endless space. This wall stretched through space for innumerable miles. To keep it simple, this place covered all of immortal lineage, serving as the frontier defense. At the center was the famous Sky Pass. While standing in this location, one gained a panoramic view of space. To the left was the endless uncrossable expanse. To the right was sky ruins with stars and broken battlefields. Because of these two things blocking the way, outside invaders needed to go through Sky Pass to get to immortal lineage. Thus, the Sky Moat was the ultimate wall while Sky Pass served as the ultimate fortress. The youth became disappointed after they made it to their destination. He knew that it was time to separate from the Emperor. This wasn't his first time visiting this place, but this complicated feeling was unprecedented. Gentlemen, see you again. The Emperor cupped her fist towards the two. See you again. The youth unwillingly cupped his fist. Li Chia smiled and nodded before leaping off the hawk. The youth followed him right after. Screech! The hawk roared and started flying toward sky ruins. The youth stood on top of the wall and continued gazing towards the Emperor's direction. She's gone already, stop standing there. Li Chia woke him up. Chapter 29:14, Just go for it. No, I'm just looking at the ruins. That place is completely unfathomable, impossible to see through. The youth's face turned red as he immediately denied. There's no saving you. This is just having a crush, a man needs to have the courage to admit it. Plus, you're the great three-eyed prodigy, be arrogant like normal now. Li Chia shook his head. The youth seemed like a different person. I'm not like this normally. He admitted that he was strange around the Emperor. Very few people could make him this nervous. He didn't become this awkward while meeting Luminous Master for the first time. It's because you like her, or dare I say, love. Li Chia chuckled and didn't make fun of him. When you become nervous and watch your words in front of someone, this person is either your boss or your crush. Love? The prodigy didn't want to admit this and was afraid others would find out too. That's why he always responded with denial. Having someone tore through this thin wall left him in a difficult spot. You clearly care and want to show her your best sides. However, because you're usually too arrogant yet still self-aware enough to know that it is not attractive, you overcompensate and become an idiot. Li Chia chuckled. The youth understood that he wanted to put on a good display in front of the Emperor, but it didn't work out. Why do you not want to admit it? Why don't you want others to know, especially her? Li Chia asked. I don't know, I was very nervous. The youth shook his head and put on a forced smile. Because you lack confidence. Three-eyed prodigy is always imperious and arrogant before others, just not when speaking to Spirit Heart. You think you are inadequate, not enough to move her. Now answer my question. Li Qie said. I don't know. The youth could answer. Because you are afraid of failure. Due to your peerless talents, you have never tasted true failure before. Even a loss or any setback was only temporary. You could learn harder merit laws and more profound arts as long as you have enough time. Those stronger than you might beat you for now, but in your mind, you believe that you're still young and weak. Just a few more years and you'll be able to take them down. This isn't the case for Spirit Heart. If you were to court her and be rejected, that's a true failure with no chance to try again. Li Qie said. He paused for a bit before continuing, thus, the thing you're fearing is failure itself. In fact, just accepting the possibility is difficult for you and this makes you subconsciously run away. What should I do then? The youth calmed down and asked. Go for it. It's just one girl, so what if you fail? The sky won't fall down. Li Qie said. The youth opened his mouth but chose against speaking. Remember, there's at least a possibility when you try. Don't leave it as an impossibility. Li Qie told the hesitating youth. I feel that it is improper. The youth said. Improper? What are you afraid of? Li Qie chuckled. She isn't someone like that. It took a while for the youth to respond. I see. Don't worry, it's just an engagement, not a marriage yet. Li Qie smiled. I've heard their sects have talked about marriage arrangements. Metalkin Divine Court has prepared the ceremony. The youth quietly said. So what, as I've said, they're still not married. She is still single, still Spirit Heart True Emperor. If you like her, then chase after her, ignore everything else. Li Qie smiled. And, even if she was his wife, so what, still go for it if you like her. It's hard to find the right woman in life, let caution go with the wind. He added. That seems bad, the youth said. You're a supreme genius, don't be tied up by secular norms. You have power and abilities, go win her over. Li Qie insisted. Perhaps, but her fiancé is Metalkin War God, hesitation remained. Metalkin War God? So? Is he going to eat you? Li Qie smiled. He should have 12 palaces by now, the youth said. Ah, so you think he is more brilliant than you are, hence your lack of confidence. Li Qie replied. The youth looked around before nodding. Who are you? Say it loud. Li Qie shook his head and said. What? The youth didn't get it. Say it loud. Li Qie repeated. I'm Three-Eyed Prodigy. The youth got the point. Indeed. You are the youngest half-step in the world, the most talented in immortal lineage. Are you all talk or do you live up to your fame? Li Qie looked him up and down. I can back it up. The youth said. Good. Then what are you afraid of? So what if he has 12 palaces, even if he was a progenitor, it doesn't mean that you're less talented, right? Right. The youth remained confident in his innate gifts. So your talents are better and you're younger too, what's there to be scared of? Be persistent and move courageously forward with a firm Tao heart and your achievements will be even more amazing. Tell me, what is your ultimate goal? Li Qie asked. To become a true god like Fardao. The youth took a deep breath. There we go. Fardao is an existence that can slay progenitors. Not to mention that he's only a 12-palace emperor right now, you should still be confident in defeating him after he becomes a progenitor later on. To not have this little courage is an insult to your talents. Li Qie said. These words struck the youth hard, almost like someone knocking his head without holding back. Prior to this, he had this notion that her fiancé was stronger than him. This was indeed the case right now. A half-step everlasting was weaker than a 12-palace emperor. But now, Li Qie reminded him about his peerless talents. He needed to realize that he would surpass Metalkin War God if he were to become someone like Fardao. His mind became clearer now after this conversation. You're right, I'll become someone like Fardao in the future, and even immortal-level progenitors can't take me on. I can definitely do it. The youth clenched his fists, stating his determination and building morale. Chapter 29:15, Grasp it, that's more like it. Go forward with this confidence. Li Qie smiled. But, what if, I'm just saying, what if she doesn't like me? The youth thought about a different problem. How do you know she doesn't like you without trying? Li Qie gave him the side eye. Well, Metalkin War God is outstanding. Plus, they have been engaged since youth. He started losing confidence again. So what? Li Qie smiled, does that have anything to do with your plan? You just need to court her, that's all. Plus, she doesn't hate you either, because if she did, would she have talked to you about the Tao for that long? She clearly has a good impression of you, probably not like, but not hate either. Enough to be a friend right now. You're right. His confidence increased by a considerable amount. And so what if she doesn't like you? Just take her away anyway. Li Qie flatly said. I can't do that, he didn't expect this. Can't. Just do what you must until she likes you. Feel free to flip heaven and earth over to get something you want, the rest doesn't matter. Li Qie smiled. Such an overbearing and vulgar attitude stunned the youth. In his mind, Li Qie was a supreme master, but the comment just now broke this image. If you like a girl, you need to grasp all opportunities. Li Qie said, if you can't even do that, what else can you accomplish? Imagine, one day, you might have to fight everyone in the world and make rivers of blood, or fight against the great dark existences, a fight where you might not come back alive. All of these tasks require immense courage, so if you can't even handle flirting, can you do any of these other things? No. It's too aggressive. He found this to be too straightforward even for someone as arrogant as him. Look over at uncrossable expanse. Li Qie pointed over yonder. In the future, as you step before that place and look back, you will find that what you have experienced before is completely insignificant, flirting included, not worth mentioning compared to entering that place. He looked over as well at the great expanse. Numerous progenitors and powerful true gods have entered that place. These beings have done incredible deeds in the past, but none could come out. Li Qie was right. Everything else seemed so trivial compared to taking on that place. He became lost in thoughts. He was young and had no plan of going there. However, since his goal was to become a second Fardao, he would have to accomplish many things in the future. While standing at the apex and looking back, the things he had considered as serious and important probably didn't actually matter at all. I still can't do it. He smiled wryly, unable to accept Li Qie's view. Not everyone could put on this mentality, maybe only a fierce person like Li Qie. Fine, you don't need to be this different, but pursuing your crush should still be fine, right? Have the courage to do so, whether it be something daring or chasing after spirit heart. Li Qie smiled. Maybe I should wait and grow stronger. There's a higher probability of defeating Metalkin War God if I were a peak everlasting. He pondered for a bit before answering. Fool. Extremely unwise. Your peerless brain must have run off somewhere. Li Qie gave him a cold glare. I just think that the probability of success is higher like that. The youth didn't expect the harsh feedback. How long is it going to take? 100 years. Li Qie went on. 10 years, that's all I need. He clenched his fist and powerfully declared, mustering courage out of nowhere. Forget it. You can't do this. Li Qie gave up. Why not? He felt as if Li Qie had just poured cold water over his head. I'm sure that if I work hard, I can become a peak everlasting within 10 years. This wasn't an exaggeration due to his incredible talents. If he risked his life and just trained, that should be enough for a miracle. Going from a half step to the peak level within 10 years would go down in the record book in 3 immortals. Nevertheless, he was willing to go for it for Spirit Heart True Emperor. What do you think will happen in 10 years? They will probably have a bunch of kids by then. Li Qie said. This comment made him feel as if there was an invisible hand gripping his heart and suffocating him. This was very likely after 10 years. Patience is the right choice for certain things, waiting for when the time is ripe or when you are stronger. This isn't the case here, the chance only comes up once before disappearing. If you can't grasp it, you will lose it forever. That's why you need to be ready now. As you can see, you have left a decent impression on the Emperor after this meeting. If you don't take advantage of it and wait 10 years, the meal will be cold. No, someone else will have finished eating it. Li Qie slowly explained. You're right. He accepted. Stop hesitating. There are very few women in this world who can earn the grace of a genius like you and fewer who can make you feel like this. Think about it, is there anyone else who can replace Spirit Heart's position in your heart? Li Qie went on. None. He didn't need to think before answering. See? If she's the only one you like right now, then stop thinking and caring so much about the result. It doesn't matter because you have tried at least. Even in the case of failure, it'll be a good experience, a noteworthy and bittersweet feeling of regret. Otherwise, when you stand before the great expanse in the future and look back, there will be an empty spot in your heart for not pursuing your early crush with Spirit Heart True Emperor. This feeling of regrets is tasteless and lamentable. On the other hand, success means winning the beauty over, so no regrets there. Li Qie elaborated. He was shaken after hearing this. After a while, his eyes lit up with fierceness. I understand. The supreme genius finally got the point. Metalkin War God. Metalkin Divine Court. Marriage Pact. None of this could stop him from pursuing her. Go now. You're not an idiot, so chasing after a girl won't affect your cultivation, provided that your Tao heart stays firm. Li Qie smiled. Thank you, sir. I will engrave your teaching into my heart. He got on his knees and bowed. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture. After finishing the bow, the youth leaped to the sky and chased after Spirit Heart True Emperor. Chapter 29:16, Sky Moat. Li Qie began traveling across the stone wall after the youth left. The size of this moat was unimaginable. While looking down, one could see white clouds beneath. It must span for millions and millions of miles, not to mention being high enough to reach the sky vault. This place separated immortal lineage from outer space, serving as a protective barrier. That's why calling this great wall a sky moat wasn't an exaggeration. It was built back on top of the desolate wildlands stretching across the borders of immortal lineage. This land was larger than a dozen systems combined. Unfortunately, it was barren compared to the rest. Nevertheless, it consisted of people from all seas. They had different reasons for being here. Some wanted to hide from their enemies or fled due to a life of crimes. Some masters would also live reclusively in this place. This place was good because it wasn't under the jurisdiction of any system. Thus, the only law was the law of the jungle. The stronger ones could make the rules. Nevertheless, the sky moat remained orderly despite the chaotic state below. The heinous villains and powerful lords didn't dare to do anything reckless. Why? Because the sky moat was under the control of Sky Pass. The legion here was one of the strongest in immortal lineage. Their guard commander, Tai Yinshi, was unfathomable. Thus, people needed to weigh themselves carefully before deciding to cause trouble here. The wall was incredibly wide. Dozens of carriages could fit side by side at the same time without crowding. It looked like a public square more than a wall. Li Qiye could cross through the whole thing with just several steps due to his speed. However, he chose to walk like a mortal, feeling every brick along the way. However, these bricks were made from an unknown material. No one in history had gotten the right answer. It looked like gray rocks with a touch of white inside. They were coarse, seemingly taken off of a cliff and moved here without further carving. Each was extremely large. A few areas had rocks spanning for several hundred or even several thousand miles. It was incredible to think about the construction of this place. Someone might have split open mountain ranges and cleared off the mud and trees before bringing them here. Thump, thump, thump. His steps served as a measurement method to calculate the wall's infrastructure. Not just rocks. He began seeing an outline of the place as he got farther. The materials only had the appearance of rocks but weren't. They must have been assembled in an ancient era and experienced numerous storms and rains. Nevertheless, they stood strong as part of this toughest wall to protect immortal lineage. Ordinary rocks had no chance of accomplishing this miraculous feat. As the analysis went on, Li Qiye found that the materials were awfully complex. One particularly massive one seemed to be refined from an entire star, spanning for 10,000 miles. Another was made from the bones of dragons and other exceedingly rare beasts. Moreover, the powers of these beasts were infused into the rocks, allowing them to have similar powers. Other rocks were made from an entire mine consisting of incredible divine metals, extremely suitable for weapon crafting. However, the creator of the wall chose to use these mines for defensive purposes. In short, each rock had an interesting, majestic background. Any of them would be considered an ultimate treasure back home. Alas, it was impossible to remove any of them from the wall. The entire moat was one now. These rocks weren't just piled on top of each other. A grand momentum has been formed first, then these rocks were added to the right places, eventually ending with this wall. Therefore, removing one piece proved to be an impossible task. Marvelous. Li Qiye finally took a break and became sentimental. Even an immortal would require many years to create this defensive line. This isn't someone a progenitor can compare to. Clearly, a miracle like this couldn't have been created by any system or regular cultivator. One must possess the power to change the shapes of the world and pluck the stars from above in order to create this wonder. Strangely enough, no one had a clue when this wall was built. All in all, it has been here in everyone's memories as if it existed at the start of time. Records pertaining to the wall were sparse, only a few tales here and there. None of them ever talked about someone trying to attack it. Such meticulous preparation, three immortals is lucky to have these ancestors, allowing it to escape numerous calamities and destruction. No, it has nothing to do with luck, this is due to the effort of its peerless ancestors. Li Qiye said. Three immortals could be described as a colossal fortress. Its inhabitants had no idea that they were living in one. Of course, it had a unique advantage at the start due to its location, but these ancestors must be praised for providing this protection. Unfortunately, previous epochs, the 9 worlds, and the 13 continents wouldn't be this lucky since they were outside of this realm. People usually knew the sky moat for its size, but they didn't know about the power beneath. This power turned into a grand momentum strong enough to shoulder this wall. Therefore, simply attacking the sky moat wasn't enough. They needed to take down the power below as well. Li Qiye smiled and wanted to scout this miraculous power. His body became gradually transparent, seemingly melding into the wall. Pop! After he got low enough, the underground power could feel the presence of this invader. It released a bouncing force and blew him out. Really strong. Li Qiye praised. It would be extremely hard to find something capable of repelling him while he was serious. This power far exceeded ordinary progenitors. The creators of this wall must have been something else. Chapter 29:17, by Jinning because of his previous examination, he got a full understanding of the profundity here. If he truly wanted to reach the deepest momentum beneath, he would be able to do so. Alas, that would break the moat, akin to severing an underground dragon vein. He had no feud with the creators, and doing so would be unacceptable, ruining their hard work. He also found a few problems while checking it out, flaws that stopped the moat from being perfect. These openings were created by time. This place had been created so long ago, back to an untraceable era. Therefore, time continued to batter it, eventually creating these flaws. Of course, they could be fixed, albeit with great effort. The place would be resplendent again and could protect for another 1,000,000 years or even longer without any problem. Because of this, Li Qie gazed towards the horizon while wondering, what happened back then to make the great creator become so cautious, not minding the great price to create this wall. Something undoubtedly happened back then to warrant these powerful ancestors creating this miracle. Its existence made 3 immortals even safer. He turned towards uncrossable expanse to the left and sky ruins to the right. The wall was perfectly situated to stop them from being close to immortal lineage. Its location was obviously carefully selected. Perhaps the creators were wary of the expanse or the ruins, perhaps both. Strangely enough, no foreign invaders have attacked 3 immortals. The reason remained unknown. Due to the length of the wall, it wasn't easy to meet another soul here. Plus, most were in a hurry. He has been walking for a long time and only occasionally met a few cultivators. They rushed by him without halting. Some were actually bored enough. They got on the wall to look into space for a bit before leaving. In their opinion, there was nothing worth seeing here, just a wall made of rocks. Thus, just seeing one portion was the same as seeing the rest. No one walked like Li Qie the entire time either. Some flying above looked down and saw Li Qie, thinking that he was a fool. You'll never get to the end by walking. A kind cultivator reminded him before hurriedly leaving. Li Qie only smiled in response. He wasn't here to sightsee, only to gauge this miracle. Do you need help? He met a patrolling unit several days later. It only consisted of a dozen soldiers or so, each extremely mighty. The captain was a girl with neck-length hair, looking very direct and sharp. She looked quite heroic in full armor. Her slender waist stood in stark contrast with her ample curves. This contrast only accentuated her beauty. Of course, this unit wasn't walking like Li Qie, since they would never finish in that case. They rode chariots issuing loud noises as the wheels rolled through the rocky wall. They rode in a horizontal formation and looked quite cool. The wall was big enough to accommodate this. Moreover, anyone who recognizes their banner would instantly make way. This was the banner of Sky Moat Legion. Everyone knew that both the Sky Moat and Sky Pass were under the jurisdiction of this world-famous legion. The unit didn't stop Li Qie because he was in the way. He just looked very suspicious walking in this place. Bai Jining, the captain, has joined the legion since youth. She proved her brilliance by becoming a captain at a young age despite not coming from a noble background. The group just happened to see Li Qie today. Normally, they were usually stationed in Sky Pass. There was no need for patrolling due to the peace in that area. Moreover, the Sky Moat only consisted of rocks. There was nothing precious to guard. However, something flew out of uncrossable expanse a few days ago. This made the commander of Sky Pass, Tai Yinshi, become cautious and command for patrols to start once more. It has been many years since they needed to do this. Bai Jining immediately led her unit after receiving this order. These last few days have been just fine, but she didn't dare to slack. Now, Li Qie became the first suspect. Do you need help? Jining asked again as the chariots drew closer, intending on investigating him. After all, it was too strange to see someone walking on the Sky Moat. Even the spectators would fly. I'm good. Li Qie smiled, aware of her vigilance. She took a good look at him. The guy looked normal like a passerby. No one would take a second look at him. Moreover, his smile made him look quite innocuous. However, she never judged someone by their appearance and added him to her list of suspects. Keep on going. She waved at her subordinates. The group acknowledged the command and moved forward, leaving behind their captain. Where are you from, young noble? Her chariot approached Wuxia. Immortal lineage. Wuxia smiled. Where are you going? She meticulously assessed him but couldn't find any clues. She was being very polite too despite being a captain from Sky Pass. This wasn't an interrogation in the slightest. Just strolling. As the saying goes, walking 1,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books, so here I am, trying to learn about this miraculous wonder called the Sky Moat. Wuxia answered. Ah, that's a great outlook. I didn't take you for a scholar at first. She said. I'm no big deal, just read enough books to know the past and predict the future. Wuxia said. Jining didn't know what to say. She only gave him a courteous praise, yet he bragged without showing any humility. Oh, so you're a gifted scholar. She added. You can put it that way. Wuxia smiled. Sages in the past say that no one can be the best at literature, but I'm pretty sure I'm number one. Jining was left speechless again, thinking that she had met an egoistic madman. She took another look, unable to see the number one scholar in him. Chapter 29:18, Looking to marry, Miss? Number 1, she murmured while looking at him. What about Orchid Sage? She then asked. Way better. Wuxia chuckled. You're definitely better at boasting. Jining glared at him. She didn't actually expect him to reply earlier, hoping that it would shut him up or that he would admit his inferiority. Who was Orchid Sage? An invincible progenitor on the same level as Luminous Master. All other scholars paled in comparison. Thus, Wuxia's confident answer astounded her. Even the biggest braggart had his limits because overdoing it wouldn't successfully convince anyone. Alas, this guy made it sound as if Orchid Sage was just another random scholar. She became frightened by his ridiculous audacity, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. Pa! He interrupted her glare by gently flicking the tip of her nose. What are you doing? She instantly moved back and put on an offensive stance, looking quite mighty. Has anyone told you that your eyes are very pretty? Spirited and bright. She became stunned again and didn't know what was wrong with Wuxia. Has he always been like this, or did something go wrong in his brain just now? They're strangers, yet he touched her nose as if they were very familiar. You must be ill right now. She became annoyed because he just took advantage of her and still acted nonchalant. You have a cure, he said. She glared at him and instinctively grabbed her sword, wanting to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, she was under orders and didn't have time. He chose to ignore her exasperation. She took a deep breath to calm down and aggressively said, Do you know who Orchid Sage is? He's a progenitor, I know. Wuxia said, Just a progenitor, no need to tell me twice. Plus, we're not talking about fighting here. In terms of literature, I'm numerous times better. If he's a scholar sage, then I'm a scholar immortal. Her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was her first time seeing someone so insanely full of himself. I can't see it given your appearance. She eventually said with no intention of mocking him. It was simply the truth. He looked too ordinary, yet his words could scare people to death. He spoke as if he was the definite number one in all aspects. Can't judge a book by its cover, this phrase is perfect to describe me. Wuxia chuckled. You have a problem. She thought that he was asking for it by putting on this arrogant act. So many fools in this world. I'm telling the truth, but they all think I'm bragging. Oh well, there's nothing I can do about it. He shook his head in response. Black lines started to form on her forehead. Her above-average patience started running thin as she felt the urge to give him a good beating. His eyes, in particular, were infuriating. They seemed to be pitying her lack of knowledge. You're talking about me? She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Take a deep breath and calm down. You can't accomplish anything big if such a little thing can trigger you. How are you going to be a general? More like a foot soldier for the rest of your life. He leisurely said. His pompous face became a frustrating sight to behold, but he was right. He didn't do anything to warrant a beating yet. If such a matter were to spread, it would be terrible for both her reputation and the legions. She had no choice but to loosen her fists and take a deep breath. In spite of your flaws, I wouldn't mind marrying someone like you. Wuxia added. Why? She immediately asked but regretted it right away. Ivory wouldn't come out of a dog's mouth. People from ancient times teach that a scholar can't reason before a soldier, but I'm the #1 scholar. My literary skill is enough to deal with any uncouth and violent girl. That's why I'm wondering if I should marry a soldier like you or not. He stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating while looking at her. She nearly vomited blood after hearing this and entered a crazed state. He was making fun of her for being violent and crude. She still had confidence in her looks despite not being a supreme beauty, definitely not a brute in the army or a violent shrew found in the markets. Say it again. Her fists were tightly clenched. Forget it, no one in this world is worthy of someone as talented as me. I guess I won't be marrying then. Wuxia waved his hand right before her explosion. His sudden change of mind left her in a bind again. She wanted nothing more than to kick him down and stomp him several times. What's your name? She aggressively asked. Wuxia. He answered with a wide smile. Though his appearance was mediocre at best, his teeth were perfectly straight and white. Don't fall in love with me, I'm just a legend. Wuxia said, trust me, hang around with me and you can't help falling in love with me while not caring about anything else. She was about to go crazy. He might be the most shameless egomaniac she has ever seen. Scram. She eventually erupted, unable to hold back. Being around her more would end with her beating him up. You go your way and I go mine, there is plenty of room for both of us on the path towards the Grand Tao. Don't tell me to scram. Wuxia shrugged. Fine. She trembled with rage before driving her chariot to get away from this man if he didn't want to leave. Hey, why are you leaving so fast? Don't you want to interrogate me some more? Maybe I'm up to no good? Wuxia shouted in the back. Shut up. She didn't turn back and kept on moving. At this moment, she believed that he was just a crazy egomaniac, not a villain or anything. That's why there was no point in infuriating herself any further by lingering around. What a shame, I really thought about marrying you earlier, you are giving up the chance to become a queen respected by all with a throne above the firmaments. His voice sounded in her ears. She nearly fell from her chariot after hearing the last line. Chapter 29:19, Luminous Master. Something big happened outside of the wall during Wuxia's investigation. This attracted everyone's attention. To the left was the boundless uncrossable expanse. A golden light landed next to it. No one noticed in the beginning, but this golden light radiated with greater intensity as time passed. Golden strings of light fell down, as faint as silk strings hanging in space. Later on, these strings multiplied and covered the coast of the expanse. What's happening over there? Spectators were only curious in the beginning. Not long after, buzzing noises ensued. These strings emitted a supreme aura, turning this golden brilliance into an ancient and lofty world. The aura of a progenitor. Many felt this aura even though it was so far away. Just one strand was enough to crush the firmaments and make the masters tremble. Numerous masters in space opened their eyes, woken up from their slumber. Luminous Master. A sigh could be heard from an old person. These eyes originated from the ancient grounds of Tao systems. Or, some of these beings were actually hiding in space. Those who could see the eyes would shudder with trepidation. Even Eternals would be intimidated. The owners of these eyes were too powerful. They were at least grand completion everlastings. Some were at the peak or the supreme stage. Another gaze emerged inside Sky Pass. These eyes were profound with boundless divinity and strength. I see. He was Tai-Inshi, an extremely powerful everlasting, the commander of Sky Pass. Luminous Master is finally out of his isolated cultivation. He's at the shore of uncrossable expanse right now. This news erupted across the wildlands and Sky Pass. Some powerful true emperors and Eternals back in immortal lineage found out as well. He's out again. Everyone became startled. This title was full of charisma and power in the present day since it represented the apex. Luminous Master was an incredible talent in this generation and proved himself by becoming a progenitor. His appearance next to uncrossable expanse was definitely not a coincidence. The thing that flew out there had shocked all of immortal lineage. Thus, the strongest existence right now had to have a reason for coming there. Other masters including everlastings and emperors immediately headed for Sky Pass in order to watch. However, they came quietly without any fanfare. After all, there was no point to do so after Luminous Master. The guy had taken all the spotlight. One would just look foolish to even try. Buzz. Luminous Master came alone. Though he didn't try to put on an imperious act, each of his actions could move the winds and clouds. The stars were affected by his every move. His golden brilliance engulfed the area despite his best attempt to hold it back. Even this massive area seemingly couldn't contain his light. He felt bigger than the entire world. Everything became tiny beneath his shadow. Just one shake from him should be enough to crush everything. The light felt like a tsunami stuck in a tiny basin. There was no way the area could contain it and became overfilled. The aura then shot out and suppressed everyone. This was a progenitor in person, not a remnant aura left behind by one. This power was utterly unstoppable. Luminous Master. Many began prostrating in both the pass and the wildlands beneath. Only the emperors and everlastings could stand up straight. Everyone else felt a great pressure and were forced to the ground. He's there in person. This aura made them understand that it wasn't an avatar. So many turned towards uncrossable expanse, but now, the area was shrouded by a golden ocean. No one could see anything clearly. The place where he stood was especially resplendent, as if there were 1,000 suns appearing in unison. Not to mention the naked eyes, even heavenly gazes didn't suffice. Forcefully using the heavenly gaze might result in becoming blind. The ones strong enough to resist the property of the light were repelled by something else, another form of power. Luminous Master clearly didn't want anyone to spy on him. Even the eyes in space restrained themselves. The owners of these eyes were strong enough to break through the various barriers. However, there was no need to do so. The guy clearly showed that he wanted privacy. To do otherwise meant offending Luminous Master, a very unwise move. Thus, no one saw what he wanted to do by the expanse. The other masters only noticed a powerful and majestic figure at best. He turned his back on the rest and faced the expanse, standing as still as a statue. The spectators felt as if time had stopped. Luminous Master turned into the ruler of the realms. If he didn't move, neither would time. This affinity became frozen and subservient to his whim. What does he want to do? The powerful masters wondered, since Luminous was only standing there. Does he want to enter? One emperor speculated, feeling quite emotional. I don't think so. He has a great Tao and incredible talents. There is still a lot of potentials and more room to grow. He can try after becoming an immortal-level progenitor with a perfect Tao. An old everlasting said. Everyone knew that this expanse was the final destination for progenitors. All of them would attempt when the time was right. That's why some thought that Luminous Master was trying to do so while standing next to the shore. Chapter 29:20 Uncrossable Expanse. Luminous Master's aura engulfed all the wildlands even though it was very far away from the expanse. All existences trembled in fear since they were nothing more than specks of dust that can be wiped away. The spectating emperors had no choice but to watch quietly. The sensation of time being frozen only magnified everyone's curiosity. Of course, Li Qie on the wall also saw this whole thing. He only smiled and continued his task. Luminous Master stopped by the shore for a long time, his intent remained unknown to the spectators. He eventually left and the golden world of light also disappeared from sight. This departure was swift and caught everyone off guard. Once they calmed down, they started pondering and exchanging glances. The entire thing felt like a dream. Nevertheless, they knew that he was actually there. It's a shame that none could see him. Only a few were lucky enough to see his back. No one where he came from or where he was going. That was the style of a progenitor. The eyes in space also closed with him gone. Maybe something big is happening. Someone murmured. The powerful beings could see that this was only the prelude. It might have something to do with uncrossable expanse or Luminous Master wouldn't have come here. A while later, the commander of Sky Pass sent out an invitation to the heroes in the world. Tyrant didn't mention the reason for this banquet. This only made the crowd wonder even more. They believed that these recent events were connected. Only emperors and everlastings were invited. Ordinary experts didn't have this privilege. This banquet was definitely going to be exceptional. This caused quite a stir in immortal lineage. This isn't a good sign, some became worried. Tyrant was an influential figure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to put him on the same level as a progenitor right now. He rarely initiated banquets like these in the past, so this highlighted the event's importance. I hope everything will be okay. Some started praying. What are you afraid of? Not to mention the reclusive masters, there are plenty of emperors in our generation on top of 2 progenitors. Moreover, the Sky Moat is right there, same with Sky Pass. Nothing's gonna happen. The more optimistic ones smiled. This optimism wasn't blinded. For example, if Sky Pass were to fall, then no one else in immortal lineage would be able to change the tides, meaning that it was pointless to worry. Li Qie finally finished his assessment and got a perfect understanding of the wall. Still too conservative. It can stop a massive army, but these flaws and openings must be corrected. It can't stop a real overlord. Li Qie shook his head with this conclusion. What are these old geezers doing? Can they persevere? That thing shouldn't have appeared in this world, is it their fault then? His eyes became profound as he gazed through uncrossable expanse. He murmured to himself, but no one else would understand his point anyway. A calamity is coming. He withdrew his gaze and said, and a big one at that. One misstep and it is all over. If the geezers can't hold on, 3 immortals will turn to ashes. It has been able to escape for many epochs. Alas, it might go down before the 9 worlds in this generation. Impermanence is inevitable. Certain things can't be escaped. He said softly. If escaping is impossible, then just face it directly or there will never be a solution. His eyes became serious at this point. He stood there, seemingly deep in thought for a while. He then turned towards the wildlands behind the wall and said, it won't be long till the calamity comes from uncrossable expanse. With that, he crossed through space, heading for the great expanse. Back in the wall, he took it one step at a time like a mortal. Now, each step of his teleported through endless space. It only took the blink of an eye before he was on a boulder by the shore. Uncrossable expanse has always been mysterious. No one knew how large it was, what was in there, and what awaited on the other side. One could sense how immense it is while standing close by. While looking back, they would think that just one corner of this expanse was enough to drown out all of immortal lineage. Even the best heavenly gaze wouldn't be able to see anything but a vast and obscure region. The deeper inside, the greater the waves. In fact, some said that all three immortals together weren't as big as one corner of this expanse. Rumor has it that one would enter the legendary immortal world and gain everlasting life by reaching the other side. No one could prove the validity of this claim. All in all, not a single soul in history could solve the mysteries here. Moreover, no one ever returned after entering, whether it be the brilliant progenitors, peerless emperors, or invincible everlastings. Alas, the lack of success never deterred these masters from entering. The actual reason remained unknown. Some said that after reaching a certain power level, they became summoned by a mysterious power in uncrossable expanse. Others believed that at that level, nothing else was worthwhile in three immortals. It was time to move on. The answer to reach the next step could be found on the other shore. In short, too many have entered and none have left with an answer to this eternal mystery. Chapter 29-21, Fine Wine. The expanse was a boundless world of gray from the outside with no sun in sight. This wasn't the case after entering. It became a realm full of possibilities and complexity. Feeling the sea breezes and listening to the waves were comforting and satisfying. When one was strong enough, they would find something strange. Though the waves were clearly heading towards the shore, this wasn't the case. The waves were actually heading towards the center area, the opposite of what the eyes saw. At the progenitorial level, they would find that there was a power in this ocean attracting them in a mysterious manner. Li Qie stood on a boulder with his eyes closed, seemingly turning into a statue. As time passed, his feet seemed to be taking roots underground. These roots penetrated and infiltrated the depths of the ocean. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "The calamity is really here. Someone has opened the way so others will ride the winds to get here." Alas, those returning won't be the same. Those who could hear and understand this prophecy would be scared out of their mind. He shook his head, not really giving a damn. Three immortals didn't need his protection, others were up to the task. He withdrew his gaze and walked along the shore, letting the waves hit his ankles and erasing his previous footprints on the sand. He made it to a gulf and saw a person sitting on the promontory nearby. "Dao brother, care for a drink?" The person immediately raised his cup as Li Qie was passing by. Few people came to this place. Even if they did, they would only take a quick look before leaving instead of staying here for a drink and enjoying the scenery like this person. The person was young and had a jade table in front of him with a stove heating up wine. A boiling sound indicated that the wine was ready. He opened the lid and let out the steam and enchanting fragrance. He was only 20 years of age or so, choosing to wear a hemp robe instead of an expensive one. Nevertheless, the needlework was quite well done, clearly made by a master. The buttons were decorated with ancient symbols. He had long hair tied up with a black bamboo hairpin, very simple while looking quite scholarly and unrestrained. His natural demeanor would remain unchanging even if Mount Tai collapses before him. Nothing oppressive came from him, only an air of literature. People would feel as if he had 1,000 scrolls hidden in his chest. Just one look at him gave the impression that he was a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. Li Qie looked up at the inviting youth. "To meet you here is a great honor, a touch of fate. Will you bestow me the honor of having a drink together with you?" The latter instantly stood up and said enthusiastically. Li Qie smiled and walked over. The youth saw this and took out a jade stool and wiped away the leaves nearby. He prepared a full set of appetizers for Li Qiye while looking very humble. Li Qiye took this as a matter of fact and sat down. The youth picked up the wine pot and poured a full cup for him. When the wine streamed into the cup, golden energy emerged along with draconic roars and an earthly momentum. This fine wine contained the power of the dragons and the essences of this earth. Drinking this for a regular cultivator had the same effect as training for several millenniums. I brewed it recently using the core of a star. The taste isn't too bad, please try. The youth smiled. Li Qiye took a sip first before drinking the whole thing. He softly breathed out, letting out the strong fragrance with magnificent starry light. It's good. He praised, the water from a lofty gold star fermented with old ancient cliff grains and boiled using autumn moon wood, to be poured on an air-looping cup. Not overly strong nor astringent, just perfect. To earn such praise from Li Qiye meant that this wine was indeed special. Few in this world had the privilege of tasting it. You know your wine. The youth was happy to see a fellow connoisseur, just one taste and you know everything, very impressive. Your knowledge far surpasses mine. Li Qiye smiled and began trying the appetizers that go along with the wine. The youth prepared different dishes, cold horned dragon wings, white phoenix liver, wyvern's liver. Each dish had a frightening origin. Even true emperors might not have tasted them. Li Qiye looked around and only tried 2 of them. Remember, these were extremely nutritious meals. Anyone would salivate at this sight. Alas, he was still very picky and only picked the ones he fancied. The wings are tender, 3,000 years is the right age too for this dragon. The phoenix liver is too old, not enough sticky rice as garnish. This kudzu is right, planted in violet mud and cooked in ionic wood charcoal. Not bad, not bad. He assessed the various meals. You really know your food. Though Li Qiye was very picky and pointed out the flaws, the youth still appreciated the occasional praises. Another cup, Dao brother. The youth kept on pouring more wine whenever Li Qiye finished. Li Qiye kept on eating and drinking, not minding having the youth serve him. This pleasurable feast went on for quite a bit, unbothered by anyone. It's a shame you're not a cook. Li Qiye said with a smile. A third person would be shocked to hear this. No one else in this world would dare to make this comment. I was a glutton during my youth and have thought about it. The youth said, unfortunately, the seniors didn't let me, threatening to have my head. He didn't put on an act at all nor thought that he was superior to others. Everyone has their own problems. Life doesn't go the way we want all the time. Li Qiye shook his head. Right, only an immortal can claim to have all their wishes fulfilled. The youth replied. I disagreed. Immortals might not be happier than mortals. Becoming an immortal is already hard enough, but what comes after is just more suffering. The nobility in the mortal realm is the right way to live. Li Qiye smiled. Then you're saying that cultivators who seek immortality are all idiots? The youth said. No, they're very impressive and commendable. To know the difficulties yet still keep on going. That's the first step. The pursuit of immortality shouldn't be about fulfilling one's wishes, it's about searching for insights and more determination. The former results in falling into the wrong path. Why? Because the endless years of immortality will also instill boundless suffering. A greedy heart will give birth to resentment, eventually culminating in a heart devil. Therefore, immortals do not exist. Li Qiye stared implicatively at the youth after finishing. The youth became emotional and stood up to bow. Dao brother, your comment alone is more beneficial than 10,000 years of Dao search. Li Qiye was one of the few who can accept the grand gesture from this youth. When the youth sat down again, Li Qiye stared at the horizon and said, everyone seeks immortality, but no need for that. Why do you say that? The youth curiously asked. Immortality will only breed calamity. Li Chia explained, if such a being were to exist, they are not one of us and do not belong to our world, definitely shouldn't come to visit either. Makes sense, so what if some immortals decide to visit us? The youth said. Then they're not immortals. Why would they come down again after having ascended? Do you want to dig a hole and lay in the mud all day? Li Chia shook his head. I don't know. The youth said. Chapter 29-22, Respect to the Wise. So why would a person purposely go live in the mud? Li Chia smiled. There must be a reason, some sorts of plans for gains. The youth's eyes narrowed. Indeed. A mortal world shouldn't have immortals, so when they come, they're coming with an agenda. Li Chia said. What you're saying is truly frightening. The youth smiled wryly. All cultivators yearn for immortality. Emperors and progenitors believe that immortality is the true apex. He paused for a bit before continuing, but you are saying that immortality is the wrong and certainly evil path. This perspective offends the whole of society. Not necessarily evil but definitely different. This world doesn't have immortals, this phrase is certainly true. So when some claim to be immortals, whether true or not, they are not part of this world. Li Chia said. Why are you so sure, Dao brother? Why can't the world have immortals? The youth asked. How many progenitors come out in each generation? Li Chia answered with a question. Normally 1 or 2, 3 would be a miracle. The youth responded. This has been true across the history of 3 immortals. The appearance of 3 in a single generation was extremely rare. So why is this the case? Li Chia smiled. The fortunes and creations of heaven and earth. The world is only so big, how can it gestate an immortal? The youth understood right away. Correct, the size of a pond is determined, same with the fish within. A tiny pond can't produce a golden qilin and definitely not a true dragon. In case a true dragon appears, it will still leap out of the pond and soar above the 9 firmaments. Li Chia nodded. No wonder why the wise sages and the progenitors of the past all enter uncrossable expanse. The rumor is true then. Right, that's why Emperor Sui, known, and she never appeared again. Remember, it's a good thing to not have immortals around. Once they descend, it will be the start of a calamity. Li Chia said. What about you? Do you want to become an immortal? The youth stared at the ocean for a while before turning back. That depends on whether taking the next step is possible. I know what you're trying to say, it isn't easy, so that's why I must enter the expanse. Li Chia smiled. I see, Dao brother. The fog has been lifted from my eyes after listening to you. You have been a good teacher. He bowed deeply towards Li Chia. Li Chia accepted the respectful gesture. Teacher, how hard is it to become an immortal? The youth changed his address from Dao brother to teacher to show more respect. Can be easy or hard depending on your definition of an immortal. Li Chia chuckled. Then let's start with the world's definition first, then yours, teacher. The youth smiled. I can't speak for everyone else, but maybe in their eyes, what's above a progenitor is an immortal. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Like our ancestors. The youth said. Though I haven't seen their true forms, maybe you're right. They can be considered immortals with your definition. Li Chia said. He finished another cup and added, however, in reality, they're only pseudo-immortals at best. This includes myself as well, even if I manage to take another step. Then what is a true immortal, teacher? Everlasting life. The youth respectfully poured another cup, then asked. Do you think everlasting life and indestructibility are that unobtainable? Li Chia looked at the youth. How many have done it? The youth asked. Look at the ocean, how many progenitors are still alive now in there? Li Chia asked. I don't know. The youth didn't dare to answer without being certain. Some have lived for a long time without needing to slumber. Li Qiye revealed. Is that considered everlasting life? How about indestructibility? The youth replied. Some have done both. Li Qiye stared at the ocean and said. Really? The youth stood up in shock. Yes, but you can call it pseudo once again since they require external items. Li Qiye nodded. I see. I understand your definition now. Someone who has both everlasting life and indestructibility is a true immortal. The youth speculated. One more thing. Li Qiye smiled, using their own Tao. Now that's not relying on any external factor. Otherwise, right here and now, I can turn back towards 3 immortals and become an immortal. The youth was peerless enough to understand Li Qiye's intent right away. You're still not an immortal. The youth took a deep breath. It's because I look down on doing so. Li Qiye smiled. No one in 3 immortals can touch me right now, not even the 3 emperors together. This casual statement was enough to declare his supremacy. Allow me to thank you for being so virtuous on behalf of all living beings in 3 immortals. Your merciful thought blesses all of us. The youth got on his knees. Stand up, I don't accept this one. Li Qiye shook his head. The confused youth stood up but didn't directly ask. This has nothing to do with virtue and mercy. On the contrary, brutality and murder are my themes. One thought of mine will end with a massacre, leaving behind only blood and bones. The only reason why I won't do it is once again, I look down on doing so. He spoke with more arrogance and pride than any others. Do you know why the disdain is there? Li Qiye asked. I'm all ears, teacher. The youth said. The Tao heart. As I said earlier, all are just pseudo-immortals regardless of how strong they are. They can break the firmament and sweep through the realms, it doesn't matter. Only an unchanging Tao heart will reach the truth, and at that point, one will become a true immortal without relying on external help. Li Qiye elaborated. I understand. Becoming a true immortal requires a peerless Tao heart more than pure power. The youth nodded. That's right. Li Qiye nodded. A master can create light and dark or save the souls with a single thought. However, this doesn't stop them from having a heart devil and falling into darkness. Only an unchanging Tao heart will reach the ultimate truth. Yes. The youth replied. Li Qiye turned towards the ocean and continued, some have gone really far but unfortunately, urgency among other things made them fall. It's too late to try and go back once they have crossed the line, betraying their original purity. Their Tao heart would have moved and there's no putting it back in the right place. He paused for a bit before adding, that's why the 3 emperors are quite impressive. They didn't take the next step and still managed to maintain their pure heart. It is our fortune. The youth agreed. I'm sure you know that 3 immortals have prospered enough after so many years. Very delicious, don't you think? Li Qiye said. I don't dare to think about this. The youth put on a forced smile, feeling a chill running down his spine despite being at the apex of this generation. The greatest of delicacies especially for the starving ones. They won't be able to maintain their Tao heart and will see 3 immortals as a delicious steak. Li Qiye said. Teacher, that doesn't sound optimistic at all. The youth smiled wryly. You have been sitting here for so long to look at the ocean. I know you can sense it. Li Qiye gave him the side eye. Agitation. The youth hesitated before admitting. Uncrossable expanse has been the same throughout history, why is it changing now? Li Qiye asked. I do not dare to speculate baselessly. The youth pondered for a bit before answering. I can tell you. Li Qiye smiled before focusing his eyes towards the horizon. 1. I'm not sure if I made it clear with this vague passage, but my own interpretation is that the youth is afraid of Li Qie devouring the world to become an immortal. Li Qie is saying that he won't too. This word can mean sir/Mr/teacher. But in this case, teacher is the most correct based on the narrative. People usually call scholars this to show respect. Chapter 29-23, Can't Say No After Taking the Bribe. Someone has gotten very hungry now after the long years. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and said. What actually caused this? Fear spawned in the youth's mind. He was strong enough to have a pretty good guess, just nothing concrete. He has been here long enough to conclude that a disaster was coming, starting with this expanse. Li Qie had confirmed his thought just now. The details aren't clear. 3 immortals and the expanse have been through numerous epochs, yet the balance remains. This shows a historical consistency that has been broken. Why? Because of an outside force. Li Qie said. Evil is invading. The youth thought about the heavenly tribulation back then along with the evil engulfing the entire world. That's one way to put it. Who knows if you can classify them as evil? It depends on the definition once more. Li Qie smiled. The youth smiled wryly and got the point. Will we be able to escape? He respectfully asked. It's hard to say. I believe that it was only a test, just the beginning. So what does this mean? Would you scout against a bunch of ants? No, you would just destroy their nest, so scouting shows a lack of confidence in strength. Makes sense. The youth nodded. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a vanguard. The future depends on if someone can hold them back and the real power of the expanse. Li Qie smiled and said. The sky moat will be the first gate. The youth stared at the wall and sky pass. Yes. Li Qie nodded. The best strategy is to keep the fight outside of the wall. It will be difficult if anything makes it to immortal lineage. Once the seeds are there, they will sow discord everywhere in the 3 worlds. Please tell me more on what to do, teacher. The youth said. No need to worry at your power level. Just leave and the flames of war won't touch you. Only worry about yourself. Li Qie chuckled. Immortal lineage is my home. I don't want its inhabitants to suffer and for it to turn into ruins. The youth said. It's simple then. Gather the forces of 3 immortals and fight the enemies outside the wall. That's the simplest and most effective method. Of course, if you are decisive enough, kill your way into the expanse and take them down. You think too highly of me. The youth shook his head. I am weak and won't be helpful. So many stronger people have entered the expanse. I can only hope to try and stay alive in there. He wasn't being humbled. Across the years, numerous progenitors have entered. The ones at the immortal level were frighteningly strong. Then protect the wall. As long as Sky Pass is there, everything will be fine. Li Qie said. I wonder how long we can last. My Tao isn't enough. The youth stared at the wall. He felt a bit helpless because he was aware of the incoming forces. That depends on the guests from Uncrossable Expanse. Pray that they aren't as strong as your group. Otherwise, you might hold for now but not forever. Li Qie smiled. What will you do, teacher? The youth stared at Li Qie. If I were to raise my blade, the myriad ages would cower in fear. Li Qie smiled. Please help us. The youth cupped his fist. Why should I? Li Qie shook his head. I'm only a passerby, not the guardian or savior of 3 immortals. For the sake of all living beings. The youth asked. As I've said earlier, if I chose to move against 3 immortals, I would be an immortal right now. Am I not showing enough mercy already? Li Qie smiled. Not mobilizing is indeed a great showing of mercy. The youth pondered and had to agree. Thus, I have no interest in protecting anything. Just sparing this world is already more than enough. Li Qie finished another cup. Teacher, fight one battle to illuminate the ages. The youth eventually cupped his fist and requested, it will herald eternal dawn. You can test your incredible prowess in this battle before going all the way later. Let's make the loudest bang to build morale. Ha ha ha, well said. Very well, I guess I can test my blade with this battle to start things off. So be it. Li Qie laughed in response and patted his thigh, seemingly quite amused before finishing another cup. Thank you, teacher. The youth excitedly bowed and poured another cup for him. Your flattery struck the right chords. I know that you're digging a pit, but I'm jumping in anyway. Li Qie drank the whole thing and shook his head. Of course not, given your peerless Tao heart. You would have joined even if I didn't say anything to make this battle the first of your great campaign, raising your blade and waving your banner. The youth poured more for him. A scholar indeed, making flattery so flowery. Li Qie shook his head with amusement. Sigh, it's hard to say no after already eating someone's food. Your meals and wine have done their job well as a bribe. Your approval amplified their value. It's a shame that I came in a hurry and didn't have time for ample preparation. Otherwise, I could prepare even better dishes for you. The youth laughed heartily. 3 immortals does have a lot of delicacies. Li Qie nodded. Too bad it is not the purpose of my trip, or I would give them a try. I know that there is an incredible meal in Sky Ruins, probably the greatest of all time and virtually impossible to find. The youth smiled. Trying to tempt me with food again? If I eat another meal of yours, I will have to jump into another pit. Li Qie shook his head. Of course not. It's already enough to have you join in this battle. It's only regrettable that I haven't prepared more dishes for you, teacher. Give me a little time and I'll go catch them and make some appetizers for you, okay? The youth said. Good, I want to see if it is really as good as you say. Li Qie smiled. This great feast unavailable to emperors was slowly enjoyed by Li Qie, accentuated by the sea breezes. He treated it as just another meal at home. He stood up after finishing and smiled. I have to go to Sky Pass for a small matter. All right, I will go to Sky Ruins and catch one of them to let you have a taste. The youth also bid goodbye. I'll be waiting. Li Qie smiled and moved on. The youth cupped his fist. He then turned back for a quick glance at the expanse before sighing. Next, his sight turned towards Sky Ruins. His body flashed once and he instantly appeared inside Sky Ruins. Li Qie landed on Sky Pass and was greeted by a prosperous aura, the opposite of the solitary shore. One could truly feel the changes of life while standing in this massive area, the first gate of immortal lineage and the only checkpost of the Great Wall. Once the Sky Moat was activated, the only way to enter was through this pass. Otherwise, one would be stuck outside. Thus, the pass was extremely important geographically. However, it never had the chance to show its importance due to a lack of invaders. Nevertheless, as the biggest pass in immortal lineage, it also became one of the biggest cities after years of accumulation. The prosperity and liveliness here could match any other city. It was independent of any system. The only entity in charge was the Legion of the Wall. One would be hard-pressed to find a more powerful legion in immortal lineage. The members consisted of the natives in Sky Pass along with men recruits from the wildlands. Moreover, other cultivators in the system could also join as long as they met the requirements. Thus, the actual composition of the legion was relatively complex. 1. The I here is student. He refers to himself as a student to show respect. Chapter 29-24, Sky Pass was no longer limited to a military fortress or a base. It resembled a great city with busy commerce. Despite being the first gate of immortal lineage, the place lacked both guards and patrols. This was due to a lack of foreign invaders. Moreover, the Legion was actually very capable. The Wildlands had plenty of villains but none dared to mess with this area. This resulted in rather lax security. Anyone could enter the pass without being searched or interrogated. They could come via flying beasts or riding divine mountains or with their auras fully activated. No one would bother to stop them. This freedom of entry wasn't a sign of weakness for the Legion. It didn't lack control over the wall and the pass. On the contrary, its grasp remained as tight as ever in the past. The power of the Legion was virtually unmatched in this world. Moreover, its commander, Tyrant, was unfathomable. This confidence and absolute control resulted in the current lack of military presence, at least in these sectors. In fact, one would find it difficult to find a single soldier on the street. Nevertheless, everyone still obeyed the laws of the pass, whether it be a powerful Eternal or a regional tyrant. Even the villains in the Wildlands would tuck their tail in between their legs after coming here. There would be no place to hide once being targeted by the Legion. The existence of order resulted in peace and prosperity for many generations. Wuxia witnessed it the moment he set foot inside. The prosperous city was enchanting like fine wine. Cultivators would be lost in the temptations of this city and never look back. They would rather be lost in this world and live like kings. The streets were built with wars and battles in mind. That's why they were wide enough to accompany dozens of carriages in parallel without a problem. Impressively enough, they were completely filled with pedestrians. They came from all over the world. One would truly broaden their horizon by just people watching. This might be the place with the most diverse gathering of races: Heavenly Buddha tribe, Eight-Armed tribe, Metal-Kin tribe, Immortal Bronze tribe, Celestial tribe. It also had the most merchandise from all over the world. If one couldn't find something here, they wouldn't be able to find it anywhere else. That's why many powerful cultivators would come to look for their desired artifacts. Arrogance Enterprise also had a branch here. It might be one of the biggest stores in all of Immortal Lineage. Outside of the big stores, there were little merchants and peddlers all over the streets. New octopurified dragon blood, come take a look, it's definitely worth your time. A family heirloom. A treasure tile for cheap. Look, 8 treasured pills personally refined by an alchemy saint, only 1 bottle left for the highest bidder. One could hear these merchants shouting up and down the streets. Cultivators who wanted to buy things for cheap or young ones without money roamed these areas searching for good deals. Of course, these places were complicated and laden with scams. A few cultivators also tried to sell their own items. They found an open spot and sat down, either marking a clear price or trading for other items. Wuxia watched the merchants and cultivators along the way with a smile on his face. This sensation was too familiar. He actually enjoyed going to such places to find cheap treasures whenever he had free time. This time around, he was looking to sell. He picked an inconspicuous corner and sat down, took out a wooden box and placed it in front before leaning back on the wall and closing his eyes. He didn't bother to yell or name a price. The corner he picked seemed quiet relative to the rest of the city, a point of serenity among a cacophony of noises. He only had one customer in mind, so he was going to wait here until the time was right. There were too many sellers like him in these alleyways, so few actually paid attention. Of course, due to the huge mass, 1 or 2 would find his item interesting. "What are you selling, friend?" One person came up and asked. "A priceless treasure." Wuxia answered without opening his eyes. "Priceless?" The person became interested and took a meticulous look. This didn't look priceless at all, at least not when judging by this wooden box. "Can you open it so I can take a look?" the person asked. "You can't afford it," Wuxia lazily said, eyes still closed. This attitude annoyed the potential buyer. His expression soured, bold words there. "I want to see what your treasure is that I can't afford them." The buyer had high status and only came out of curiosity, not expecting to be shown such disrespect. Li Qiye ignored him and maintained the same posture. Humph, you think too highly of yourself, it's just a broken box. The buyer snorted and had no choice but to leave. Freedom of trade was encouraged here. He couldn't force the guy to sell the wooden box to him even if it was worthless. No one would dare to rob someone in broad daylight in this city. A few more came later. One or two were actually masters with keen vision. They could see that this wooden box was special. They asked to take a look inside, but Li Qiye also ignored their request. His attitude annoyed the potential buyers, forcing them to leave. If this wasn't Sky Pass, people would have tried to beat him up several times already. After all, his attitude was really asking for it. This didn't matter to Li Qiye. He just needed to wait for one person to come. This type of fishing required patience. Plus, he believed that it wouldn't take too long. Oh. It's you again. A pleasant voice sounded today. Li Qiye opened his eyes and saw the girl, Bai Jining. She didn't have armor on today, just casual clothes. This made her look relatively more amiable but still mature and experienced. He closed his eyes again after a quick glance. Great scholar, what are you selling here? She remembered how this bastard teased her on the wall and her anger returned. Chapter 29-25, Selling or Not. Bai Jining had an off day without any mission, so she took a stroll in the city, not expecting to see Li Qiye right away. The street was indeed narrow for enemies. Of course, she didn't care for payback since they had no real feud between the two of them. Moreover, the Legion didn't allow their members to act on vendetta either. However, the moment she saw him again, the previous exasperation returned, so she wanted to get payback. A priceless treasure. He said the same thing as before. You have a priceless treasure. Really? She saw no such thing in this wooden box and didn't believe that he would have one either. Yes. A direct answer. Open it so I can take a look at your priceless treasure. She stared at him. No need for that, you can't afford it anyway. He lazily said. She thought that she would never get along with this person. Her belly became filled with fire again. Humph. Tell me what it is, we'll see how much it is worth. She gritted her teeth and asked. Just a waste of time. He refused again. Her breasts made waves as she trembled with anger. Humph, don't want others to see. Probably not worthwhile. She took a deep breath to calm down before uttering. And? He smiled, deciding to play along since he was getting bored. Humph, it must be stolen goods. Her eyes lit up as she gritted her teeth. I'll let you have it if this is true. As if you can tell. The original owner must be here to make their case, so go find them if you want to play. He leisurely said. This argument demoralized her. Though their legion had full authority here, abusing it wasn't allowed. Without an actual accuser, she would just be taking his item in a completely uncalled for manner. Moreover, she wasn't on official duty today. Go away then if you don't have anyone, stop bothering me since I'm waiting for a buyer. He waved his sleeve. Humph, you think I'll just leave because you told me to? She didn't give up and sat not far from him. This became quite interesting. She wasn't a supreme beauty or anything but still looked quite good. This naturally attracted some eyes. What are you doing? He asked the girl. Just keeping an eye on you. If you really stole the item, someone will eventually come looking. Plus, it can be fake too, I don't want you to trick anyone. She gloated while resting her chin on her hands. She just wanted to annoy him since she wasn't on duty anyway. There was nothing holding her back. That's a good excuse to stare. You must have a crush on me and want to see my handsome face all day long. Yes, I know I'm handsome but don't fall in too deep. He retorted. Bullshit, haven't you looked in a mirror before? The word handsome is definitely not written there, maybe the word shameless. She barked back while turning red. I haven't found myself to be insanely handsome. He leisurely said. It was hard for a young girl like her to argue with someone as shameless and sharp-tongued as Wuxia. So, don't fall in love with me. He smirked. Teasing her wasn't a bad idea to pass the time. So narcissistic. She glared back. Wuxia chuckled and went back to his sleeping pose. She continued to keep an eye on him, wanting to see what trickery he was up to. Just like that, the two of them became a very strange pair on this street. Eventually, another potential buyer looked at Wuxia's wooden box and asked, "Hey, what are you selling?" She answered before he could, "That's stolen goods, don't buy it lest you want trouble." The buyer turned towards her then back at him, thinking that these two were weird. However, bizarre matters happened all over the city, so he didn't pry and decided to leave. She was very pleased with herself for chasing a customer away and glanced at him. "Humph, don't think about selling anything today. I got my eyes on you." Wuxia didn't mind the provocation. A while later, several more people came to ask him about the wooden box. Unfortunately, she repeated the same thing. Each shook their head and walked away. This process went on for a while, but Wuxia didn't mind at all. His biggest reaction was an occasional chuckle. This perplexed and filled her with curiosity. It was as if she wasn't chasing his customers away but more like doing him a favor, swatting the flies away. "Hey, are you actually trying to sell this?" she asked. "Obviously I'm trying to," he leisurely said. "Then why don't you answer them?" She remained suspicious, thinking that Wuxia wouldn't have actually answered his customers even if she hadn't chased them away. "Because they can't afford it, just like you, a waste of my breath," Wuxia replied. "Humph, we'll really see what you're up to." She swallowed her anger and became more determined to linger around. More people came and expressed their interest in the box. Wuxia actually ignored them this time as if he didn't hear their questions. Her suspicion was correct. She didn't try to stop anyone, yet he still ignored them. What was he trying to do here? "I'm here." She suddenly heard a voice that disrupted her train of thoughts. An old man was there in front of Wuxia now. A very strange feeling struck her. She felt as if the old man was there the entire time, but she couldn't see him. He wore a cotton robe meant for the winter. His hat nearly covered his entire face. She couldn't really see anything due to his clothing style. Of course, she didn't know that these two have met before back in Myriad Lineage for a transaction. Wuxia told him a story. "That's good. I thought you were dead." Wuxia opened his eyes. The girl became drawn into the conversation. Wuxia didn't care for anyone else until this old man. "I want to die, but can't." The old man wasn't offended. Chapter 29-26, Seeing the mysterious old man again. "It's good if you die, I will buy firecrackers for your funeral. See, at least there is still someone who cares enough for you." Wuxia smiled. "And I appreciate it." The old man chuckled. Meanwhile, the girl thought that these two didn't sound like friends, just acquaintances. All in all, their attitude was very confusing to outside listeners. "Is it that thing?" The old man looked at the wooden box. "3 leaves, just so that you can have a smell. That's how you found your way here, right?" Wuxia smiled. The old man looked up and stared at Wuxia for a long time before nodding. "You do have it, I see. I've been searching for a long time but couldn't get it due to various constraints." "You're just fishing, don't call it searching for a long time," Wuxia said. "Are you the fish? Or maybe you're the fisherman and I'm the caught fish." The old man smiled. Li Qiye laughed and didn't comment on this. The old man picked up the wooden box and opened it for a look. Meanwhile, Bai Jinning's neck seemingly stretched quite a bit. She was very curious about this so-called priceless treasure. She thought that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to produce something of that level, at least based on his appearance. The old man saw 3 leaves inside, as green as can be. A majestic aura struck him in the face. Bai Jinning also felt as if she was inside an ancient forest with boundless life forces. However, she didn't get a good look before hearing a pop, the old man closing the box tightly. Despite not seeing them well, the aura just now left a deep impression on her. The 3 leaves were equivalent to 3 forest worlds. A question popped up in her head, are these 3 leaves really priceless? They didn't look like immortal alchemy materials. This is it, these 3 leaves are right. I will bring them back so others can take a look and celebrate this great news. The old man nodded. The old man recognized that these leaves came from the 3 immortals tree, unlike Jinning. Li Qiye let them out in order to draw him here. I'm waiting for my payment. Li Qiye smiled. What do you want? Or rather, what must I do? The old man looked at him. Hard to say. Li Qiye rubbed his chin in response, how about this? What do you guys have? Let me pick something suitable so I won't go overboard, just to be reasonable. I'm pretty sure you will try to extort us. The old man didn't hold back. I was a little embarrassed and didn't want to do so, but now if I don't do it, I'll be letting myself down. After all, you 3 have been setting up this net for too long and far. A fish such as myself deserves something sweet for biting, right? Li Qiye smiled. This isn't a good place to talk. We're just speaking without any proof, why don't you come to our place and we'll take our time there? The old man pondered for a bit before answering. You want a 3-on-1? It'll be a desolate place, so what am I going to do if you decide to rob me? Li Qiye's eyes narrowed with a smirk. You're afraid? The old man smirked back. No, your group should be the ones afraid. Li Qiye's smile grew wider. You're in a tough position right now, so can you spare the effort to deal with me? I'll be one taking everything mercilessly. Is that so? The old man's eyes narrowed. Certainly. I don't mind taking on 3 at the same time since I want to see the apex of this world. Plus, I don't need to hold back in 3 immortals, unlike you 3. Li Qiye remained relaxed, but his words were quite imperious. He still sat there without posturing, but Bai Jinning felt as if he was the ruler of the entire world. Everyone else crawled next to his feet like ants, including progenitors and emperors. He would only need to stomp to decimate them all. She felt suffocated by this strange feeling. Li Qiye had turned into a completely different person. I'm immortal in 3 immortals all the same, but you 3? Let's pretend that we're on even footing, it still won't end well for this world. Li Qiye said. The old man remained silent against the threat. You think such a thing will happen? He eventually smiled and said. Who knows? I just like items and there's no point in taking you down anyway, I don't benefit from it or feel accomplished. Li Qiye smiled back. We're not your targets. The old man said. Then let's continue this transaction. Li Qiye asked. Look at me in my pitiful cultivation, I don't have anything good. You have to come to our place for them. The old man said. So you still want me to visit your place? Li Qiye smiled. Why not? We won't let you come there and leave empty-handed. The old man became friendly right away, plus, I'm sure you'll cross the ocean anyway even without this transaction, am I wrong here? Whether I go or not is a different issue. Of course, the trip is not a big deal either. Li Qiye said, but keep in mind that due to recent events, the path is very chaotic and it'll be harder. Don't you think the fare should be double, no, 10 times the normal rate? You want to raise the initial price? The old man didn't like this. No, but the fare has to be 10 times more than normal. Otherwise, how can I get to your place? Li Qiye was blunt. Has anyone told you that you're a merchant with no heart? The old man said but didn't look angry at all. No, you should be thanking me for being so nice by just raising the fare, the nicest man in the world, in fact. I'm sure there are those who would pay more for what I'm offering. Li Qiye smiled. I don't think anyone can afford it. The old man shook his head. Really? That's true in the past, but now, I know that some will be more than willing to pay a sky-high price. Li Qiye added. The old man had no response. You would trade with those existences. Your targets should be them. The old man eventually said. No, they're not my targets. Li Qiye shook his head. Of course, I'll be sweeping through them in the future, but it's still fine to do business with them right now. I doubt it. The old man didn't believe it. You think too highly of me, more than I do myself. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. I don't think highly of you, just your Tao heart. It told me everything I need to know. The old man smiled back. That's why you three cast such a wide net to reel me in. Li Qiye said. Aren't you doing the same thing, trying to catch some big fish too? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to us in the past. Fine, I will have to make do with this loss then. Li Qiye nodded. You have my words, I will bring it to your place. Chapter 29-27, Unfavorable Transaction. Almost forgot about something. You still owe me for devouring one darkness for you three, saving you all a lot of trouble. Li Qiye brought something else up. True, but isn't it extremely nutritious for you too? The old man admitted. Got anything else like it? If yes, then the negotiation will be very easy. In fact, I'll do it free of charge. Li Qiye smiled. No idea. If we could bring something like that to you, the present day wouldn't be messy like this. The old man smiled wryly. Looks like you're not very reliable. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes. There's something I don't understand. There is no world tougher than 3 immortals, so why are these things showing up? I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the 9 worlds but here. It's impossible unless you all courted death. Unfortunately, that was indeed the case. The old man had a bitter expression. Yes, we brought this on ourselves. We were simply curious but didn't expect evil to sneak in. You couldn't find it in the ocean. Li Qiye said. Right, everything happened so quickly and caught us off guard. An explosion sent us away. We barely suppressed one side but I'm sure some still made it in. The old man said. Hence the phrase, one might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. Li Qiye smiled. You have been living too peacefully and decided to mess it all up. 3 immortals is a blessed world allowing its inhabitants to escape so many tribulations and total destruction. Now, they all know that there is a fat piece of meat right below and are salivating. You think they'll just let it go? That's why we need to patch it up, waiting for you to deliver. The old man said. One misstep nearly ruined everything. Though they managed to stop it, evil entities still snuck in and became seeds of discord. You know that it is on the move. Li Qiye chuckled. It is hiding too well. It has never stopped though, still scheming in the darkness and affecting many. The old man helplessly said, when you devoured its kin, the thing became restless and nervous, thinking that we have found reinforcement. That's why it's on the move now, not that it's a bad thing. Right, you guys haven't been able to find it so this could be a good opportunity. You're using 3 immortals as the bait though. Li Qiye smiled. As long as the sky moat is around, it can only stare and not eat. The old man said with confidence. Who knows? What if future generations are worthless? I believe in your power but unfortunately, the world can't handle it, pierced into 1,000,000,000 holes. We had no choice but to resort to this plan. The old man said, "It is a source of problems as long as it is around. It is extremely evil, even more frightening than the one you devoured. It had poisoned many despite our constant vigilance. If we let up for a single second, all inhabitants will be done for. So that's where I come in with the delivery." Li Chia smiled, "You want to use me to bait it out, then we'll mount a joint attack from all sides to destroy it. It's a good opportunity for you too since you want to go to the ocean anyway. Take advantage of this to train, isn't it good to have such a strong opponent?" The old man calmly admitted. "You think too highly of me. First, I don't have that much time to waste, and second, you three have been searching for so long to no avail. How am I going to bait it out so quickly? It's impossible. In my opinion, stay even more cautious. This might be a bait in an attempt to divert your attention. What if it appears out of nowhere and catches you off guard, killing one of you in the process?" "Perhaps." The old man nodded, "We can't judge it using conventional wisdom. Prudence is necessary." This might just be a scouting attempt too. Well, all of this has nothing to do with me. Li Chia said, "I will deliver the goods since the ocean is indeed a good place to train. It's time for me to take the next step anyway. However, I won't stop here and waste time with you all and will be leaving after this matter." Meanwhile, Bai Jining has been resting her chin on her hands, listening to the whole thing. They spoke the same language as hers, but she didn't understand anything. However, she felt as if they were up above the clouds while she was an ant on the ground. "For the expedition?" the old man asked. "That's something worth musing over if I can take the next step." Li Chia said, "It just depends on the situation." "Ah, you still haven't made up your mind. Have you thought about the situation after an expedition?" the old man said. "Did you think it through back then?" Li Chia asked. "We're not like you and have different goals. Moreover, we're lucky enough to have 3 immortals. I won't deny your abilities, but even in the case of victory, have you thought carefully about what comes next?" the old man said. "The thing I want is very simple." He chuckled. "I believe you." The old man nodded, "But I also know that you're not as free as you like to think. You can't abandon your world, and that's your biggest shackle. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying so hard to gather items and consolidate more power. It's definitely for yourself, but more so, your world. There is no savior, but guardians do exist." The old man looked straight at Li Chia. "Where are the guardians for your world when you are gone? Most importantly, if heaven were to break after your final battle, the result is quite grim for a world without defenders. That's why you haven't made up your mind. I'm sure you have an outline in mind, but it's not time yet. Taking the next step for you might not mean starting the expedition right away. That's why you want to borrow my power." Li Chia chuckled. "I do want to see you take the next step. You have been accumulating for a long time now. Plus, no other place is more suitable to do so than this ocean. If you really want to do it, then do it there. Is that why you're coming?" "Yes." Li Chia didn't deny his plan. "Just hang around the ocean for a bit. It's best if we work together because our side is lacking manpower." The old man invited. "This is where our styles are different." Li Chia shook his head. "What was on your mind when you were standing at the very edge?" "The truth is, we didn't win back then." The old man smiled. "The consequences were heavier than our imagination, so we stopped." "So your preparation was inadequate, your heart unprepared." Li Chia chuckled. The old man looked at him and said, "You are the strangest man we've met. Despite your unwillingness, you will really do it, not giving a damn about anything. Your heart is colder than any overlord. But, it looks like you still can't drop it, so you rather pull the entire world up. Why not? Where I go is where my world shall be, in my heart." Li Chia smiled. "That's why, don't question my determination. I will fight the final battle without looking back. Yes. The old man sighed. Though we didn't win, we still had a chance but ultimately decided to turn back. We're just different. Li Chia added, in my opinion, offense is the best defense. If anyone dares to cross my line, I will take the fight to their nest. It is that simple. I got it. The old man nodded. Once you have a substitution method in place, that's when your expedition will start. The villainous heaven and I, perhaps we can coexist, not one of us must die. However, all of those fiends, they must die. Li Chia's eyes became all-piercing after declaring this. Bai Jining lost control of her body and felt chills all over the moment she saw this gaze. 1. I don't know if it is plural or singular for evil entities. In such cases, I always assume plural too. From this, it is singular but I don't want to change the plural above just in case there are more 3. The word for fiend here is hard to translate without more context. It can be monsters, ghosts, evil creatures, damned things. These are all good choices but the only way to translate correctly is if I know what they are. From the context so far, they're probably evil immortals. Fiend seemed like an okay choice that you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.